Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. It is Wednesday, October 22nd. Folks, we are going live. This is a very special early morning broadcast because there are some very strange things going on in the Senate right now. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Folks, today is day number 22 of the ongoing shutdown of the federal government. Any minute now, literally any minute now, the Senate is set to vote again for a 12th time on whether or not they are going to pass this continuing resolution, this clean funding bill to reopen the government, at least temporarily. But things are a little bit behind schedule right now on the Senate floor, and I'll tell you why. The reason why, I'm just going to show you. The best way to portray this is just to show you here. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, a senator, his name is Jeff Merkley from my home state of Oregon. He has been filibustering on the Senate floor for now officially, wow, look at that, 17 hours. And I've got a live timer up there on the top left. He has been filibustering for 17 hours, 1 minute and 26 seconds as I say that. The second he is done filibustering, all of the senators will re-enter the chamber and they will vote on whether or not, this is muted, don't worry about that, there's no sound on this right now. The senators will re-enter the chamber and they will vote on whether or not to reopen the government. This is a good old-fashioned Democrat filibuster. Now, the reason why I've decided to go live today and talk about this right now, it's like, well, filibuster, who cares? Well, some big things have been taking place behind the scenes. We saw yesterday from Senate Leader Jeff Thune, a Republican. He was saying that he believes there's some stuff going on behind the scenes, and I'm going to play all the clips for you guys here in a moment, but as an intro here, he was saying that he believes there is a deal. He believes that maybe the Democrats are going to vote to reopen the government today, meaning any minute. The second Democrat Senator Merkley from Oregon decides to wrap up his filibuster, they're going to have a vote, and Thune was talking yesterday that maybe something is going to be done here, that maybe this shutdown will come to an end. And we're going to talk about that here in a minute. President Trump, he has echoed that sentiment. He has said something similar, that, well, maybe some of the Democrats have decided to come on over and vote to reopen the government. House Speaker Mike Johnson this morning, just 2 hours ago, he was saying that Schumer has been trying desperately to make backroom deals to reopen this government. Now, as a little bit, so this is live. This is a live feed. This is Merkley on the Senate floor right now. He is 17 hours and 13 minutes into this. Now, I want to kind of break down what might these backroom deals look like? Why do they need to have backroom deals? Why don't they just kind of do everything above the table here? Well, you guys know that the reason for this shutdown, why have the Democrats decided to shut down the government? Let's go through all of this comprehensively. Government is shut down. It's day number 22. In order to reopen the government, you need 60 votes in the Senate to pass this budgetary continuing resolution. There are 100 senators in total. Everybody knows that. In total, there are 53 Republican senators. There are 47 Democrat senators. 53 Republicans, 47 Democrats. 52 of the 53 Republicans have voted 11 times now, reopen the government. There's one Republican who is not voting to reopen the government. His name is Rand Paul. He has his own reasons. We've talked about that. On the Democrat side of the aisle, out of the 47 Democrat senators, only 3 Democrat senators have been voting to reopen the government. So you need 60 votes. You've got, 52 from the Republicans. You've got 3 from the Democrats. That's 55 in total. You need 5 more. 5 more votes. Okay? Maybe you could bring over Rand Paul. You got it. You're going to have to bring over a couple more Democrats to reopen this beast of a government. Now, the problem is, we all know this is a fact. All of these Democrat senators, they are scared absolutely. They are scared of their own radically progressive electorate. The Democrat voting base, they have become more radicalized, more progressive than the Democrat politicians. And so these senators, these Democrat senators, they're saying, this shutdown looks really bad. This shutdown is reflecting very poorly on us. We need to end the shutdown. Some of us are going to have to hop over and vote alongside the Republicans to reopen this, but I don't want it to be me. I'm a Democrat senator. I don't want it to be me, because if I hop over and if I vote alongside the Republicans, then my voters, I might get primaried. They might replace me. Next time I'm up for re-election, I'm a Democrat senator. My radically progressive electorate, my voters, they might replace me for not being progressive enough or not fighting back against the evil President Trump strongly enough. And so these Democrat senators, they are scared. And so right now on the Democrat side of the aisle, Chuck Schumer, all the Democrats, Chuck Schumer, by the way, he is the leader of the Senate Democrats. He's in charge of all the Senate Democrats. These Senate Democrats, they are having backroom conversations, negotiations, trying to figure out, okay, it's going to have to be 5 of us. 5 of us, who's it going to be? 3 of us already did. It's going to have to be 5 more. Who's going to hop over? It has to happen. Who's it going to be? And so right now, behind the scenes, the Democrats are trying to figure out, who can we have swap over and vote alongside the Republicans and have them also not be at risk of getting primaried out and replaced and maybe losing our seat in the Senate? Does that make sense? So they're trying to find out who is the safest senator, the safest Democrat senator to hop over. They can hop over. Maybe they can take a little bit of a reputational blow, but their seat in the Senate is not contested so much that they're at risk of losing it after receiving that reputational blow of working with the Republicans. So these are the conversations that are going on behind the scenes. And like we said yesterday, President Trump, Senate Leader John Thune, who's a Republican, and also this morning, House Speaker Mike Johnson, he was saying, listen, we've got reason to believe today's vote, this is the vote today, that these deals have been made. They have figured it out. They know the Democrats, some of them are going to come over and vote to reopen this thing. Okay. And so this is where we are at right now. Now, what you are seeing, I'm going to pull this up on the big screen again here real quick. This is Democrat Senator from the great state of Oregon. His name is Jeff Merkley. Now, he has been a senator in Oregon since 2009. What is that, 16 years? Now, he has been filibustering up here. He started at 6 p.m. Eastern time, about 6 p.m. Eastern time last night. He has been filibustering, doing exactly what he is doing right now for 17 hours, 7 minutes, and 50 seconds. I have a live timer up there in the top left. You guys can see exactly what's going on here. Okay, he's been filibustering for over 17 hours. And the reason why is because there is a little bit of an internal struggle amongst the Democrat senators. Some of them realize, okay, we got to end the shutdown. We got to hop over. 5 more need to hop over and vote to reopen this. And then you also have more progressive senators, Democrat senators on the left side of the aisle that are saying, no, we need to keep on staying firm against President Trump. We should not have anybody hop over and vote alongside the Republicans. We want the shutdown to continue on and on. Love the Ukrainian flag. Love that. Awesome for you, lady. Anyway, so presumably Merkley here, he is not happy about today's vote. He's doing everything he can to delay today's reopening vote, the Senate vote that is scheduled to take place the second he's done with his filibuster. He's doing everything he can to delay. He's been doing it for 17 hours now. Presumably, he does not want that vote. Why does Merkley not want that vote? Because he knows the vote is going to go through. So we're starting to connect some dots here. Okay, this shutdown seems like, listen, this is actually the first filibuster that we have seen in the last 22 days. This is day number 22 of the shutdown. This is the first filibuster we've seen. Okay, why a filibuster now, Jeff Merkley? Why not a week ago? It's because he knows internally the backroom conversations here. Some Democrats have hopped over. This shutdown is coming to an end. Thune was talking about it. Speaker Johnson, Trump was talking about it. So, and of course, this is not a promise. We're over here connecting dots. This is a little bit speculative, but look at the cards on the table here. Seems like that's what's happening, right? Everybody's talking about it. In fact, I want to show you some of these John Thune clips from yesterday. President Trump, we covered this here together. Yesterday, President Trump had a meeting with all of the Republican senators, and I'm going to play this clip here for you. We've got 2 clips from that I want to play that's going to put some of this into context here for you folks. But first, some super chats. We have Jumpin' Jack. He says, send over the 2 idiots from Hawaii to vote. Yes, they are useless, and Hawaii is an ultra blue state. I mean, yeah, I would speculate that the 2 Hawaiian senators are not at risk of being replaced by a Republican, for instance. So maybe they will send over, maybe they'll send over senators from Washington State, very progressive, from Hawaii State, very progressive. Yeah, these are the type of considerations that they are making right now. Yep, and I'm sure they've had those conversations. Thank you, Jumpin' Jack. Another super chat here. Matt, as Oregonians, let's get Merkin out of there. Now I don't know if now I'm living in North Idaho. Okay, I spent the first 25 years of my life, I'm an Oregonian, living in Oregon, and then I spent a couple years living in Washington, and then I spent a couple years, now, as of about 5 weeks ago, now I'm in North Idaho. Now I have a Republican senator, but listen, Merkley has been here for 16 years, since 2009. By the way, JD Delay, very good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. It is crazy, these Oregonians, they have voted progressive politicians for 45 years or 50 years, and every single year, the situation has gotten worse. In a lot of these progressive states, you do have all these progressive voters. They say, yeah, things just keep on getting worse. But the problem is not that we are progressive. The problem is that we are not progressive enough. We need to be more progressive. Yeah, the state is on fire. The cities are burning down. Everything is terrible. Crimes through the roof, homelessness, drug addiction, domestic terrorists, whatever. But I really think the problem is that we are not progressive enough. So we need to keep on going. These people are insane. It's just insane. Take a listen to what John Thune had to say yesterday afternoon. Okay? Turn up the audio here.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for having us. This is the 4th week of the Democrat shutdown, but we are all here today because your Republican team in the Senate is unified. We are... This is now the longest full shutdown in history, but everybody here has voted now 11 different times to open up the government, and we are going to keep voting to open up the government, and eventually the Democrats, hopefully sooner or later, are going to come around. But Mr. President, your agenda is the right one for this country. This is your team. We are your partners in achieving and implementing the agenda that you campaigned on.
At the end of this clip here, yeah, I realize I was muted. I apologize. At the end of this clip, he's going to say something very interesting.
The American people voted for. And you just mentioned it has been a series of promises made and promises kept, whether it's national security, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, taxes, regulations, energy, Trump newborn accounts, school choice. You look at what we've accomplished so far. It is a remarkable, remarkable team and a record of accomplishment that can't be matched, and I would argue, at least in my time here, but perhaps in all of history. So thank you for your leadership, and we will continue to be good partners and work with you to get the work done for the American people. And let's hope that the Democrats get wise and, starting perhaps even today, vote to reopen the government so we can get back to work for the American people. Mr. President, thank you for having us at your home. You have beautiful homes.
He says the Democrats get wise and perhaps vote even later today. Now, this was recorded yesterday. We saw this yesterday. Yesterday, there was no vote in the Senate to reopen the government. It wasn't on the schedule. Today, the vote is happening. I think he was talking about negotiations last night. Trump, the Republican senators, had a meeting with the Democrats. So they had some negotiations yesterday evening after this was recorded. Today, we've got the vote. House Speaker Mike Johnson seems to think that something is going to happen today. Now, that being said, we have another clip from Senate Leader John Thune. This happened about 20 minutes later yesterday afternoon. We'll play this one here also. Take a look.
We had a great opportunity to meet with the president and talk about something that unifies all Republicans. Senate Republicans, House Republicans, and the President of the United States are all in favor of reopening the federal government. In fact, so much so that we've now all voted 11 times to reopen the federal government. But the longer the federal government stays closed, the more the impacts are being felt. Travel delays, benefit delays, farmers are being impacted, millions of people going without paychecks. That's what this government shutdown, Democrat government shutdown, is bringing to the American people. So we're hopeful that this will be the week when we break out of this and the Democrats come to their senses and decide to open up the government. We're going to give them several opportunities, as you know, to do that. We'll have another vote on the continuing resolution tomorrow, which is sitting at the desk of the Senate. Can be sent down here to the White House, signed into law. The government would open up immediately. We're also going to vote on a Ron Johnson resolution that essentially would pay anybody who's currently working. So we'll see how the Democrats react to that. But the truth of the matter is, you have a bunch of people here, a united team that believes profoundly that we need to get our government open. And if the Democrats want to talk about subjects unrelated to the government, getting the government open again, we're happy to have those conversations.
And last night they did.
But we've repeatedly now gone through this, and at some point the Democrats are going to have to say yes for an answer. We want a normal appropriations process. We want to give them an opportunity to sit down and litigate some of the issues they want to talk about, but that can't happen until the government gets open.
So real quick timeline of events, just to build a little mental calendar here. Okay, we voted. This is day number 22. Today, literally any minute now, we have a live feed coming out of the Senate floor. Okay, so today, this is Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley. He has been filibustering now for 17 hours and 16 minutes. Why? Yesterday afternoon, President Trump met with the Republican senators. John Thune, that's what you just saw. Okay, immediately after that meeting, they had their lunch. Trump and the Republican senators, they had a discussion with Chuck Schumer and some of the Democrat senators. After that meeting with Chuck Schumer and some of the Democrat senators, it is now 6 p.m. Eastern time last night. Those negotiations have come to an end. What happens immediately coming out of that meeting? Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley at 6:17 p.m., 6 in the evening last night, goes down to the Senate floor and begins filibustering, starting at around 6:17 or something like that. And he has continued this filibuster for 17 hours. Now, we have not seen any filibusters. We are 22 days in to this government shutdown. Why is he filibustering now? He started last night. We're 17 hours in. Why is he starting this now? Why is he filibustering here now? Why? Well, everybody seems to think the reason why Merkley has decided to filibuster, we're watching him do it live right this very second, is because he knows after yesterday evening's negotiations or conversations is that this government shutdown is coming to an end with this vote today. Okay, and this is not a promise. Of course, this is in the realm of slight speculation, but this seems to be what everybody is talking about right now. Okay, is that the reason why Oregon State radical progressive Senator Merkley is 17 hours into a filibuster right now? He started it the second after these negotiatory meetings last night, is because he knows the second this vote happens today, and the vote happens, to be clear, this vote happens the second he is done. The second he wraps up, the second he gets tired or has to go to the bathroom, he gets a little bit sleepy, okay, then this vote is happening and the government reopens. Now, a little bit of a background on this guy. This is Jeff Merkley out of Oregon. He is 68 years old, 68. He's been an Oregon State Senator since 2009. That is 16 years. He's been a senator for 16 years. Now, in 2017, when Trump was in the White House, he actually had another rather long filibuster. It was 15 hours and 30 minutes. He made it 15 hours and 30 minutes. He got tired. He stepped down. It was over. And the reason why Merkley here in 2017, what is this, 8 years ago, the reason why he did that filibuster 8 years ago was because he was trying to delay the Supreme Court confirmation of Neil Gorsuch. He was trying to, so this guy is a professional time waster. In 2017, he wasted 15 and a half hours to delay a Supreme Court confirmation. Today, he's 17. It's impressive. 17 hours and 19 minutes into a filibuster to prevent the reopening of the federal government. Seems like they've got the votes, and that's why he's up here trying to waste everybody's time. So that seems to be the case. Now, professional money, I mean, hey, if you're betting right now, how long is he going to be able to filibuster? You know, I guess if you want to be crazy, theoretically, he could filibuster another 10 hours, in which case we would all have a pretty boring day. He could be up here another 20 hours. Maybe he gets a hold of some Adderall or something. I don't know. Somebody slips him something and he could be up here all day. I noticed the last filibuster he held, this is 8 years ago. He's a little bit younger. He's in better shape 8 years ago. Now he's a little bit older. He made it 15 and a half hours. Well, this time he's a little bit older now, almost a decade older. Now he is 17 hours and 20 minutes into this filibuster. I wanted to go live and cover this today because the second he is done, and I would bet that he's done relatively soon, we might kind of tune in here and listen to his voice and see how tired he sounds. He could go another 5 minutes. He could go another 10 minutes. But anyway, this is kind of what's going on today. It seems as if the votes have been put together. It seems as if, and the government's going to reopen. That is what everybody's talking about right now, at least. Now, we have Senator John Barrasso, Republican, yesterday afternoon chiming in. Take a look what he had to say yesterday.
The Republicans here are united, and we're united in standing strong with President Trump. This government has been closed now for 21 days, and the Democrats have had a chance to reopen it 11 times, and each time they voted no. No to reopen the government, no to pay the troops, no to pay the Border Patrol, TSA agents, people who do flight control, all of those things critical for our nation. The Democrats continued to vote no. And why is that? It's because they're afraid, as what one Democrat Senate staffer said, they're afraid of facing the guillotine of the radical left. And who are the radical left? They are the people who would prefer to use taxpayer dollars to pay for health care for illegal immigrants than to pay for the men and women who keep us safe. The Democrats are holding this country hostage. It's time for it to end. It's time to reopen the government for all of the people of the United States.
Now, I'm gonna tell you something here. We're gonna go back to Merkley here, and I'm just gonna yap here for a second. You know, real quick, there is a big super chat here on YouTube. This is from Leon Smith. He says, "I hope the God in the shutdown." I'm not exactly sure, but hey, I'm not exactly sure what that means. Maybe a little bit of a typo, but you know what? Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. Thank you very much, Mr. Leon Smith, for being here this morning. Maybe we all need another cup of coffee. That's probably a cup of coffee moment. I appreciate that, Leon. Thank you very much. That's how I feel. That's how my brain feels sometimes. Let me tell you something here. The Democrats, the far left radical progressives, they have realized that because they have lost every single lever of power in this country, every single mechanism of power in this country, they have lost the Senate. The Democrats have lost the House of Representatives. The Democrats have lost the White House. We kicked them out of all three of those. Republicans have 27 out of the 50 state governorships. Republicans have over 50 of the states at a gubernatorial level. The Democrats are getting swatted down in the Supreme Court time and time again. The Democrats, they have lost every single lever and mechanism of power and control in this country. What are they doing? Now, what is their strategy? Their strategy is to waste everybody's time. We're having filibusters like this. This is a senior ranking Democrat political leader in this country. He is wasting everybody's time, almost 17 and a half hours now. Beyond that, remember Cory Booker, who a couple months ago, he actually set the filibuster record. He set the official time wasting record. Once again, Democrat Senator Cory Booker, we saw that one a couple months ago. How long was that? 25 hours and 5 minutes. Cory Booker, a couple months ago, Democrat senator, he filibustered. He stood up here and yapped and yapped and yapped, saying nothing for 25 hours and 5 minutes. Why? Why did he do that? He was protesting President Trump's DOGE cuts. Remember the Department of Government Efficiency? They were making these cuts left and right. Cory Booker said, "How dare you?" Oh, there's Chuck Schumer in the back. There he is. Evil is amongst us. There he is. Anyway, Cory Booker, a couple months ago, he filibustered for over 25 hours. He set the national record. So these Democrats, these days, they have become there he is. Sorry. He's like a demon. He crawls every morning. He wakes up. He crawls out of a sulfur pit. Anyway, so these Democrats, they have just become professional time wasters, and that's what they're doing. Now, Cory Booker is a little bit of a younger, maybe physically fit guy than Jeff Merkley. Jeff Merkley here, he's 68 years old. No offense to the older members of the audience. Listen, I guess I need to give 1% credit here. It takes a little bit of stamina and fortitude to stand up here and talk for 17 hours. That's no easy task. Also, you're not allowed to go to the bathroom. Maybe he's wearing a diaper. He's probably wearing a diaper. But no, he is not allowed to leave. He can't leave the chamber. He can't leave his position at the podium there. He has, if you want to have a filibuster like this, you need to stand here. You need to talk. You need to keep on talking uninterrupted. You cannot go to the bathroom. You can have a little sip of water. You can sip some water to wet your lips, wet your whistle. But he's not allowed to leave. And so he's been doing this for over 17 hours, 25 minutes. And the reason why is because he knows the second the filibuster is done, the senators are coming flooding back into the chamber, and they are having this vote. And word on the block is that this vote today is going to end the shutdown. He's not happy about it. Of course, he's one of the left-leaning senators that is not happy about the shutdown coming to an end, meaning he loves the shutdown. And so he's wasting everybody's time. Now, I've got some more clips here I want to show you folks. Justin, this is this morning about 2 hours ago. Speaker Johnson goes off on the Democrats for doing nothing in 9 months except a government shutdown, a lot of TikTok videos, and they've been assaulting police officers. Does that sound about right? That sounds about right. But before I play that, I want to take a look at these super chats here real fast. Roman Nation says, this proves that since the House, Democrats voted for this, that it had nothing to do with the people, but more about their own personal vices. I agree. Thank you very much. We know. Listen, they have completely lost control. They're just doing, they're like a wild animal flailing, just lashing out. They have no plan. They have no strategy. All they know how to do is destroy. The American people have overwhelmingly rejected the Democrat platform, the radically progressive political platform, time and time again. We have said, no, we do not want what you are offering, radical progressives. And so now, rather than change their platform and try to appeal to American voters, as opposed to appealing to a bunch of illegal immigrants, narco-terrorists, and domestic far-left terrorists, rather than rehabilitate the Democrat platform, they're just doubling down and trying to tear the entire country down with them. Now, real quick, Wrath of Pauly says, hey, now Chuck Schumer puts his lizard person skin suit on one leg at a time, just like the rest of us. You know, I'm not a big conspiracy guy, maybe, I don't know, but Chuck Schumer definitely, he is a lizard person. He is a lizard person. I think even the least conspiratorial-minded person can agree he is a lizard person. Hey, Space Wolf Painter, now that the Democrat-sponsored temper tantrum on Saturday is over, it's time to open the government. And you know what? We might be seeing that today. There was another vote on Monday. They voted on Monday, no. Maybe some new developments. Today's Wednesday. Seems like the vote is going to be yes. It's not a promise, but that's what it seems like right now. We're going to wait and see. We need this filibuster to come to an end. Now, Garen, thank you very much, Garen. He says they can tag out another senator, though, if they have support. To be clear, I don't think there is a rule preventing one filibuster from leading into another filibuster. And maybe I shouldn't say that, but I think you're right. Technically speaking, I think if they wanted, Merkley could wrap up any minute now, and then they could swap in another Democrat senator with a fresh night of sleep, and they could have another 20 hours of filibuster. I think technically speaking, I don't think we've seen that. I don't think that's been done, but technically speaking, I think they could. I'll tell you what, though, that would be that would be a bad look. Not, who am I kidding, though? Do the Democrats care about looking bad? I'm thinking, man, that would be a bad look. That would resonate terribly with the American people. But do the Democrats care about that? Do the Democrats care about appealing to the American people? Do the Democrats care about optics these days? No, I don't think so. Okay, let's hear from Mike Johnson. What did he say this morning? I need to turn up the audio here. Bear with me here, folks. Thank you. One-man production team. Okay.
And we passed a clean, nonpartisan CR to keep the government open for the people. Now look on the other side of that figurative split screen as demonstrated here. The lights are out. It's all dark. Why? Because what the Democrats have accomplished in 9.5 months is a government shutdown. A couple other things sort of related to that. They have made a lot of TikTok videos. We'll give them credit for that. They've also assaulted law enforcement officers. One of them's on trial for that. They've openly embraced and rallied with communists and socialists, most recently
That's right.
across the country on Saturday. They voted to raise taxes on millions of hardworking Americans at the worst possible time. They have voted against reducing fraud, waste, and abuse in government, and they have now voted, collectively, Democrats in Congress have voted 12 times to keep the government closed down. But it doesn't stop there. The Democrat shutdown is a glaring example of just how far the Democratic Party has strayed from common sense. Remember the simple truth here. It was over a month ago now that we passed, the Republicans passed the clean, short-term continuing resolution. It's nonpartisan. No gimmicks, no tricks, no riders, no partisan Republican policy priorities added to that. It's 24 pages in length, as we've discussed so many times, and it is very, very simple. Why? Because it was a very simple good faith effort on our part to preserve our ability to keep negotiating on the full year funding bills. And of course,
now, there's something worth mentioning here. You're not hearing anybody in the mainstream media and the left-wing media at least talk about this. They don't want you to know this. Let's talk about what's really going on here. This budgetary continuing resolution is a continuing resolution of Joe Biden's budget that was drafted up by the Democrats. It was passed in a bipartisan manner in March of 2024 when Biden was in the White House. Biden signed off on it, or at least his auto pen did. Chuck Schumer fought tooth and nail about a year and a half ago in March of 2024 to get this very budget passed. And since President Trump has stepped back in the White House, all Trump has had to work with so far from a budget point of view is a series of continuing resolutions of Joe Biden's budget. Why? That once again, that Chuck Schumer helped draft up. This is Biden's budget. The Democrats built this budget. They made it. And now they're saying, oh, we don't want it. Listen, the reason why President Trump does not have a budget of his own, the reason why he's got to use a series of continuing resolutions of Joe Biden's budget is because the Democrats have refused to work with Trump to make a new Trump budget. So Trump has been forced to just pass a series of continuing resolutions of Joe Biden's budget. The Democrats, Chuck Schumer, have voted, I believe, 3 times in the last 9 months. Yes, maybe 2 times. They voted yes on this very budget that now they're refusing to sign or to vote for. Today we're having, this is going to be the 12th vote. They voted 11 times no in the last 22 days. The hypocrisy is just absolutely astounding. This is their budget, and they've forced Trump to work with it because they're refusing to work with him to make a new one. And now, after creating it, voting for it multiple times, over and over again, before Trump was in the White House, after Trump was in the White House, now they're saying no. Now, let's talk about something that has changed the dynamic between 2 days ago and today, because 2 days ago, the Democrats voted no. Today, everybody's saying the Democrats might be voting yes. That is why I have gathered everybody here. That's why we are here today, because it seems like once this filibuster is done, oh, look, it's Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren. Part of this filibuster, other Democrat senators can come up and ask questions and give their input to try to keep the filibustering senator engaged, keep him awake. So here's Elizabeth Warren saying, hey, wake up, keep the filibuster going, filibuster. We are 17 and a half hours in. Now, what I was going to say real quick is that, well, actually, honestly, I forgot what I was going to say. I just got caught up looking at her cheekbones. I said, man, those are some good cheekbones. They're so high up, you can tell. They're so high up, you can tell she's got some native blood in there. I got distracted by her beautiful cheekbones. Pocahontas is what everybody calls here. Oh, no, I remember what I was going to say. This is what I was going to say. Sorry, I had to get over the cheekbones. I remember what I was going to say here. It comes out of, this is coming from The Hill. It seems as if part of these negotiations that took place last night is that right here. Okay. The Republican leaders are raising the issue now of changing the filibuster's rules or whether they need to formulate a plan B as Democrats dig their heels in over healthcare subsidies. What are we talking about? Last night, part of these negotiations between Chuck Schumer, some of the senior ranking Senate Democrats, John Thune, and President Trump, it seems like the Republicans are now threatening to go nuclear. That's what it seems like. We all know. It seems like the Republicans and Donald Trump now are threatening to go nuclear. What does that mean? Going nuclear means, and the Republicans could do this anytime they want. They have yet to do it. They could do it now if they wanted. If the Democrats really refuse to pass this budgetary continuing resolution, the Republicans, by having a majority in the Senate, they've got 53 in the Senate, they can permanently, if they want, permanently change the rules of the Senate such that no longer do you need 60 votes to pass a budget. They could drop it down to 50 plus one, 50 senators plus one vice president tiebreaker. That's JD Vance. So 50 plus one. The nuclear option means they could permanently change the rules to drop the threshold to pass a budget from 60 down to 50 plus one. Now, the reason why they have, I'm sure some of you are saying, well, why don't they just do this? That's convenient. If they just went nuclear and changed the vote threshold from 60 to 50, they could just do whatever they want. Well, why have they not? It's a permanent change, permanent going forward, which means that the concern the Republicans have is, well, if we go nuclear and permanently change the rules of the Senate, what if 5, 10, 15 years from now we lose the Senate and now it's the Democrats that are in charge of the Senate? Those guys are crazy. Now we're not going to be able to stop them from doing anything. Now they likewise, similarly, they maybe 5, 10 years from now, they are only going to need 50 votes as opposed to 60, which is the rule now. So it's a plan that maybe would be in the moment convenient. It might help us with our agenda now, with the America First agenda now. But what about 5, 10 years from now? It might backfire and blow up in our face. Okay. The nuclear option, of course, was first ever used by the Democrats, I believe, when I think it was actually in 2007 when the Senate Democrats, it was the first time it was ever used. It was used a couple more times in the Obama era. So the Democrats, they are the first ones to ever use the nuclear option. And by the way, there's different types of votes in the Senate. So I'm sure you're thinking, well, if they used the nuclear option a decade and a half ago, then why are we talking about using it today? I thought it's a permanent change. There's different types of votes. There's budgetary votes. There's appointment confirmation votes. And so actually, curiously, the Republicans actually did go nuclear about 2 months ago in a different way. And I'll explain what they did. The Senate Democrats, okay, so normally under normal circumstances, you need 60 votes to confirm a presidential appointment. President Trump has like 800 appointments. He's trying to push through. All of them have to go through the Senate. Well, guess what? The Democrat senators, led by Chuck Schumer, they have been voting no, 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 no on almost every single one of President Trump's appointments. And it got so bad, the Senate Democrats were just kneecapping and undermining every single appointment Trump was trying to make, that the Senate Republicans, they said, you know what? Okay, we're going nuclear. We're going to drop down. We're going to drop down the votes required to push through these presidential appointments because this is ridiculous. So they actually did go nuclear in one way. The Republicans did about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. But, so like I said, there's different types of nuclear changes you can make here. And this nuclear change that could be made, there seems like they're threatening to do that right now. This nuclear change, it as it relates to passing budgets, to budgetary resolutions, that would be a big deal. That would most certainly be a big deal. And kind of once you do it, in a lot of ways, there's no going back. So that's that. And so right now, folks, we're gonna, you know what? Why don't we give Elizabeth Warren? Let's give Elizabeth Warren about 15 seconds. Bear with me. We're not going to hear everything she's saying, but let's give her 15 seconds and see what she has to say about this whole dynamic.
All of this right. Americans are struggling to get by. Republicans won't come to the table to fix it and end the government shutdown. And instead of working to lower health care costs for Americans right now, Trump is bending over backwards to dig up $40 billion to bail out his political buddy in Argentina and to help out Wall Street hedge fund investors.
Amazing. You can see the Democrats, they're losing their minds over this Argentina bailout. Frankly, maybe I'm not even the biggest fan of the Argentina bailout. However, I will tell you something real quick. I can understand. I think somebody could make a compelling argument that there is some geostrategic importance to bailing out Argentina and fostering ties with a friendly country, etc. I'm not even saying I'm fully on board, but at least I acknowledge there is somewhat of an argument to be made, that there is some benefit to it. That being said, there is no benefit to giving $1.5 trillion to illegal aliens. This is what the Democrats want to do. You're talking $40 billion to bail out another country. That is a different dynamic than giving $1.5 trillion to illegal aliens that frankly should not even be here in the first place. Okay? not exactly a fair comparison here. One, maybe you've got some benefit. Maybe you could make an argument. $1.5 trillion to illegal aliens, which is what the Democrats want. That's what this shutdown is about. Listen, sweetheart. Listen, Pocahontas. Listen, Pocahontas with the cheekbones. We're not doing that. We are not doing that. Now, Jeff Merkley up here, Democrat senator from Oregon State. He has been filibustering for 17 hours and 40 minutes. And so the way this goes, hold up.
Work of, sorry, we had the, what is that word? The hour, sorry, the hour of 12 noon having arrived. The Senate has, having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
We are going to have a Senate prayer. Now I'm looking, hold up. I don't see.
Let us pray.
I think Jeff Merkley might be done.
Eternal God, who alone spreads out the heavens and rules the raging of the sea, we cry out to you, refusing to believe that the problem of this government shutdown is too difficult for you to solve. Lord, you have been our help in ages past. You are our hope for years to come. Today, give our senators a faith that will not shrink, though pressed by many a foe, that will not tremble on the brink of any earthly woe. We promise to give you all the glory for the great things you have done and will do. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Now, I'm going to tune in here. I'm wondering, is Jeff Merkley done?
Senator from Massachusetts.
Very much. You know, I want to go back to this point.
Oh, my
as
Lord.
I tee up the question for Senator Merkley here.
No. Okay. He is still going. I guess at noon on the Eastern Seaboard, you have a daily prayer in the Senate. A little bit of a reprieve there from the man of the Lord. And now we are back to the very shrill Elizabeth Warren. And she said she is teeing up a question for Merkley. So what she's doing up here, she's kind of helping Merkley. It's not a full-on tag team. She's not filibustering, but she's allowed to come up here and ask a question and kind of tee something up to kind of help him out a little bit. But this is still Jeff Merkley's filibuster. There he is. Like I said, he's not allowed to sit. He's not allowed to leave. He's not allowed to go to the bathroom. He's not allowed to take a nap. He's got to be up there. And this guy has been going for 17 hours and 43 minutes. He started at 6:17 or something p.m. last night Eastern time. He's been going for over 17 hours.
If you'd like to continue the question, I yield you to, I invite you to give me a question.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, how about this? Let's make a deal. Put my pinky up here, okay? We are going to be here all day. We are going to be here until this vote happens. Now, if I was a betting man, if I'm at a Las Vegas betting table, I would bet Merkley wraps up at some point soonish. He's a 68-year-old guy. He's been up here already for almost 18 hours. I mean, this guy's got to gas out at some point. This guy's got to run out of steam at some point. He's been here all night. He's been yapping all night. So I would suppose that he is done soon-ish. However, as long as that takes, we're going to be here. And then, by the way, the second he's done, we're voting on the bill. This government shutdown bill, the continuing resolution, the name of that, by the way, is House Resolution 5371. HR 5371 is what they will be voting on. And Word on the block is that there are now enough votes between the Republicans and the Democrats to vote this thing through to end the government shutdown. That is the word on the block. And it makes sense because that is why Jeff Merkley is up here filibustering. He is trying to delay the inevitable. Curiously, this is the first filibuster we've seen. This is day number 22 of the government shutdown. This is the first filibuster we've seen during this shutdown. Why now? Why today? Well, last night, Trump and John Thune, some of the Senate Republicans, had a meeting with Chuck Schumer and some of the Senate Democrats. And it seems like maybe some type of backroom deal, some type of backroom compromise was made last night. Now, what's curious, the timeline here is very curious. Immediately after last night's meeting between the Senate Democrats and the Senate Republicans, Donald Trump was involved. Immediately after that meeting, Jeff Merkley here said, screw this, I'm going to the Senate, I'm filibustering. He said, filibuster mode engage, because there's a vote happening today. So presumably, I'm piecing this together, bear with me. Seems like some type of deal was made last night. A vote was scheduled for today. Jeff Merkley is not happy about it. Jeff Merkley is filibustering. That seems to be the case. That seems to be the dynamic. Now, I want to play for you something. It's another little piece of the puzzle here. This is House Speaker Mike Johnson this morning. What does he have to say?
So Republicans cannot and will not solve it in a backroom deal. Chuck Schumer has been suggesting that 4 leaders should go into a smoke-filled back room like they used to do in the old days and create this solution. It's not a possible thing to do. It was never appropriate. It's not possible to put on a continuing resolution because it's such a complex issue. Issues of this magnitude deserve deep thought and deliberation. That's how this system works here. And as soon as Chuck Schumer reopens the government, all of our members will have an opportunity to engage in the very important discussion of how to make Obamacare affordable. But we won't engage in Democrats' hostage taking, nor will we pay a ransom.
So when we say, let's be clear, let's define our terms. When I say backroom deal or conversations, negotiations last night, this is different than the type of backroom deal he's talking about. The Republicans and Donald Trump, they have made it very clear. The only type of negotiations or backroom deal that they will accept is a complete and total capitulation. That's what it seems as if Chuck Schumer last night has capitulated. And what he says here is, after that capitulation, after the government is back open, then we can talk. Then we can talk about Obamacare. Then we can talk about healthcare for Americans, but not illegal aliens. So this is the Trump stance. Trump has been firm here. Listen, Chuck Schumer, open up the government, now capitulate. That is the only deal that is acceptable. That's the deal that's on the table. After the government is open, then we talk about Obamacare, but never for illegal aliens. And so, seems to be like this is where we are at right now. Seems like that is the point that we are at the moment. Now, what do we have here? This was posted by the Senate Republicans page this morning. Before we take a look at that, take a look at some super chats. Apparently, Mike Johnson got sued for delaying a swearing-in ceremony over the shutdown. I don't know anything about that. I don't know. But hey, I appreciate that super chat. I haven't heard about that. Thank you very much. Summerman, he says, Romans 8:28, and we know that those who love God, all things work together for good for those who are called according to his purpose. Thank you very much, Summerman. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Following our little afternoon prayer session there. The Senate Republican, this is the official government page here on X, on Twitter. Democrats are blocking paychecks for our troops, ICE agents, Border Patrol, and air traffic controllers. Republican Senator Ron Johnson made an appearance here on Fox News this morning. Take a look at what he had to say.
Is anybody else at least moving toward paying people for work?
I do know they don't want to vote on this, which gives me some hope that maybe tomorrow they'll come to their senses and just vote for the clean CR and open up government. But if they don't do that, they sure ought to vote to just pay people that are being forced to work because we deem them essential. Again, this is common sense. It's common courtesy. So, I mean, I can't imagine any excuse any Democrat would have for not voting for a simple bill. It's called the Shutdown Fairness Act. And all it says is if you are deemed an accepted worker, which means you're essential. You're protecting America. You're writing Social Security checks. We say you're essential. You have to work. We'll give you a paycheck. We're going to pay them anyway. We already have a law that provides everybody back pay. So let's do it up front. Let's not make wives go to food banks. Let's not make people drive DoorDash so they can pay for their daughter's tuition. We're hearing reports of that kind of stuff. That's unconscionable. It's all up to Democrats to make sure that doesn't happen. The best way, just open up the government, vote for the House CR. If you're not willing to do that, the Eliminate Shutdowns Act would be a great act as well. But in the meantime, we vote on Shutdown Fairness Act, and let's just pay people for working.
So here's the deal. We saw yesterday afternoon, amongst many other very essential, important workers, right this very moment, there are 13,000 air traffic controllers that are not getting paid. They will get back paid whenever someday the government reopens, but right now they're missing paychecks. Air traffic controllers. We've spent a lot of time talking about federal employees that are useless, that do nothing, that, let's lay them off. Trump, lay them off, get rid of them, Russ vote, hack and slash, get them out of here. However, not every federal employee is a waste of taxpayer money. That's my opinion, at least. I think air traffic controllers are pretty important. I think they do provide an essential service. And right now we've got 13,000 air traffic controllers, pretty important jobs, highly skilled, a lot of nuance to this profession that are not getting paid. Right now they're working, expecting back pay. They will get back pay, but right now, yeah, maybe they're living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know. Depends on the situation. They're not getting paychecks. And so what the Republicans have put together right now is a bill that says if you are an essential service, if you're a really, really important federal employee, shutdown or no shutdown, you will continue getting your paycheck. And so that bill, I believe, also today is hitting the Senate floor. Okay? And so we are going to see that. But of course, he says, hopefully we don't even need to vote for that bill because maybe the government is just going to reopen anyway. Maybe we don't even need that bill right now because maybe the government is just going to reopen today. And we just have... Can I tell you something? You guys call me a regressive, I don't know, whatever you want to call me. It doesn't sit right with me when we have American politicians with another country's flag on their, you've got your little button here. I don't like it. If you're going to do anything, it should be an American flag only. And I don't even care what other country it is. Could be Ukraine, could be Japan, could be Germany, could be Israel. I don't give a rat's patootie. I don't care. I know you're trying to show solidarity for another country. You're an American politician in America, in the American Capitol in Washington, D.C., representing Americans. That is your job. Do not wear another country's flag on your chest. It doesn't sit well with me. It bothers me. Get it off your chest. Get it out of here. No disrespect to Ukraine or Israel or whatever other country it might be. I don't care. Listen, it's just like as a little bit of respect, take it off. Leave it at home. I don't know. Wear it when you're not speaking in the U.S. Capitol building. That's how I feel. Okay. Let's see what we're saying here real quick. We'll see how this is.
Last week, he announced that the administration is sending $20 billion in bailout money to Argentina, perhaps another $20 billion.
They're really going in on Argentina. Listen, okay, maybe I could find some common ground. Listen, America first, we should not be giving money to other countries. However, I am sure as hell not going to listen to what these people have to say about giving money to Argentina when literally right this moment, this very second, they have shut down the government in an attempt to extort $1.5 trillion out of American taxpayers to give to illegal aliens. I'm not going to hear about wasting American taxpayer money from the Democrats who right this very moment have shut down the entire damn government to try to give over $1 trillion to illegal aliens. I'm sorry, you are not the person I'm going to have this conversation with. Maybe I'll have the conversation with President Trump or something. I don't know. But most certainly not these people. Get out of town. Who are you to even have this conversation? What in the living hell? This is another post from the Senate Republican page. Bernie Sanders. Oh no, hold on. There's no way he actually says this. Take a look.
They have had months to negotiate. And you reopen the government and we lose our leverage and they say, well, we want this, we want that. No, there has to be an agreement right now. That's what this whole shutdown is about.
Bernie Sanders says that so a moment we were talking about this other bill that's on the Senate floor today, to continue paying air traffic controllers and veterans and, Americans that need support from the government, whatever. Bernie Sanders says, we're not going to vote for that bill because if we do, then we lose our leverage over the Republicans. Senator Bernie Sanders says Democrats will lose their leverage if they pay our troops and help poor mothers afford food and pay our air traffic controllers. So once again, Bernie Sanders, he's a socialist. He's a champion of the working class. That's what he says he is, at least. As far as he's concerned, workers and single mothers trying to raise their kids, veterans, air traffic controllers, etc., they are just pawns. They are leverage. Single mothers and veterans and air traffic controllers missing their paychecks, they are just pawns to be used, leverage to be taken advantage of in order to stick it to the Republicans. This is your socialist Democrat senator here. Americans missing paychecks are just pawns. Really astounding. Oh my good Lord, folks. We are almost 18 hours. We are almost 18 hours into this Democrat Jeff Merkley filibuster here. He's been standing up here for 18 hours. So, and now he's getting a little bit of help from some of these other Democrat senators stepping up and throwing him some slow balls, giving him some ammunition here. I'll take a look at these. We have a super chat here on YouTube. This is from Spooky Pizza. He says, keep doing what you do, Matt. You know what? I have a very strange question. Your name is Spooky Pizza. There is a restaurant, somewhere in Oregon. I forget where it is. It's called Spooky's Pizza. Do you work at Spooky's Pizza in Oregon? There's a restaurant called Spooky's Pizza or something like that. Probably not. Small world anyway, though. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good pizza. We love a good pizza here. Thank you very much. Now, let's talk about how this Democrat manufactured, Democrat orchestrated shutdown is, in the Dalles. That's where it is, in the Dalles. Thank you very much. That's where it is. I've driven by that a million times. Thank you very much. In the Dalles, Oregon. Now, this is CNN yesterday afternoon talking about how this shutdown is impacting President Trump's poll numbers. And normally we wouldn't spend a bunch of time watching clips from CNN, but I think you guys are probably going to like this one. So let's really break this down because the filibuster is ongoing, folks. Here we go.
That's exactly right. Turns out shutdowns are different the second time around when it comes to Donald Trump. Take a look here. We speak about Donald Trump shutdowns, net approval rating. We're talking 20 days into it. In 2018/2019, Donald Trump's net approval rating was already falling. The shutdown was eating into his popular support. It was down 3 points already at this particular point and would fall considerably more. It was very much on the decline.
Now, real quick, something worth noting, folks. The two longest government shutdowns ever in United States history have both happened during President Trump's presidencies. That's a little bit weird. That's a little bit of coincidence. Keep in mind, this first shutdown here was 35 days long, and that one did reflect poorly on Trump. For better or for worse, I think worse, incorrectly. That was yet another Democrat shutdown. However, it seems as if the American people blamed Trump for it. Not this time. Not this time.
You come over to this side of the screen, this shutdown hasn't eaten into Donald Trump's support at all. His net approval rating is actually up a point in terms of his popular support. So the bottom line is this. The first shutdown during Trump's first term, 2018-2019, was hurting Donald Trump. This one is not hurting him at all. There's no real reason Donald Trump might say, at least when it comes to popular support, I want to get out of this shutdown.
What about the question of blame?
Yeah, okay. What about the question of blame? Okay, you see Donald Trump's net approval rating was down 2018 to 2019. You talk about 2025 as net approval rating is up. It comes down to the blame game, a game I loved to play when I was younger. Blame Trump for the shutdown, a great deal. In 2018/2019, 61%, more than 3 in 5 Americans blame Trump a great deal for that particular shutdown. You come over to this side of the screen, look at this. It's a different world. It's a different world. 48% of Americans blame Trump a great deal for this particular shutdown. So
folks, keep in mind, this is CNN. CNN over here, they are going to have the most anti-Trump polling data they can possibly find. Even so, even CNN's incredibly biased anti-Trump data is still showing that President Trump is coming out on top in this ongoing shutdown dynamic. So it makes you wonder what the real numbers look like. CNN is saying, 52% of Americans blame the Democrats, 48% of Americans blame Trump for the shutdown. Okay, so that's favorable for Trump, slightly so, 4-point margin, but makes you wonder what are the real numbers, not the CNN numbers, the real numbers here.
More than 3 and 5 back in 2018/2019. It's less than half, a drop of 13 points. Again, it's no real wonder that Donald Trump at this point, looking at the shutdown, says, you know what, it's not actually harming me politically, in large part because he's getting less of the blame.
And he's doing things differently during this shutdown.
Yes, exactly right. We talk about Donald Trump and you say, okay, he wants to be a consequential, influential president. Well, if the legislative process is basically freezed up, on Capitol Hill, you may say, well, then he can't actually get legislation through. But that's not how Trump is governing in this term. We've spoken about this over and over and over again. He's using his pen. He's using executive orders. Trump executive orders at this point of presidency. Good. In 2017, it was just 50. Look at this. Already 210 executive orders signed by Donald Trump during this presidency. That is the most in a year. You have to go all the way back since Franklin Delano Roosevelt to find a president who signed more executive orders in a year than Donald Trump has already signed this time around. And remember, John Berman, we still have 2 months to go in this year, so it wouldn't be surprising to me if he signs even more.
Yeah. I want to see 2 times as many executive orders. I want to see 2 times as many deportations. By the way, I don't know if you guys saw this. I'm going to try to pull up a video about this, trying to get a grip on the situation here. He's still up there yapping. This is outside the Portland City ICE facility, it looks like to me. You know that this year, the Trump administration is set to set the record for the highest number of deportations ever carried out in one single year in all of United States history. The record is going to be set. You've got people coming in the chamber here. You know what might be the case? They might know that Merkley here, his filibuster is going to be wrapping up soon, and people are maybe sort of trickling back into the Senate chamber. That might be the case. Now, I want to try to find something for you folks here. Deportation record. Can I find a report? Yeah, here it is. I want to pull this up, and this counts compelled forced deportations and also self-deportations. A huge part of President Trump's deportation plan has been self-deportations. What's going on there? President Trump is about to obliterate the national record for most criminal aliens deported. Fox News report. Take a look.
And deportation numbers hitting record highs since President Trump's return to office. His administration booting more than 515,000 illegal migrants so far. 1.6 million illegals have left the country on their own, with immigration agents arresting 485,000.
Put this up on the... Wow. So just put this into perspective. 515,000 forced deportations. These are ICE officers deporting people, kicking them out of the country. 1.6 million self-deportations. As you all know, President Trump has the CBP app, the Customs and Border Patrol app. It's a smartphone app. You can download it right now if you want. It's on the App Store. What that app does, if you're an illegal alien, you register on the app, you sign up, you say, hey, yeah, I'm an illegal alien, I'm going to self-deport. Now, the Trump administration has actually been giving these people, illegal aliens that are agreeing to self-deport, a $1,000 travel stipend to help them get home and also a free plane ticket. I'm not even kidding. I think like the media doesn't really talk about this a whole lot, but for about 8 months now, the kickstarted this initiative in February, I believe, maybe 9 months now. The Trump administration has been paying illegal aliens $1,000 and a free plane ticket to go back home, get out of the country. And there's a condition on the back end. There's a little bit of a promise. They said, listen, if we ever, in the future, if we ever get a grip on immigration and we actually start allowing immigrants legally back into the country because you agreed to leave under your own volition, because you agreed to leave peacefully and civilly, then maybe we will let you back into the country if we ever decide to let people back in. Now, is that going to happen ever? Probably not, but that's kind of that's the way this is worded. And so a lot of them are saying, okay, the jig is up. Mass deportations are underway. It's better I'm going to have to go home at some point. Either I leave on my own or I get deported by ICE. So I'm just going to take the $1,000 check. I'm going to take the free plane ticket, and maybe, I don't know, someday they're going to let me back in because now I'm in the database. And that's what's going on here. But not only that, there are 485,000 illegal migrants arrested, currently being detained, that have yet to be deported. So they're still in America, but they've been apprehended. They're sitting in a prison cell or a detention facility, soon to be deported. So what does this mean? You can say roughly 2.5 in 1 year. There's been over 2 million deportations and another 500,000 illegal aliens that have been snatched off the streets, sitting in detention facilities, soon to be deported. In 1 year, over 2.5 million illegal aliens have been taken off the streets of America. Impressive. This is the single largest mass deportation effort that we have ever seen in this country.
DHS saying that Trump is set to shatter the U.S. deportation record by the end of 2025.
Meanwhile,
yep, that's right. That is something else. Now, there's something else that I wanted to pull up for you folks here. Carolyn Levitt, I see, quickly chimes in on what's going on with this government shutdown. Carolyn Levitt says, Democrat Party leader admits they are using Americans who are out of work and not getting paid as political leverage. Well, yeah, we saw Bernie Sanders talk about that just a moment ago. What's going on here?
I mean, shutdowns are terrible. And of course, there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously. But it is one of the few leverage times we have.
And there you have it. So American families suffering, as far as the Democrats are concerned, really they're just political leverage, is what that is. There's that same clip, and now this one's going viral. Now that's going viral. So look at this. People don't want to watch you losers shout into the void, quit the games, and reopen the government so our air traffic controllers can get paid. You are embarrassing yourselves. This is the official White House Rapid Response government page on X, one of my favorite pages. There are 98 people watching the Democrats' official broadcast on YouTube of Jeff Merkley speaking. There are 98 people watching this right now over on our broadcast over here, shining a light on all of this insane behavior. We've got about 15,000. And the Democrats wonder why they are losing the optics war, why they are losing the battle in this country. Nobody wants what they have to sell. We've got 15,000 people here making fun of them. They've got 98 people tuning in, supporting them. A little bit of a difference in magnitude here. Chuck Schumer, he chimes in, he says, "This is incredible. Senator Jeff Merkley has been holding the Senate floor for at least 17 hours and counting in the fight to protect American families from Trump's reckless and corrupt administration." Yeah. How many people are tuning in? 98. 98 people are tuning in. Chuck Schumer, open up the government. Open up the government. Good Lord. Good Lord. I'm looking for updates here. Have you guys seen the Democrats right now are absolutely losing their mind that Trump is renovating the West Wing of the White House? He's adding a ballroom, as if President Trump is the first president to ever modify or enlarge or renovate a portion of the White House. I think that President Nixon had a bowling alley added to the White House. At one point, there was a swimming pool. This thing has been renovated time and time again. The official White House Rapid Response page says, construction at the White House, east to east wing. How could a president ever do such a thing? Yeah. And then, of course, there was the time that yeah, it's right over here. Yeah, they have demolished a small little segment down over here. It's the East Wing, and they're adding a grand ballroom off the side. God forbid. And like when you technically, it's not the White House. It's an extension. It's down the road. You've got this walkway down to it. It's the East Wing. It's not actually the main building. This is the, if President Trump blew up the White House itself, you know, maybe we could have a conversation about that, right? But it is this. It's this. We are renovating this. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, what is our timer on this filibuster? We are over 18 hours. Obama added a basketball court. Can we fact check that? I think he did not do that. That's the first time I'm hearing that. Barack Obama added a basketball court to the White House? I've never heard that before. That's news to me. I didn't hear about that one. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, we are 18 hours into the filibuster. We are sitting here wondering how much resolve, how much tenacity does Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley have? He actually did. Are you kidding me? I thought honestly, I thought somebody was making a racist joke. I thought somebody was being a little bit racist. He actually did that. Okay, now I have to fact check this. Hold that thought. Did Obama add a basketball court to the White House? There's no way that he did that. Yes, President Barack Obama had a basketball court installed at the what? There's no way. There's no way. What? In 2009, the existing White House tennis court was modified to serve as a basketball court. The court, located on the White House grounds, was resurfaced and had basketball hoops. I can't believe this. Okay. It was Obama's favorite sport. This allowed him to play pickup games during his This court allowed him to play pickup games during his presidency. And I'm supposed to be mad about President Trump playing golf. Also, I just have to say something. In fact, you know what? I have this same standard for Democrats and Republicans. I really don't care if presidents play golf. I think maybe a lot of men know this. Maybe some women know this. Golf, the sport of golf, playing golf with other guys out there on the green, you're not just playing golf. In a lot of times, it can almost be kind of like a low-key, low-stress business meeting. You're talking business, you're making deals, you're making negotiations. The fact that in fact, I would be more concerned if a president never played golf at all than if a president did spend some time playing golf. I think there can be some productivity on the golf course. You can make deals, you're negotiating. You take out the ambassador or the prime minister of whatever other country. You go out there, you make some deals, you're having to... I think there's some value, some network. I think there's value to it. By the way, I'm not a golfer, but at least I know this. I know this to be true, even though I'm not a golfer myself. I was thinking maybe I should get into golf. The problem is I don't have any friends. I'm just kind of doing my own thing. I don't have anybody to go golfing with. Maybe someday I'll make a friend. I guess I could go golfing with my wife. I'm going to go golfing with my wife. I'll make a deal with my wife on the golf course. But anyway, no, I don't really care if the president is golfing. I guess as long as they're not doing it too much. You know, I guess there is such a thing as too much. The Trump administration is on pace to shatter the deportation record by the end of the first year. We were just talking about that. That's something else. Now, I'm looking for more updates here, folks, because right now, honestly, the filibuster goes on. The filibuster continues. It is continuing on to this very minute. Goodness gracious. Now, we have some other news. I have a feeling, listen, the longer this filibuster goes on, we are going to have to cover a wider berth of news here because he's just up here yapping about nothing. So, folks, I want to show you something else right now. This is coming out of CNN. We have Peter Doocy. We have Scott Jennings on CNN laying waste to the beautiful and intelligent high IQ hosts at CNN Newsnight with Abby Phillips, talking about ICE agents and deportations. I want to play this for you folks. I have a feeling he's just going to absolutely destroy them.
There's not. We've all seen it. And there should be.
You definitively state that they're not being properly trained. Do you know that?
Because they're shooting dogs. They're shooting dogs and people that have been locked in people's bathrooms. They're abandoning small children alone in cars while they. No, it's not false. Look it up. Don't just say false.
Abandoning small children. They turned the children over to HHS.
There were actually.
Whenever someone on the far left makes a claim like this, they're abandoning children. They're shooting people's dogs. Ask them to provide a source. When? Can I see that? Where did that happen? Can I have an article or a video clip or something here? These are just made up horror stories. Oh my God, ICE broke in my house and deported my grandma. They put her into a trebuchet. ICE, they spent 17 hours building a medieval style trebuchet as if they were going to lay siege to a castle. And then they loaded my immigrant grandma into the trebuchet and they blasted her into the side of a castle. She splattered all over the castle. ICE is so evil. I watched them do it. This did not happen. None of this happened. None of this has happened.
Small children abandoned in a highway in a car in Cicero, Illinois.
You make these sweeping statements that they're not training.
Would you like me
they're
to
not
get
training ICE.
with,
of course
with
they go through
examples
training.
of what is happening?
Of course they're training them.
Well, they're training them, then they're not learning the stuff. They're definitely violating human rights, Scott.
Well, I disagree with you.
Okay, well.
Well, look, Scott, she had a specific example. It sounds like you were unfamiliar with it.
I'm not aware of her example. Here's what I know.
Okay, so
under
you don't
Joe Biden, they didn't enforce federal immigration law. Now we do. We're having hundreds of thousands of interactions.
My point is that
things will happen, but she said they are not training them. She said they're not training.
Do you think that trained
She was saying a specific example, and you said it was false.
She said, quote, they're not training them.
You just acknowledged that you don't know what she was referring to.
I don't know what she's
scooping
talking
up
about.
U.S. citizens without giving them...
I disagree with the generalization that they're scooping up U.S.
There's
citizens.
170 that have been
Well, there's
scooped
over
up.
500,000 illegal aliens that have been deported.
There's little children that have been scooped up that are U.S.
self-deported.
citizens.
All right, look.
I know, you don't want the law.
I just have to say, listen, if a U.S. citizen is temporarily detained for an hour or two while ICE figures out their immigration status, we're detaining you. You're in a house with a bunch of illegal aliens, or we have reason to believe that you yourself are an illegal alien. We're going to detain you for 90 minutes. Okay, you in fact are a U.S. citizen. All right, you're free to go. That doesn't bother me. What? Because ICE is temporarily sometimes detaining a U.S. citizen and then determining they are a U.S. citizen and releasing them. We should, stop? We should stop deporting people? What's the argument here? Listen. If a murder takes place, somebody's murdered, sometimes you bring in a suspect, you detain them for an hour or two, they have a good alibi, you let them go. Because an innocent person is sometimes detained and interrogated for an hour after a murder happens, should we stop criminally pursuing murders? Like, would you project this standard onto any other type of crime anywhere else? This is ridiculous. This is absurd.
Enforced. I get it. You don't have to yell at me. You don't want the law enforced. I understand.
Listen, look, it is true.
Guess what?
That
On
United
this
States
table, black and
citizens
white people can
have been detained by ICE without
detained and released.
Yeah,
released.
But
Released.
whether you're detained
After
and released
hours or
days,
held?
your rights may still be violated, and that's still an issue that people have a right to be concerned about.
Can I just throw a curveball? The reason why they're often detained, though, is also because of the color of their skin.
Absolutely.
Oh boy.
I mean, that's, again, a sweeping blanket general. Do you know of a specific instance where someone...
we got data for
honestly.
I actually...
Who the hell is this guy? Where is CNN finding these people? Where did they find this guy?
The answer is
they got data for that.
The answer is
you're saying they're not correct. You're saying they're racist. These are blanket statements.
That was a blanket statement.
The answer is yes, we do know of specific instances in which people, American citizens, have been arrested because they happen to be in a particular place and
not arrested, temporarily detained while their immigration status is determined. It's a quick process. If they are not here illegally, they are released. This is what happens with every other type of crime. Like I said, if a murder takes place in downtown Chicago, if there was a guy in that neighborhood at the time when the murder takes place, he didn't do it, but he was there kind of at the scene of the crime, a little bit suspicious. He's innocent, but he was wrong place, wrong time. That guy, an American citizen, will be detained, temporarily interrogated. Hey, sir, what's your alibi? What's going on here? Once they determine that he was not the guy that carried out the murder, they let him go. That's how all crime works. That's how all of it works, always. Whether you're hunting illegal aliens to deport them or whether or not you're trying to figure out who murdered Billy Joe Bob on the side of the road. This is how all of it works always.
And look a certain way, that has actually happened. They're documented. So this is not guesswork that we're doing here. Yeah, but they're still detained. They're still arrested without their rights being given to them. That is still happening.
And too many.
Just astounding. Really, with CNN, it's just any opportunity they can possibly take to race bait. There's always got to be some way to blame white people and make minorities seem like victims here. I'm just a little bit fatigued. It's a little bit much. It's a little bit much. And you know what? I think it's not just me. I think it's everybody in the country because, as you all know, CNN's ratings are absolutely catastrophically low. And alternative media sources like this one or various others all over the internet are becoming increasingly successful. I mean, hell, Fox News. Fox News is mainstream media. You guys know that Fox News is a mainstream media outlet, and they're doing incredibly well. Fox News is absolutely killing it. Their ratings are through the roof. And it's because, you know, at least Fox News is not spreading all of this absolutely insane far-left anti-American rhetoric. You know, I'm not saying Fox News is perfect, but hey, at least Fox News is not CNN, for instance. Absolutely insane. Now, folks, we are into hour 18. We are 18 hours and 21 minutes into Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley's filibuster. I'll tell you, the second this filibuster is done, the Senate is voting on whether or not to reopen the government. Word on the block right now is, rumor has it, and this is not a confirmation, I'm not making a promise to you. Word on the block is that the second this filibuster is done, we know for a fact the senators are voting on this continuing resolution to reopen. Word on the block is they have the votes to reopen the government. Word on the block is the government is going to be reopened today. The second Senator Jeff Merkley is done filibustering, he has been up here talking just like this, just yapping for over 18 hours. Take a listen. We'll just listen for 10 seconds here.
Many states have said no, they're going to court, they're resisting. Well, thank goodness they are, because a national registration voter database can be used just like a state could purge names from it, which several states have done, saying, oh, these names look the same. Maybe this, like, you got two Jack Ryans, or more commonly, it's done to Hispanic names. Or said, well, hey, there's the same name in Georgia as there is in Mississippi, so we'll purge this name. I mean,
and so he's just up here yapping. He's been doing it for 18 hours. Jeff Merkley seems to be one of the far-left radical holdouts within the Senate Democrats. He does not want the government to reopen, which is why he's filibustering right now. Seems as if Chuck Schumer, some type of agreement was made last night between Schumer, Trump, and Thune to reopen this. That's the rumor, once again. Allegedly. Now, I've got some totally unrelated news to any of this. I think you guys are going to like this news, though. I want to pull this up. Take a look at this update. The New York City migrant scammer who got aggressive with Nick Shirley, you guys know Nick Shirley, has now been arrested as part of an immigration enforcement raid today. Whoa. We are going to play this video.
How much?
Yo, what's up? We don't do no fucking camera. Fuck the fucking...
I need to turn up the audio here. It's a little bit quiet. Hold up. Stand by. This is some good news. Restart the video here.
How much?
Yo, what's up? We don't do no fucking camera. Fuck the fucking camera.
Hey.
Keep fucking pushing.
Hey.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Hey. Back off.
I said, fuck you with your camera. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. Who the fuck you work for? Bitch ass nigga. Who the fuck you work for? Bitch, who you work for? Fuck you, nigga.
You're in public.
Get the fuck out of here. Yo, listen, you gonna get the fuck out of here.
Back up.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You gonna get fucked up. I'm telling you, bro.
Wait, back up.
Fucked up over here.
Back up.
So I think we've kind of seen enough here. He's just having a total meltdown. He's aggressive. He's belligerent. This is Nick Shirley, on the ground independent journalist. We've seen a little bit of him. Well, this individual got arrested. It turns out he was an illegal immigrant, and ICE has snatched him up. There he is, his big, beautiful face. He is now getting deported. What are the odds? What are the odds if you just take one random violent person off the streets that they're incidentally an illegal alien? That reminds me of the time that Kyle Rittenhouse, in self-defense, shot, I believe, 3 Antifa members, and 2 of them ended up being pedophiles. What are the odds? That's a little bit weird. If in self-defense, Kyle Rittenhouse shoots 3 members of Antifa and 2 of them end up being child sexual predators, that's a weird coincidence. If you snatch up a violent individual on the side of the road in New York City, he ends up being an illegal alien. That's a little bit of a weird coincidence. What's going on here? It's almost like some of these people just tend to be problematic individuals. What are the odds? Folks, we are 18 hours and 25 minutes into the filibuster. I want to say thank you, everybody, for being here. Everybody say bye-bye to that guy. In fact, you know what? It gets even better. I've got another update with this Nick Shirley deportation dynamic. It was not only that one that we saw in the top left, it was 9 of them. As it would turn out, every single one of those upstanding individuals around Nick Shirley harassing him on the sidewalk. 9 African illegal aliens off the streets of New York, namely Canal Street in the recent raid. Mamadou Ndoye on the top left is the one that attacked Nick Shirley on the top left up there. He's from Mali, has a criminal record for violent assault, recklessly endangering, counterfeiting currency, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, criminal sale of narcotics, possessing a controlled substance, possession of marijuana for sale, he's a drug dealer, making false reports to law enforcement, and resisting arrest. They're not sending their best. Do you remember when President Trump, he said, they're not sending their best? Mali, the great country of Mali, the great, highly successful country of Mali, they are not sending their best. And now 9 of them have got to go. Some of them are from Senegal, Guinea, and Mauritania. Scholars, astronauts, philosophers, geniuses. Really. Just really astounding. And what are the odds? What are the odds that 9 out of 9 of them? What are the odds that all of them that are down there sitting around on the sidewalk are violent, criminally inclined illegal aliens? That's so weird. What are the odds? Now, I'm taking a look around now, folks. If we are doing all-day coverage, I made a promise, I made a pinky swear. I said, listen, we are not wrapping up today's broadcast until the Senate has voted on whether or not to reopen the government. Word on the block is they are. Word on the block is that today we are going to vote to reopen the government. Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon State, he is 18 hours and 27 minutes into a filibuster. He started late last night. And the second this filibuster is done, this vote is taking place. They're doing the vote. Now, I want to take a look. I'm pulling up more little tidbits of news here. This has to do with the budget that we're talking about today. Take a look at this.
Here's a headline from CNN today. We absolutely need him. Some in the GOP say it is time for Trump to get involved in shutdown talks, even though the GOP leaders are rebuffing that idea. Lydia, is it time?
Before we play this is what I would do right now. If I was president of the country, I would instruct these Senate Republicans. We are going nuclear. We are dropping the threshold to pass every type of bill from 60 down to 50 plus 1, vice president tiebreaker. And we are going to pass one-page bill after one-page bill after one-page bill. We're going to pass 7 one-page bills a week every single day until the shutdown concludes. That is going to be our threat. If the shutdown does not end now, immediately, we are going nuclear now across the board in the Senate, and we are passing bill after bill after bill in accordance with the America First agenda. We are going to fix this country, and there's nothing you can do about it. We are bill after bill after bill after bill after bill. We're doing it immediately. Open the government, or else that's happening now. And you can bet your ass on that. That's the type of threat that I would make. And if they don't capitulate immediately, then we're going nuclear, and we're passing bill after bill after bill.
For Trump, I mean, he could be the person that just says, okay, let's get this done.
Well, how many Democrats have voted for the CR? It was good enough for them to vote on in March, and now something has changed, and they're not willing to vote on the same CR that they were once willing to support. And I think it's pretty clear that it's Schumer and a lot of Democrats who are bowing to the left flank of their party, people who want to see movement and want to see action. And their whole framework for why they should do this is really flawed. As Obama said, elections have consequences, and they basically want to undo the rightfully passed big, beautiful bill that the Republicans signed into law. That is what this whole effort that they are making. And yes, it's about healthcare, but there's also all kinds of pork actually that is in this bill. There's $3.9 million for LGBTQI plus democracy grants in the Balkans,
$3.9 million for LGBTQ plus democracy grants in the Balkans. I frankly could not give less of a rat's ass about whether or not they've got trans people in the Balkans and whether or not they've got democracy. I do not care about that.
$0.4 million for civic engagements in Zimbabwe, $2.9 million for desert locust relocation in Africa. And they're the ones who have time and time again, now after 11 votes, been unwilling to work with the GOP.
Okay, well, let's not talk about the $20 billion to bail out Trump's buddy in Argentina. But listen, just a few days ago, we saw Donald Trump standing like a statesman at the Knesset in Israel, announcing a peace deal, which I hope to God holds. We heard of his representatives, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, sitting at a table across from Hamas, terrorists, and crafting this deal. Donald Trump likes to say that he is the deal maker in chief, that's what he brings to the table. So yes, to answer your question, it is time for Donald Trump to show that deal-making prowess.
To be clear, it was actually easier for President Trump to make a deal with Hamas, a radical Islamic terror group, than it is to make a deal with the Democrats. Hamas is literally more reasonable and level-headed than the Democrats under Chuck Schumer's leadership. Let's just quickly take note of that.
That statesman-like attitude that he had abroad, to show it domestically and stop putting out AI-generated memes of him attacking other Americans or attacking Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This show here on CNN really is just something else to watch. And the reason why is because I feel like they have just made an effort to find the stupidest people they probably could. But, that's actually probably wrong. Really, they're to be fair, they're probably not the most incompetent leftists. They're probably just average leftists. Just run-of-the-mill. There's nothing particularly special about them. They are just run-of-the-mill average. Now, while we are continuing to do coverage of this filibuster, which frankly could end literally any second, as a little bit of a retrospective here, the last time Senator Jeff Merkley held a filibuster like this was actually in 2017, and he made it 15 and a half hours, 15.5. Now he is 18.5 into his filibuster today. I'm thinking this guy's got to run out of juice. He's got to run out of gas any minute now. He's been talking here for over 18 hours, trying to delay the vote. The second he is done, the vote to reopen the government is taking place in the Senate, and he's doing everything he can to delay that. Why? Because, well, rumor on the block has it that once this vote happens, the government is reopening. And so he's not happy about that. He's doing everything he can to delay that.
I see my colleague from Hawaii has arrived, and should she have a question,
yield for a question?
I would be happy to yield.
Oh boy, here we go.
First of all, I commend you for holding the floor to raise issues of such concern to the American people. I want to focus my question on the corruption of the Trump regime. And this corruption is rampant and unending, from making untold sums off meme coins to the latest outrage demanding that Department of Justice pay him more than $200 million. That is taxpayers' money that he wants to get his hands on. We have a president putting his financial interest before the best interest of the American people.
Astounding. The Democrat Party in 2025 is really just history's greatest collective of losers. There has never been, excuse me, in all of human history, there has never been a greater collective of just terminal, habitual losers that do not know how to get anything done. Now, rather than listening to her yap and yap and yap, which they've been doing for almost 19 hours, we're going to take a look at this report that just came out. A person has just been arrested after plowing their car into a Secret Service checkpoint at the White House late last night. What the hell's going on here?
Fox 5 News alert, a driver taken into custody after crashing into a barrier at the White House.
Yeah, this morning, Secret Service and D.C. police giving the all clear, but the incident certainly caused some concern last night. Our Melanie Onwick has all the details on this incident. Mel, bring us up to speed. What happened here?
Yeah, so one of the things we want to let you know is sort of where we are. So this is not the main White House gate that leads to Pennsylvania Avenue. This is 17th and E, and this is the gate that would lead to the President's Park as well as the South Lawn. And I want you to take a look there, just underneath the stop sign. You can see where those bollards have been toppled. Now let's take you to the video here of moments after the crash. You can see how close the car came to striking the security shack. It was about 10:37 p.m.
So do you think this was somebody that hated Trump and they were trying to attack the White House, or drunk driver? They were texting. I don't know.
p.m. The doors of the vehicle were all opened as investigators worked to clear the scene, checking for any weapons or potential explosives. The Secret Service Crime Search Unit team then documented the evidence. Now, we don't yet know who was driving the car. A Secret Service spokesperson telling Fox 5 the individual was immediately arrested by U.S. Secret Service Uniform Division officers, and the vehicle was assessed by the Secret Service and the Metropolitan Police Department and deemed safe. Now, back out live here again, you can see this is just the first entrance. And if you go back further, there's actually yet another security gate as well. So it would have been pretty tough for someone to drive through here and get all the way through if that, in fact, was the intent. But again, we don't know the intent at this point. We can tell you that President Trump was in the White House at the time of the incident, but clearly very far away from this. And the Secret Service says that they will have more information once the investigation is complete.
Frankly, at first glance, it just kind of sounds like an accident, like this person was just being an idiot. Maybe they're a drunk driver. God forbid. That might be the case. What in the hell is going on? Folks, like I said, I appreciate your patience. We are here doing filibuster coverage. Once again, the second this filibuster is done, it's being carried out by Oregon State Democratic Senator Jeff Merkley, and he's been going for almost 19 hours now. The second the filibuster is over, the Senate is collectively voting on whether or not to reopen the government and pass this budgetary continuing resolution. Word on the block, it's a rumor. This is why we are live today. This is also presumably why Jeff Merkley is out of the blue engaging in a massive filibuster like this. The word on the block is that the second he is done and this vote is underway, that the government will be reopened. That is the rumor. That is the word on the block. That is what I am reading around the web here. And part of the narrative here is that Jeff Merkley is not happy about that. He does not want the government to reopen. And as such, he is out here making a big scene, engaging in a Senate floor filibuster for almost 19 hours. And that's where we are at. Now, while we continue to do live coverage of this, I'm going to keep on pulling up all different types of news stories. I appreciate you all for being here as we get a little bit tangential. I see this coming out here. This is Piers Morgan from the Piers Morgan Show, who is interviewing Harry Sisson. We have Jack Posobiec. As you saw yesterday, or maybe 2 or 3 days ago, President Trump uploaded an AI-generated video where he was driving a fighter jet dropping poop bombs on Harry Sisson's face. And he was not happy about that. I'm sure you've all seen the video by now. Let's see what Harry Sisson had to say about that.
Just be honest with me here. When you first saw that meme involving excrement being deposited on you, did you laugh?
No, I don't think the president behaving in this way is funny. I think we have to hold our leaders to a higher standard. That's something that you typically see in my Twitter comments from like some MAGA boomer who spends their time making AI videos all day. It's not something you'd really hope to see from the president of the United States, but alas, we are here. This is the guy leading our country. He's not serious. And I don't actually think he cares about anybody but himself. And I think he's more interested in social media beef with the 20.
There it is. There's President Trump driving a fighter jet, dropping bombs of poop on No Kings protesters.
23-year-old as the vice president is.
And there he is.
And he is in leading the country.
I mean, you managed to say all that with a completely straight face, but your side have done endless, incredibly mocking, humiliating memes about Trump. I mean, you'd accept that.
Like what?
Well, I mean, I could get literally 1,000 if you gave me half an hour to find them. I mean, it's not a secret.
Can you give me a couple examples from like high-ranking lemoners?
Well, it's not a secret that the left do memes about Trump, right?
Can you give me some examples from high-ranking Democrats that are similar to this?
Well, okay, let me flip the question around. Are you saying there have never been any mocking memes of Trump by anybody on the left in America?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm asking for like high-level prominent Democrats who might be in a similar position to Trump.
Well, Gavin Newsom.
I would go even worse than memes. I would say that we saw almost. I mean, it seems to me almost the entire progressive establishment celebrating and rejoicing after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Beyond memes, like what am I? I'm supposed to be upset that President Trump is posting AI-generated memes where he's dropping shit bombs on people. Whereas 5 or 6 weeks ago, Charlie Kirk was literally assassinated. He lost his life. He was killed in cold blood in an act of politically motivated violence. And then seems like everybody on the left was either celebrating it or hand-waving it and making excuses and justifications for it. So I'm not exactly going to get bent out of shape about AI-generated silly memes. If their critique is, hey, you're being a little bit too silly. Well, you're being a little bit too violent. You're being a little bit too violent. How about that? We're silly. You are violent. There's a difference.
Gavin Newsom has done a lot of memes on Trump. I mean, do you distance yourself from those?
Has he done an AI video of dropping feces on the American people?
Well, that's a question of taste, but he does mocking memes of him, yeah.
Right. I mean, I think taste is a big point here. And I think objectively, Gavin Newsom, like mocking Trump on social media or posting like AI photos of himself or something like that is vastly different than Trump pooping on Americans, including myself and the American flag in that video. I think
Harry Sisson deserves to get pooped on. I'm just going to say it.
Even you, Pierce, would agree that those are two vastly different.
In fact, I would speculate in his personal life, he probably does that anyway.
Different things, no?
Well, there is a report, for example, that you have sent a cease and desist letter to the White House threatening legal action if they don't withdraw it. Is that true?
No, I saw that on Twitter. I don't know where anybody got that from. I think there are genuinely just a lot of accounts on that platform that make stuff up. And I think that's just another case of that. But you heard it here first. I have not sent a cease and desist to the White House.
So Harry Sisson is complaining and whining. He's doing what he does best. He's complaining and whining. We have, as this filibuster is ongoing, 18 hours and 43 minutes, we have an update that the various members of the left are not going to be happy about this one. Can I share something with you folks? I have a feeling a lot of people are not going to be happy about what I'm about to show. People on the left, that is. Just in breaking news, the top executives of automakers GM and Ford Motors just shocked the experts by personally calling President Trump and thanking him for the tariffs. President Trump just posted on Truth Social, Mary Barra of GM General Motors and Bill Ford of Ford Motor Company just called to thank me for putting tariffs on midsize and large trucks. Their stock has gone through the roof. They told me that without tariffs, it would be very hard. It would be a very hard, long slog for truck and car manufacturers in the United States. I told them it's very simple. This is a national security matter. With the tariffs, we have a strong and powerful economy and country. Without them, we have the exact opposite. Still, listen, we have every single metric, data point, to confirm that President Trump's tariffs are absolutely, they're just going off without a hitch. They're proving to be highly effective across many different vectors, economically, from a national security point of view, from an American domestic job creation point of view. The tariffs have proven to be highly successful, and still you have everybody on the left repeating these same tired talking points. Well, tariffs are just increasing the price of goods all across America. Are they though? Really? Are they though? Doesn't seem to be the case. Well, tariffs are just a tax on the American consumer. Are they though? And I'll tell you what, there's something we can say. When you bring up this next point, the leftists have absolutely no idea how to respond. So if tariffs are so bad, if Trump is such an idiot for leveraging all of these trade tariffs, then why for decades now has every other country on the face of the planet leveraged trade tariffs against us? Can you explain that? If tariffs are just unilaterally incompetent, there's never a reason for tariffs ever, they are just unequivocally stupid, then can you explain to me why every other country on the face of the planet has been leveraging trade tariffs against us, the United States, for decades now? Make that make sense. Can you make that make sense for me? No? I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. The reality is we have been getting taken advantage of for decades. We've been getting torn asunder. We've been getting plundered. Our country has been getting plundered, is the best way to look at it. I mean, hey, there's a reason why. There's many reasons, but this is one of the reasons why we are, what, $37 trillion in national debt? Every single person tuning into this broadcast right now, myself included, I'm a young guy, I'm 31. Every single person tuning into this broadcast will be dead and long gone and dead before that national debt is paid off. At this point, all of the debt that we have condemned our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren to solving the debt crisis that we and generations prior have created. We are condemning future generations of Americans to a lifetime of debt servitude because we have been so incompetent with our money, with our federal budget. And now, for the first time in like ever, I don't know, now we actually have a president in the White House that has an economic plan to start paying off the debt. That's what we're doing with the tariffs. President Trump is generating, last I checked, what, $37 billion? $37 billion a month, multiply that by 12. A lot of that's being spent to pay down the national debt. We're working our way out of debt now. In fact, this was in June. In June, a couple months ago, our government, for the first time since 2017, when Trump was also in office, but in June of 2025, our federal government, we had a surplus with the federal budget. The federal budget had a budgetary surplus a couple months ago in June, and the reason why is because of these tariffs. Our government actually made money in June of this year because of the tariffs. So this is the trend that we are starting to see now. We are just now beginning to claw our way out of debt. We are 18 hours and 47 minutes into Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley's filibuster. The second the filibuster is done, the Senate is voting on whether or not to pass this budgetary continuing resolution. And word on the block is that they are going to vote to reopen the government today. That is what I am seeing here. Now we have some breaking news. I want to bring this up for you folks here. Want to bring something up here. Major breaking news hot off the press about 2 minutes ago. The full North Carolina state legislature has passed the Trump-endorsed 2026 congressional map that eliminates a blue seat and adds a red seat. Governor Josh Stein is powerless to veto it. It's official. It is done. Democrats' cheating is being canceled out state by state. So come midterms, about a year from now, guys, we are 1 year away from midterms. You know that, right? Midterm campaign season is probably 6-7 months from now. We're going to be voting in midterms. Yeah, just about 12 months from now. Now, take a look at this. Already going into midterms, Democrats -1, Republicans +1. And before anybody says, oh, this is President Trump and the Republicans trying to cheat the system, this is undoing the cheating of the system the Democrats had been perpetuating for decades. We all know the degree to which the Democrats, the far left radical progressives, in accordance with the 1965 Voting Rights Act, they have been instituting, they're called racially gerrymandered voting districts. What they've been doing is cramming and jamming as many minority ethnic groups into I was going to say arbitrarily drawn voting districts, but that's not the word. It's not arbitrarily drawn. It's actually incredibly strategically drawn. Let me give you an example of what we're talking about here. Okay. Let's say you've got a black and brown neighborhood here. Let's say you've got a black and brown. Let's say this is a city map. You got a black and brown neighborhood, black and brown neighborhood, black and brown neighborhood, minority black and brown neighborhood. What the Democrats have been strategically doing for 60 years, 65 years now, they have been drawing voting districts like this. Trying to draw the voting districts to, let me draw this here, to jam-pack as many minority groups into one voting district as they possibly can, keep out the non-minorities, cram jam as many minorities as they can, and here's your voting district. And this is your Democrat voting district, okay? And it's like, wait a minute, you have just drawn your voting district around as many minority neighborhoods as you possibly can. It's called racially gerrymandering. Racial gerrymandering is what this is. And right now, the Supreme Court of the United States is actually taking a look at whether or not this is constitutional or unconstitutional. Based on this Supreme Court ruling that we're going to have coming through the pipeline here in the next, could be any day now, they have promised they're going to have a ruling on the constitutional merits of racial gerrymandering by the end of the year. So any day now, any week now, the Supreme Court is going to pass down a ruling on this. If the Supreme Court determines that racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional, the Democrats are set to lose 20 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives. Meaning the Democrats right now, for decades, they have had a bonus 20 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives because they have engaged in this arguably, I would say, unconstitutional racial gerrymandering across the country for decades now, and it's about to get overturned. You guys need to understand, if the Supreme Court smacks this down and says, hold up, wait a minute, this is unconstitutional, the Democrats are losing 20 seats in the House. What does that mean? Inversely, the Republicans are going to be gaining 20 seats. Okay, that's a 40-point margin, minus 20 plus 20, 40-point margin. The Democrats are never taking the House back again. The Democrats will, at least for the foreseeable future, they will effectively permanently lose control of the House. At that point, it's game over for the Democrats. They're going to have to completely change their game plan. Maybe that's going to be a slap in the face. They're going to have to do something else. But anyway, that will be one of the nails in the coffin of the Democrat Party. This filibuster has been going on, oh my good Lord, for 18 hours and 52 minutes. Oh, hi, sweetheart. Thank you very much. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sweetheart. My beautiful wife has cooked a very delicious breakfast for me. It's one of her signature meals. It is called a sausage egg McMuffin and hash browns. And personally, I like the bonus hash brown on the side. I'm a big guy. I like to have 2 of them. Beautiful home cooked food. Okay. And so, no, we have a little bit of Uber Eats this morning. It looks like, okay, fine. I'm not going to turn away a sausage egg McMuffin here. We have been filibustering for almost 19 hours. Listen, Senator Merkley from the great state of Oregon, give it a rest, shut it down. It's been 19 hours, almost 19 hours. Now, last time, Jeff Merkley, he's no stranger to wasting everybody's time and filibustering like this. Last time he had a long filibuster was in 2017, the first year of Trump's presidency. You know, think about it. Jeff Merkley here, he had a 15-hour long filibuster in 2017 when Trump first got in the White House. Now he's doing it again in Trump's first year in the White House. For his second term, he's doing it again. The first time Merkley had it was actually a 15-hour and 30-minute filibuster in 2017. And the reason why he filibustered back then, 8 years ago, He was trying to delay the Supreme Court appointment of Supreme Court Judge Gorsuch. He was trying to delay Trump's Supreme Court appointment, or the confirmation, rather. And so he did everything he could to waste everybody's time. Well, now he's doing it again. Now, to his credit, last time he made it 15 and a half hours. Now looks like he's going to make it 19 hours. And listen, obviously I don't endorse this behavior, but I'll tell you what, he's got a little bit of physical stamina here. You can't deny that. He's a 68-year-old guy. Now, the rules of the Senate filibuster, you are not allowed to sit down. You are not allowed to go to the bathroom. You're not allowed to leave the Senate chamber. He's a 68-year-old guy. He hasn't taken a seat here in 19 hours. He hasn't gone to the bathroom in 19 hours. Man, good Lord, this guy is over twice my age. Actually, I'm 31 years old. I feel like I need to go to the bathroom every 4 hours at least. Got to go pee. No, it makes you wonder, though, maybe he's wearing a diaper. Maybe he's up here wearing some type of adult diaper. I guess I wouldn't be surprised. But anyway, he's been up here 19 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, this filibuster has been brought to you by Depends. This filibuster has been brought to you by Depends adult diapers. For when an emergency happens, you can depend on Depends. And there you have it. And there you have it. Anyway, so like I'm trying to say, really, the reason why we are here today is because the second this filibuster concludes, the second it is over, the Senate is going to be voting on passing this budgetary continuing resolution, which could potentially reopen the government. Now, as you all know, this is day number 22 of the shutdown. This will be the 12th time that the Senate has voted to voted to reopen or keep the government shut down. Word on the block is, rumor has it that the government is going to be reopening today, that some type of agreement was struck, and that Chuck Schumer and the Democrats, they have put together the votes. How democracies die, really.
This book, How Democracies Die.
We've got a book.
And with each chapter, I'm trying to give some sense of the chapter, though not.
I'll tell you how democracies die, if you can call what we have here a democracy. We've got some amount of democratic function. We're a republic. But I'll tell you what, if you open up your borders and allow 6 million illegal aliens into your country from the third world, your democracy, your republic, whatever you want to call it, it's going to die. If you have a country with 50 million illegal invaders in the country, it's going to die. If you have a country where one of the two political parties is harboring and aiding and abetting far left domestic terrorists, the country's going to die. Unless something is done to stop it. Unless something is done. So if you want to really talk about a threat to our republic or a threat to the country, let's talk about 50 million illegal aliens in the country. Let's talk about far left domestic terrorists in the country, seemingly acting with complete and total impunity. Now, what in the hell am I looking at here? I want to pull this up for you folks. Stand by. Democrats plan to launch a, quote, master ICE tracker that will track agents and federal immigration operations nationwide. Huh?
I shared this with the mayor. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website a master ICE tracker where we're going to be essentially tracking every single instance that we can verify that the community will be able to send us information on. I shared this with the mayor. Over the course
So the Democrat House, what is it, a House Oversight Committee?
For the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website
They are going to have a public database of ICE operations, where, when, what neighborhood, who was snatched. Hopefully, they're not going to be doxing ICE agents. They seem to love to do that. They seem to love to dox ICE agents. Just astounding. Listen, you want to talk about insurrection. Let's talk about seditious behavior. You want to talk about sedition? This is the type of stuff we're talking about. We have a massive super chat here from Sean Burrow. I want to take a look at this here. Thank you very much. First off, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sean says, Matt, I love what you're doing. Southern Oregonian here. Grateful I don't live anywhere near these dorks. Anybody else think this whole filibuster BS is just a waste of our money and time? Keep it up, buddy. I mean, it absolutely is a waste of time. By the way, shout out Southern Oregon. I've got family down in the Medford area. I've spent a lot of time in Southern Oregon. I used to do a lot of camping outside of Ashland. There's some good forests down there. I'm a man of the forest. I'm a forest guy. I've spent a lot of time all over Oregon. So hey, shout out the Southern Oregonians, and thank you again. Thank you very much. But yeah, I mean, we actually were talking about this earlier. I'm glad you say this. I'll kind of repeat my little monologue here. Is that, you know, the Democrats, the far left progressives, they have effectively lost every single lever of control and power in the entire country. We, the people, have kicked the Democrats out of the House of Representatives. We have kicked them out of the Senate. We've kicked them out of the White House. 27, over half of the 50 states in the nation have Republican governors. The Supreme Court is swatting down the radically progressive lower court federal rulings of these judges. Time and time again, the Supreme Court is swatting these people's agenda. They're swapping the agenda out the door. The Democrats have lost control of everything. They have no leverage of power. We have kicked them out of the door. And so now, really, what can they do? They're doing the only thing they can do, which is try to waste everybody's time. They're filibustering. We saw Cory Booker, another Democrat senator, a couple months ago. He actually set the national filibuster record. I don't know, must have been 4 or 5 months ago. Cory Booker was up here talking for how long was he filibustering? He was up here for 25 hours and 5 minutes. Cory Booker, a couple months ago. And the reason why he was filibustering was because he was protesting President Trump's DOGE cuts. He was complaining about the Department of Government efficiency cuts. And by the way, these filibusters, they don't accomplish anything. It is entirely a theatrical performance. They don't actually accomplish anything at all other than, like you said, wasting everybody's time, wasting everybody's money. It is true. Keep in mind, he was here in the Senate chamber overnight. Normally, they might close down the Senate chamber, turn the lights off, everybody goes home. Now, he started this filibuster, Jeff Merkley here, at about 6:15 p.m. Eastern time last night. He was here all night. They had to keep the lights on. And now and officially, there it is, folks, 19 hours and 2 minutes. Good Lord, I mean, hell, you don't think he's going for Booker's record? No. Is he going to try to go another 6 hours? Right now, the national record is set by Cory Booker, 25 hours and 5 minutes. Is he going for the record? I was thinking, no way, because keep in mind, Booker, he's a younger guy. He's probably in his 40s or early 50s. You know, Jeff Merkley here, he is 68 years old. He's 68. Maybe he's got it in him. I'll tell you, it's tough. It's tough to stand up there and talk. So the rules are, you have to stand up there. You cannot sit. You must stand. You're not allowed to leave the chamber and go to the bathroom. You can't go to the bathroom. I guess if you wear a diaper, you can do that. God forbid. And you have to keep talking. You're not allowed to stand there silently. You need to keep on talking, and talking is what he is doing.
To clear ethical violations and enjoyed bipartisan support.
Listen here for a second.
The Comey firing was not President Trump's only assault on referees.
Oh, good Lord.
He refused to calm to his personal defense.
So now he's up here defending James Comey. He's defending Comey. And folks, I'll tell you something real quick, just real fast. We have a live feed of the demolition of the East Wing of the White House. It's not really that great of a point of view here, but construction is underway. They're tearing down really a small segment of the East Wing in order to begin construction on the grand ballroom that's being built. You have somewhat of a point of view here, but frankly not the best. So we'll get rid of that. But anyway, work is ongoing. That's the point there. Work is ongoing. Now, I'll tell you what, folks, I really would like to eat my sausage egg McMuffin. I've got a sausage egg McMuffin here sitting in front of me. So I'm going to try to pull up something a little bit longer here that we can all watch together. Just to have a little 5-minute breakfast break. And maybe we can tune into some type of coverage here together just for a moment here. Oh, Lord, look at this. This is what I saw. New York City late last night went up in flames. There were some ICE deportation operations going on in New York City. Let's do a recap of what that looked like. Take a look at this here, folks.
Meanwhile, protests erupting as ICE conducted a raid in New York City's Chinatown, cracking down on illegal street vendors. The hot topic of immigration enforcement now set to take center stage at the final debate in the race for New York City mayor, and that is tonight. Alexis McAdams is live on Canal Street in Lower Manhattan, where the chaos unfolded. Hi, Alexis.
Hi, Dana. Yeah, it looks a lot different right here in New York City this morning. But where I'm standing on this sidewalk is right near New York City's Chinatown. For decades, there's been a problem with people selling counterfeit purses, fake designer items here on these streets. But they're not here today after the federal agents came right here to the Big Apple and made at least 9 arrests of people who they say were in the country illegally. Watch.
Good. I am sick of this country looking like a third world favela with fruit stands and random vendors, people selling their cheap Amazon tourist hunks of plastic shit on the sidewalk. They got their blankets on the sidewalk. They're yelling at you and they're trying to scam. They're selling you fake watches and fake purses. I am sick of this country looking like a third world favela. I want a civilized nation. I want, you know what I want? Pause the show here for a minute. You know what I want? Can I see like 1920s New York City? I want a civilized, clean, well-kept, proper society. Do we have any image of this? This is the New York that I want. See this right here? Can I zoom in? Well, that's okay. Can I zoom in here? I want a clean, productive, healthy, safe. Are we loading the image? Okay, that's not going to load. Well, anyway, you can see it well enough there. That's what we need to bring back. When I say make America great again, this is what I want, okay? I want America to be like this, except not so grainy.
Witnesses recording there on their cell phones as agents with ICE, FBI, ATF, and other federal law enforcement agencies pulled up yesterday afternoon. It's part of a crackdown on illegal street vending, according to DHS. So when the feds started to make arrests, protesters stepped in, chasing agents to the nearby federal immigration building. We've seen protests there before, and it happened again. DHS telling me that the migrants arrested are all from West Africa and say at least one had a final order of removal and prior crimes, including counterfeit. But the protesters didn't want those people to leave the country, yelling at the agents to take off their masks as they blocked ICE in the city streets. DHS says a group of protesters with criminal histories were also arrested.
ICE out now! ICE out now!
And that's just a taste of what we saw. It kept going for hours. Immigration is a hot topic in New York City, a hot topic again tonight, we expect, for the debate for the New York City mayor's race. And both the Democratic candidate Zohran Mamdani and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo are slamming this raid. Mamdani calls this an aggressive and reckless raid on immigrant street vendors, writing at
I'll tell you something here, folks. No promises. If we are just going to be live on YouTube here and Rumble literally all day covering the shutdown, we might just roll on into watching the Mamdani debate. Do you guys want to see the New York mayoral debate? That's happening tonight also. I figured there's no way we're going to be live all day. Well, if the filibuster just goes on and on, well, we might as well throw that on. We can react. We can watch that together here. Mamdani versus Cuomo versus the Republican candidate whose name I'm blanking on. Anyway, that is happening tonight as well. Maybe we can tune into that. We'll see how that goes later on tonight. I need to pull up exactly what time that is, though.
An X, in part. Once again, the Trump administration chooses authoritarian theatrics to create fear, not safety. It must stop. Cuomo also weighed in, saying that the raid, Dana, is an abuse of federal power by the Trump administration. More about fear than justice, more about politics than safety. Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa hasn't weighed in yet. I reached out to their team, but in the past, he did distance himself from some of Trump's immigration policies, saying he only supports its efforts to deport criminals. Back out here live, the question again this morning from ICE that I asked was, how did these people get into the country, Dana? They told me multiple of them entered in 2023 right at our southern border. So we'll keep an eye on it, Dana.
All right, Alexis, thank you so much. And Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons is here. So many questions to ask you. Thanks for being with us today. I want to show you some New York City officials slamming this ICE raid in Chinatown.
There is no excuse for sending military-style vehicles and a national law enforcement response for street vendors.
This wasn't about public safety. This was about targeting communities. None of this is about public safety. It is about fear and chaos.
We wholeheartedly reject the violence that ICE is bringing to our city. Subjecting street vendors to this kind of violence is deplorable.
By the way, real quick, what we saw earlier, I'm going to pull this up here. These liberal politicians are defending the street vendors. So here are the street vendors, all 9 of them that we are talking about. Many of them, let's go ahead and read off through the list of what their prior criminal charges are. Assault, recklessly endangering, counterfeiting, 3rd degree, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, criminal sale of narcotics, possessing a controlled substance, possession of marijuana with intention to sell, making false reports to law enforcement, resisting arrest, assault. So these are the 9 peaceful street vendors here, all of whom are illegal aliens. They are violent drug dealers. All of them are violent drug dealer illegal aliens. And what? Where they should they not be deported? What's going on here?
So, sir, let me ask you this. This has been a problem for a long time. Now, is it that you have the resources or the means, or did you have intelligence that said, okay, well, these guys, we know that some of them were here illegally?
Yeah, Dana, thanks for having me. Yeah, so it's a bit of both, right? Obviously, we have to build a criminal case when we're doing such things as counterfeiting some of the purses that were stolen, sold on the street. But a lot of the shop owners down there have complained for a long time. And again, I wish those elected officials and the city officials actually waited for us to do media and press, because the 9 that were arrested, their rap sheets are long. Right. Forgery, possession of drugs, drug trafficking, robbery, assault. So these are criminal aliens that were being targeted. Again, we do these based on criminal intelligence, and that's what we had. And, if you look at the video, everything was fine with the officers talking to those individuals and making those arrests until violent protesters showed up.
That was my second question, which is, were those protesters was it just organic? They just happened to be there, or did they have some sort of heads up, do you think?
Honestly, we're still looking at both angles of that. Obviously, that protesters came up really quick and fast, so we have to look and see what kind of situation that led to. But that's one of the reasons why you saw that Bearcat, the special response team vehicle out there, because we know everywhere we go.
I would not be surprised if we still have leakers inside of the federal government that are leaking the dates and times of upcoming future ICE raids. We've seen that in the past. And when you have a crowd of people, counter protesters this big, they had to know in advance.
Because of elected officials' rhetoric against violence on ICE, we have these protests. So what I'd like to ask the city officials are, they talk about street vendors, but that's illegal, and they've been calling on the city to do something about it. Mm-hmm. But again, we arrested criminally illegal aliens that have horrible rap sheets. So is that the people they want to protect? I don't think so.
Sir, we have an election here in less than 2 weeks.
Yep.
Is this just the first bite of the apple, so to speak, on what people in New York can expect to see?
Well, I think for the people in New York, they're going to see ICE and our other federal partners do the law enforcement mission, right? This wasn't something that just organically happened overnight. We decided to go hit Canal Street. With any criminal investigation, you have to build up intelligence. You have to work with sources. You have to go ahead and have the right evidence and work with the U.S. Attorney's Office. But you will see an increase in ICE arrests because there are so many criminally illegal aliens that have been released in New York specifically, and especially that are being harbored in New York from the lack of cooperation there in New York City. So you will see us making those criminal arrests to make New York safe again. But I will tell you that it's definitely intelligence driven. It's not random. We're just not pulling people off the street. There was a specific reason based on criminal intelligence and criminal activity that we showed up on Canal Street.
All right. Let me also then take you to Los Angeles.
Just real quick, look at that crowd. We have a real problem in this country. It is not just illegal aliens. That is a big problem. But it is the thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of people nationwide, far left radicals, that actually want illegal aliens. They want the border to be open. If you tell them, well, this illegal alien is a murderous child molester, they'll say, yeah, who cares? We want him. They'll say, what right do you have to deport a murderous child molester? We love our murderous child molesters over here on the far left. We want them in the country. We actually have millions of those people. This is a big problem we have. Big problem.
Kind of boggles my mind as a career law enforcement officer, if you're in the country legally and doing illegal things, why you want to broadcast yourself on any type of social media platform. But, to your point earlier that you guys had made, this person received an award from the city of Los Angeles for documenting ICE law enforcement activities. And you can see that there are so many elected officials that call for resisting ICE, pushing back, defying ICE, that almost daily we have 2 to 3 of these ramming incidents, which is a deadly force. And it's putting our officers and agents at risk. And even though we're at 1,000% assaults on officers, I guarantee it's more than that, because every day my office is constantly dealing with reports from the field about these criminally illegal aliens either fighting with officers, trying to ram vehicles, or even worse, you have U.S. citizens that are involving themselves in a law enforcement situation that's just totally unacceptable.
Okay, so this is...
Real quick, we have a big super chat on YouTube before this one drops off. This is from M. Waller. Thank you very much. I want to say thank you. He says, enjoy your news coverage, Matt. Stay on your path towards Jesus. He is the truth. Good news, I finished the book of Joshua last night, and so tonight I am starting the book of Ruth. I'm making progress. I think if you look at the entire Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, I'm probably about 25, maybe 30% of the way through. I'm reading all of it word for word, every single word. I'm not skipping any of it. Some people said, oh, you can skip Numbers. You can skip Deuteronomy. I'm reading every single word. I'm going through all of it. So, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
What we're hearing from some of the Democratic members of Congress and local government. AOC, the flyers from her office on how to evade and resist arrest. Karen Bass, the mayor of L.A., order to bolster the city response on immigration enforcement. Also, Gavin Newsom there. You got a flyer, Gavin Newsom, the governor, on a flyer in California related to a similar deal here.
Oh, judges.
Rob Garcia is a Democratic congressman from California. He said this about the ICE tracking site on Tuesday in L.A.
I shared this with the mayor. Over the course of the next couple of weeks, the Oversight Committee will be launching on their website a master ICE tracker, where we're going to be essentially tracking every single instance that we can verify that the community will be able to send us information on.
So what is your message for Congressman Garcia? And I guess in a bigger sense, this is starting, it's going to come to a head very soon, not just from those on the street and the members of ICE, but members of government in a significant way on big positions. Go ahead.
These days, you hear a lot of people talking about, I don't even like to say the word, I really do not like to talk about this on my broadcasts. You see a lot of people talking about civil war, some type of soft civil war. In fact, my mother was in town over this last weekend. By the way, we are tuning into the filibuster right now. The second this filibuster is done, the Senate is voting on whether or not to reopen the government. Seems like the government might reopen today. Okay, that's the word on the block. That's the rumor. Now, we are 19 hours into the filibuster that is delaying that vote. The second the filibuster is done, they are voting. Could end any minute. Now, I was saying my mother was in town over this last weekend. My mother is progressive. My mother is on the far left. I love her, but my mom is on the far left. And so my mom was in town, and we like to talk politics. We do it in a loving way because we're family. And so I asked my mom over the weekend, so in your social circles, your friends, all of them are on the far left. Are people on your side of the aisle talking about civil war? Do you hear that term, civil war? And she said, oh, yeah, all the time. Oh, yeah, all the time. All the time. Everybody is talking about civil war. I said, man, that's not good. Man, that's not good. I think the last thing we want is a civil war. A civil war is very bad, not good. That means a lot of dead Americans. That means children without parents. That means parents without children. That means people losing their lives and dying, and a lot of very bad things. So I really hope everybody's wrong. I see a lot of people talking about it these days. Civil war this, civil war that. Man, I really hope that does not happen. That is the last thing that we need. I hope we can kind of, as a nation, we can kind of walk ourselves back off of that cliff. But it seems like a lot of people actually want to go right on over the cliff. Seems like a lot of people want to just kind of jump off the cliff and do it and get on with it. I'll tell you, I've seen over the last, what is it now? Probably 3.5 years. I've seen a lot of footage coming out of Ukraine where you've got young Ukrainian soldiers and young Russian soldiers sitting in muddy ditches with AR-15s getting blown up by $5 drones coming out of China. There's nothing heroic or beautiful or noble about it. It's young men, sometimes young women, sitting in a muddy, rain-filled ditch, getting blown up by a $5 drone. It's not epic. It's tragic. It's tragic and it's terrible. And it's a total waste of life. And you can't help but think that every single one of those people that dies in such an unceremonious way, that's a person with they've got memories and they've got people that they love and people love them. And it's just a terrible thing. And so I think that must be avoided at all costs. Some of them have children, whatever, right? You don't want to have it. Seems like a lot of people want that to happen. I sure hope it doesn't happen. Now let's see what Senator Jeff Merkley, the filibuster in chief here, is saying about how things are going. Let's just tune in here for 20 or 30 seconds.
During his first week in office, President Trump signed an executive order authorizing federal agencies to withhold funding from sanctuary cities that refuse to cooperate with the administration's crackdown on undocumented immigrants.
Good.
If we have to, he declared in February 2017, we'll defund. The plan was reminiscent of the Chinese government's repeated moves to strip opposition-run city governments of their control over local hospitals, police forces, ports.
You can tell. We're going to mute him there. You can tell he's getting a little bit slow. He's getting a little bit tired. Oh, hey, Merkley, man. You getting a little bit tired? Maybe it's time to take a little nap. Maybe it's time to take a little seat. You need to go to the bathroom, a little bathroom break. Man, a nice cozy bed. You fluff up the pillow, the blankets. Man, put on a nice comforter up top. Man, maybe it's time to go take a little nap, Jeff Merkley. And I'll tell you what, like I said, the second he's done with this filibuster, he's almost 20 hours into this. The second he's done here, the senators are convening and they're doing their vote. You know, here's the thing he's got to keep in mind. Listen, dude, the second you are done filibustering, you still have to sit in the Senate chamber for God knows how long. You've still got a full day of voting ahead of you. Because this House resolution to reopen the government, that's not the only thing you guys are talking about today. They've got a full docket. And so, Merkley, listen, the second you're done here, you don't get to go back to the hotel and go take a nap. You got to sit in that chair and stay awake and keep on. You got to vote for whatever the hell you're voting on. You got to reopen the government. How funny would it be? Oh, no. Hear me out. How funny would it be if he wraps up the filibuster, he's so tired, he falls asleep, and because he's asleep, he's not there to vote against reopening the government, and the government reopens by a 1-point margin because he was asleep. What a comical twist of fate that would be. How funny would that be? Now, whether or not that's going to happen, probably not. But man, that would be funny anyway. Probably not going to happen, but that would be a funny twist of events. Okay, now he is up here filibustering. He is 19 and a half hours in. I'm going to take a look around the internet. I'm going to see if we have any updates going around here. Now, what is going... Okay, you guys need to help me with this one. This is a little bit of a controversial topic. I've seen everybody's talking about this. Breaking, a new video has emerged showing Democrat candidate for U.S. Senate in Maine, Graham Plattner's Totenkopf SS tattoo that Democrats are refusing to disavow. So this is a senior-ranking Democrat politician for the Senate, coming out of Maine. His name is Graham Plattner, and he has a literal Nazi SS Totenkopf. Totenkopf means deadhead. I'll pull this up. Totenkopf. This is one of the old Nazi symbols from the World War II days. This is probably what we're talking about here. So this is a World War II era Nazi symbol. It actually predates the Nazis. It was used in World War I also, but anyway, it was one of the symbols of the SS. And so allegedly this Democrat Senate candidate has a tattoo of this on his chest. Hold up. So he's singing Taylor Swift. I'll be honest. I mean, it sure looks like that. It sure looks like that. It sure does. Now you gotta wonder, if you have an SS tattoo on your chest, why are you dancing around shirtless at a big event showing everybody? I guess maybe he was drunk, he was belligerent, I don't know. But that seems like something you would maybe want to hide from public. Like, there's like dozens of people here. Why would you show this off even if you do have it? It's not the smart. And so anyway, so this is a Democrat senator. He's a candidate in Maine. Well. There you go. Honestly, the tattoo is the least concerning aspect of this video. This is him. He went on to say, I got older and I became a communist. So he was a Nazi, and then he became a communist. He got a little bit older, and then he became a communist, and then he is now trying to be a Democrat senator coming out of Maine. Okay. So was, maybe in his youth he was like a skinhead or something. I don't really know. I don't know this guy's history, but he grew up, he became a little bit wiser, and then he became a communist. Okay. And so once again, all the Democrats are refusing to disavow this. By the way, once again, remember, this was less than a week ago. There was this young Republican group chat where these young Republicans in this private chat were making jokes. Pretty edgy jokes, to be honest. Nazi-related edgy jokes. Nothing too serious. And they were all mortified. They said, oh my God, look at these young Republicans making jokes about Nazis. Oh my God, this is just evil. Meanwhile, you've got Republican candidate Jay Jones for Attorney General of Virginia, who's talking about butchering young Republican children because they might grow up to be fascists. And then you've got this Maine state Senate candidate who's actively campaigning, and he has an SS Totenkopf tattoo on his chest. You can't help but notice the hypocrisy, and they're turning a blind eye to the stuff on their side, but then hyper-focusing on these young Republicans making jokes. Astounding. Really just astounding. The hypocrisy never ends. And then, of course, obviously, right now in this country, we don't have a problem with right-wing violence. It's not young right-wing Republicans going around shooting people and killing people. No, we have a problem with far-left violence. We have a problem with far-left domestic terrorism, not far-right terrorism. So on one side, maybe you have these edgy jokes. On the other side, you have actual far-left domestic terrorism that's going on. Jokes, speech in a private chat versus actual real-world violence. A little bit of a different dynamic. I'm not exactly going to condemn anything or clutch my pearls until the left actually acknowledges their problem. So far, they've completely refused to acknowledge any problem. So no, I will not disavow. No. Yeah, I'm seeing these photos of these New York City street vendors here. They're just going around. Oh, you know what? We actually have bios. Okay, so folks, right now the entire Democrat establishment, they are coming to the defense of these apprehended and now soon to be deported peaceful street vendors in New York City. We just saw the the ICE video as it relates to that. 9 illegal aliens arrested have violent rap sheets including robbery, burglary, domestic violence, assaulting law enforcement, counterfeiting, drug trafficking, drug possession, and forgery. This is Mamadou Ndoye, a criminal illegal alien from Mali, issued a final order of removal by an immigration judge in 2008. He was previously arrested for crimes including assault, recklessly endangering, counterfeiting, third-degree, unauthorized use of motor vehicle, criminal sale of narcotics, possessing a controlled substance, possession of marijuana for sale, making false reports of law enforcement, and resisting arrest. This is Mohamed Ndoye, a criminal illegal alien from Senegal with previous arrests for domestic violence, robbery, receiving stolen property, burglary, fraudulent accosting, forgery, counterfeiting, sale of controlled substance, obstruction, and disorderly conduct. He entered the U.S. on a B-2 tourist visa that required him to depart in 1995. He has been here for over 30 years. This is this is Pipi Pupu Gabagoopy. What? Abubakar Diakati, a criminal illegal alien with previous arrests for counterfeiting. This is Sergigne Diop, a criminal illegal alien from Senegal who entered the U.S. in April of 2024 at the southwest border. He was previously released in the U.S. by the Biden administration. Imagine that. This is Alioune Sai, an illegal alien from Senegal. He entered the U.S. in May 2023 and failed to depart after his tourist visa expired. This is Amadou Diallo, a criminal illegal alien from Guinea who entered the U.S. in November of 2021, really, at the southwest border, and was released by the Biden administration into the interior of the country. This is Idi Sarr, a criminal illegal alien from Senegal. He issued a final order of removal by an immigration judge in 2010 and previously arrested for obstruction, possession of a forged instrument, counterfeiting, failure to... So all of these... It's like, how many of them are there? This is Modou Mboop. Are we serious about these names? Modou Mboop. A criminal illegal alien from Senegal, previously who assaulted Mexican law enforcement. He entered the U.S. in September of 2023 in a caravan of 140 people and was once again released by the Biden administration into the interior of the country. Now, Jeff Merkley, it is about time to wrap up the filibuster. You've been going for 19 and a half hours.
And yes, I will yield for a question.
Well, Senator Merkley, I appreciate everything you're doing to highlight the many ways that this president has been undermining the Constitution and the rule of law. We've now experienced about 9.5 months of this presidency. And I'm going to ask you a question about one thing in particular, and it's about the U.S. military and the leadership of the U.S. military. But I want to kind of set the stage here a little bit. The United States has the most lethal military in the history of the world. The president presiding right now has experienced that as a U.S. Navy SEAL. You know, I myself as a pilot flying off of an aircraft carrier in the first Gulf War. No nation at least today, matches the combat capability, the professionalism, the effectiveness of the United States Navy, Air Force, Army, Marine Corps, and now Space Force.
Let's see what the point
and I'll
is here.
include the Coast Guard too, because we like to count the Coast Guard, especially when they partner with us on things that really matter to the United States. One of those I'd like to discuss,
Spit it out.
where we should see more involvement from the Coast Guard, is what we are currently seeing in the Caribbean with regards to drug trafficking.
Blow them up.
Which is a problem and presents a...
No, there is no more problem. The problem is gone because Trump blew all of them up. There is no more problem anymore.
About. I was on one of the cable shows last night talking about this specific issue. So to date, there's been about 6 or 7 strikes in the Caribbean that have killed 32 people.
Good.
And
that's good.
Some of those were trafficking drugs. Those routes, by the way, Senator Merkley, are used generally to traffic cocaine and marijuana through the Caribbean to Caribbean islands and onto Europe. They are not the routes that traffic fentanyl to the United States. And over the last 6 weeks or so,
is that right?
We have conducted kinetic strikes against these boats without what I recognize as the legal authority to do so. It's not something I've seen in my experience.
So is the argument here that the commander-in-chief of the United States military is not able to blow up narco trafficking boats when they are en route to the United States of America? Curious. Well, he's going to be pretty mad about this because we have breaking news actually literally right now. It just popped up. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has announced the U.S. military carried out yet another lethal strike on a drug boat being operated by a designated terrorist organization conducting narco trafficking in the East Pacific. This happened. We just got the confirmation literally just now. And this is what that looks like. Like literally just this moment. I have a feeling this boat is going to go bye-bye any minute now. And goodbye, boat. And there goes the narco trafficking boat. Tick, tick, boom. Yep. We get a little replay. Yeah, I want to see a lot more of this. I think we need to see... He had said that we've carried out 6. I'd probably make that 7 strikes now so far. Let's make that 700 strikes. Let's make that 7,000 strikes. Get this stuff off of the screen. There's too much of it. There's too much of it. So obviously he is not happy, but he has to do everything he can to filibuster. He's actually helping with the filibuster here. Now, here's the thing. Isn't it rather presumptuous of a senator to say that the U.S. military, the commander-in-chief, with all the intelligence that the military has, all the intelligence that Trump has, that they don't know what they're doing? This is how I imagine this goes down. Maybe I'm the dumb one here. I would imagine that Trump and the U.S. military, they are able to watch using satellites or aerial drones. They can watch the narco traffickers load the drugs on the boats from the shoreline. They load them on, they sail out. They know exactly how many people are on the boat. They know exactly how many boxes of this are on the boat. They know where the boxes came from. They tracked the boxes back to the source from the drug manufacturing facility. They've tracked it every single step of the way. So they know exactly what is on the boat, who are the people on the boat, where did those people come from. It's all thoroughly tracked and logged, cataloged, and then they're in the ocean and they blow them up. They're not just blowing boats out of the water at random. All of this is highly coordinated, right? And so this argument that, well, we have no idea who's on the boats. We don't know who's on the boats. Yeah, I just don't know about that. We have the most advanced military in the entire world. We have satellites everywhere. We've got drones everywhere. We've got the most robust intelligence apparatus of any country on the face of the planet. And you're telling me that that Trump has no idea what or who is on these boats? Come on. I just don't buy it. I think that's absurd. I think that's ridiculous. Now we've got Rob Stoops here. He became a membership. He said, I can't use the same kind of tactic of Congress that he did in Hamas. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Rob. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm trying to get caught up here. Just unbelievable. We have John Mitchell. He says, Scott Kelly once again proving you don't have any brains to be an astronaut. Yeah, he's probably the nation's lowest IQ astronaut. I'm not sure. I don't know. It is curious how a guy like this ends up becoming a radical progressive. You know, he's an older. I mean, just like look at the odds. Look at the demographics, right? He's an older white guy. Most older white guys tend to be conservative. He's a veteran. Most veterans tend to be. He's an old white guy veteran. Generally, those guys tend to be at a rate of like 90% or more tend to be conservative, and this guy he's a radical leftist. How in the hell did that happen? I don't know. You think he's being bought off or blackmailed or something? I mean, you just look at the stats. How in the hell did he end up this way? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. We are plugging away towards hour number 20. We are pushing towards hour number 20 of this filibuster. And the reason why they are filibustering right now so insanely aggressively is because the second this filibuster comes to an end, the second Jeff Merkley has to tap out, then they are voting to reopen this government. Okay? The vote is happening immediately after the filibuster ends. So all the other senators right now are on standby waiting for this guy to wrap up. Merkley, it's getting late, man. You've been out here for almost 20 hours. Go to bed. Now, I want to do a little bit of a touch base here with what's going on in New Jersey. Frankly, personally, I have not followed New Jersey too closely. I know that things are getting very competitive. A Republican, his name is Jack Ciccharelli, might end up winning in New Jersey. Let's take a look at some stuff that's going on here. So first off, let's take a look at this clip here.
Barack Obama is coming out for Mikey Sherrill. That'll be the final weekend of the campaign on November the 1st. She's clearly bringing out the big guns. What do you make of that?
What it tells me is that they're struggling here in New Jersey. I've been here today with Jack. This is the third stop today. I got to tell you, the energy is off the charts everywhere that we've been. And so if she's got to bring in the former president, what that means is she's in trouble. But she's going to find out, just like Kamala Harris found out, that if you bring them in, it doesn't matter. You're still going to lose because she doesn't have the solutions that the people of New Jersey need.
Folks, New Jersey might be going red. New Jersey, I mean, you guys have seen the voter registration numbers across the country. People are swapping parties. Voter registration for Republicans across the country, New Jersey predominantly, but everywhere really, through the roof, Republican. Democrat voter registration is bottoming out. In fact, it's in the negative numbers. Now we have a big super chat over here on Rumble. This is from Salty Vet's wife. Thank you, Mrs. Salty Vet. She says, Arizona resident here. We can't stand Mark Kelly. Maybe. Okay, what are the odds that you guys end up voting him out? Arizona is one of these states. It's hard to know exactly what's going on. It's a swing state. Goes back and forth a little bit sometimes. Maybe he won't last long. Who knows? Who knows? And by the way, thank you very much. I will tell you though, kind of on a side note here, we've got midterms about a year from now. If the Democrats lose midterms, it will be just so funny. Obviously, politics, it's a good thing, but man, just on a comical level. Because right now, the far left they are coping. They're saying, yeah, people voted for Trump, but all of the Republicans are voting. Everybody that voted for Trump regrets it. There's a ton of buyer's remorse. Nobody had any idea how evil Trump was going to be once he got into the White House. Oh my God, he's deporting everybody, blah, blah, blah. He's ruining the economy. He's whatever, right? The argument right now is that everybody that voted for Trump regrets doing so. And that come midterms, everybody is going to come to their senses, and everybody across the nation, we're all going to vote for Democrats. It will be so funny come midterms. The Republicans are going to win, I think. Hey, if I had to bet money on this, the Republicans are going to sweep midterms. There won't be a lot of material with which to cope after midterms. So thank you for that very much. I appreciate that. Hammer says, how does this space cadet know what the boats are heading to the U.S.? How is his intel better than our military? That's the thing. It's not. He's just talking out his behind. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. In New Jersey, they're worried about the black vote. What's going on here?
Is the Garden State, right? Yeah. What's growing in New Jersey? I don't see anything growing.
I'm gonna go with Jack.
You're gonna go with Jack?
Yeah, because from what I've seen her in her commercial,
Mikey Sherrill.
She's not answering. She's avoiding real serious questions.
I'm leaning on her. I just like her opinions.
All right, so some people there like Mikey Sherrill, a lot of people like you, Jack. But when you take a look at the polls, some of them now are within the margin of error. But if we go back to 2021, the polls seem to undercount your support by about 6 points. But what can you do in the next 2 weeks to bring this one across the line?
What we've been doing every day since the day after the primary, getting up and down the state, telling people very specifically how we're going to fix the state of New Jersey. It needs fixing. We've got an affordability crisis, a public education crisis, public safety crisis, overdevelopment in our suburban communities. And my opponent's entire campaign has been based on a stack of lies. Her disdain for the president, she could fly a helicopter. That's not going to fix New Jersey. And when the Republican nominee is being endorsed by Democratic mayors up and down the state, that tells you how badly people want change.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. What do you think that's going to do come November the 4th in terms of flipping some Democratic support to you?
Hey, listen, Republicans are all in, unaffiliated independent voters are all in, and even moderate Democrats are all in because it's been 8 years of failed policies, and they're so very fearful that my opponent is Murphy 2.0.
Folks, right now, the Republicans, they have 27 of the state governorships. This would be number 28. 28. Can you imagine if New Jersey has a Republican governor within the next couple weeks here? Entirely could be the case. Now, if you are tuning in, if you're saying, man, Matt Morris, what the hell's going on here? Listen, I want to do a comprehensive recap of why we are all sitting here. What does it mean over there in the top left? Today is day number 22 of the ongoing shutdown of the federal government, which has been entirely orchestrated and manufactured by the Senate Democrats, namely Chuck Schumer. Now, today also will be the 12th time soon the Senate is going to convene. They're going to get together, all the senators, and they're going to vote for a 12th time on whether or not to open the government or keep it closed. Of course, they have to vote for House Resolution 5371 is the name of the House resolution. This is the continuing resolution of the budget needed to reopen the federal government. Now, rumor on the block, it seems to be the case that late last night, there was some type of agreement reached where Chuck Schumer is going to capitulate. A group of Senate Democrats are going to vote yes, whereas before they had not. The government will reopen today. That is the rumor on the block. That's the word around town right now. The problem is the reason why we are sitting here waiting, the reason why that vote has not taken place yet, that will very likely open up the government today, is that we have a far left senator from the state of Oregon. His name is Jeff Merkley, who is, you can see up there on the top left, he has been filibustering for almost 20 hours. Filibustering means he actually at around 6:30 p.m. last night, he stepped into the Senate floor and started talking. He said, I'm going to bog down this entire process. And he has been consistently talking now for almost 20 hours straight. The rules are the second he takes a seat, the second he goes to the bathroom, the second he steps out of the Senate chamber, then, this filibuster segment has come to an end, and then we will immediately move on to this vote to open up the government. Like I said, rumor has it that vote is going to pass. It's going to be successful today. So why is this Senate Democrat Jeff Merkley filibustering? Well, he seems to be one of these far-left senators that, in fact, does not want the government to be reopened. He is not happy at the idea of this negotiation taking place between Schumer and Thune and President Trump to reopen the government. He's not happy about it. And so Jeff Merkley's filibustering, doing everything he can to delay and stall this entire process. But he has been up here. By the way, this is not him. He's getting some help from another Democrat senator, Senator Kelly. The rules are he's allowed to have other senators come up and sort of ask him questions and chip in. But regardless, Jeff Merkley, he's got to stay up there, standing, talking, can't leave the chamber. And so really, the second Jeff Merkley taps out, the second he's done, he runs out of energy, filibuster's over, this vote is happening. The vote is happening. Now, right now on the East Coast, it is 2:08 p.m. on 2 in the afternoon on the East Coast. I don't think that matters. We've seen the Senate have votes at 7 or 8 or 9 p.m. in the evening. So it's not like they shut down at 5 p.m. sharp or anything like that. It's not like the local post office. So you know what? I'll tell you what, Merkley, Merkley would have to filibuster probably another 6 hours. Probably another 6 hours in order. There he is right there. He's standing up there. Merkley would have to filibuster probably another 6, maybe 7 hours in order to push this vote from today, Wednesday, over to Thursday. But even then, it's like, okay, great. You delayed the opening of the government by one more day. Okay, still, we're going to open the government. Just completely petulant, ridiculous. It's almost it's just very toddler-like behavior. It's like they're a bunch of crybaby toddlers. Now on YouTube over here, that is a massive super chat. This is from Bruce Rice. That's a $100 super chat. Bruce Rice chimes in. He says, "The show Matt Love from Iowa, make America great again." That's a big one. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot. That's a big one. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And so, Bruce, I've been live here with you guys on today's broadcast for about 3 hours, almost 3 hours. At this point, Merkley had only been up there for 16 hours. I said, man, he's been up there for 16 hours. He's been awake all night. This guy's 68 years old. I looked up, how old is he? 68 years old. He's got to take a seat at some point. He's got to go to the bathroom. In fact, I need to go to the bathroom here in a minute. He's got to go pee. He's got to take a pee break at some point here. He's still going. He's still going. So we are now, this broadcast has become Filibuster Watch. Bruce, I want to say thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. You guys know, you guys never need to feel obligated to donate or super chat on Rumble or on YouTube. But I'm never going to tell you to do it. I'm never even going to ask you to do it. But if you do, I really appreciate it. It means a lot. It does help keep the show going. So if you do, I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. When I was a young man, I used to work at this restaurant. I worked at a nice, it was actually a nice like 1950s style hamburger diner. They had milkshakes. It was great, man. I love this place. It was a good job. I must have been 20 years old. And I remember some of my coworkers working at this restaurant, they would get so mad if they waited on this table. This table has 4 or 5 people and they didn't leave a tip. They only tipped 10%. They didn't tip 25%. They would come back in the kitchen and they would say, "Oh, F those people. I just waited on those people. I brought them the hamburgers. I cleaned up the mess and they only tipped 10%. They didn't tip 25%. F this, F that." There was so much entitlement, as if they were owed. They owed me. I deserve these tips. I deserve the big tip. And if I don't get the big tip, I'm going to be so mad. There was this entitlement. It really bothered me. I didn't like that at all. The way I always looked at tips, because I used to work at this restaurant. Even now, if people super chat, even now, if anybody ever donates or tips or super chats, whatever you want to call it, that's a big deal. I really appreciate that. Nobody ever has to do that, but if you do, I really appreciate it. It means a lot. You don't want to feel entitled to anything like that. But man, I remember they come back in the kitchen, they would get so mad about that. "Oh, those people only tipped me at 12%. I should have been tipped 20%. Stuff like that. Goodness gracious. Now, right now, I just cannot believe. Honestly, I am shocked that Merkley has made it 20 hours into the filibuster. 20 hours into the filibuster. Who would have thought he had it in him? He conducted a very long filibuster in 2017 during Trump's first term. And he was up here, same guy, Merkley, he filibustered for 15 and a half hours. And that's a long time to stand up there and talk, and not go to the bathroom. 15 and a half. Well, he's 8 years older. That was 8 years ago. When he was a young man, he was 60. Now he's 68. And now he's filibustering harder than ever. Now he's up here for almost 20 hours. Good Lord, can you believe that? I don't know. Maybe his diaper is full. You know, thank God I'm not in the Senate chamber here. It might smell pretty bad. I hope not. Man, that'd be bad. Now, you know what I will say real quick. If you folks are tuning in to the broadcast today, whether it be on Rumble, we've got over 1,000 people on Rumble. Shout out the Rumble viewers. And on YouTube, over 10,000 right now. If you are tuning in right now to Rumble on YouTube, wherever you may be, if you would do me a favor and hit the like button, it helps a lot. Make sure to like today's broadcast. Make sure to subscribe to the channel here on YouTube and Rumble. Drop a follow, subscribe, like the broadcast. Here on YouTube, we've got 6,700 likes and we've got over 10,000 viewers. Hey, I know some of you haven't hit the like button, so make sure to do that. That really does help a lot with the whole YouTube algorithm. Somebody said he's taken booger sugar. Oh, you mean cocaine? You know, I've never done cocaine. I don't really know how it works. I would imagine it doesn't last 20 hours. You can tell though he's getting a little bit tired. You can tell he's looking a little bit tired.
To have decisions that will open the doors and say there will be deference to the president so he can deploy under Title X, well, the National Guard, the federalized National Guard.
Hope so.
Against peaceful protesters. Or that the president will proceed to use the Insurrection Act, which does inherently give more
I hope so.
support, deference to the president. So a lot of concern to my colleague from Arizona about what's going to unfold. Meanwhile, I am delighted to see my colleague from New Mexico on the floor, and I would.
Oh, good Lord. He's passing it off to someone else now. Dude, it's been 20 hours. It is time to take a seat. So he's having some of the other far-left members of Senate come up, and the way it works, you are allowed, if you're the senator engaging in the filibuster, you are allowed to have other senators come up and ask you questions. Now, it doesn't actually say how long or how short that question-asking segment can be. And so what is going on right now, you're having other Democrat senators come up here, and they are asking a question which really ends up being like a 10, 15, 20-minute speech. So he is using, this is another senator here from New Mexico, asking a question, but really it ends up being like a 20-minute speech of a question. And they're doing that to kind of help him out. They're saying, man, Merkley's getting tired. We got to help him out. I'm going to go up and ask a 20-minute question. And so that's what's happening here.
Now, I, like you, I'm proud to be United States Senator. I know you the way you speak about Oregon, I'm always battling with you, whether it's New Mexico or it's Oregon. Who's more beautiful?
It's Oregon. Oregon is more beautiful than New Mexico. Let's be honest. It's not even close.
Represent the people from New Mexico. And every day I'm reminded that the work that we do here, it doesn't just impact our homes. The work that we do here touches every corner of the United States of America. Now, for the last 3 weeks of this Republican shutdown, and
so I'm going to go ahead and we just don't need to listen to all of their filibustering rhetoric. Here's the problem. You guys know, listen, Oregon, Washington, California. These really are beautiful states. Some of the most beautiful states in the entire nation. Man, they are beautiful. The problem is some of the people that live in these states, some of the people live in there, it's the people, they are not so beautiful. That is the problem. You have all these far left radical progressives, but from an environmental or environmental lens point of view, man, Oregon, Washington, California, beautiful, stunning. The Pacific Northwest is, in my opinion, the most beautiful place in the, not just the country, but in the world. The problem is you have all these far left radicals ruining the entire vibe. Now, what is this? A school teacher at a recent anti-ICE protest in Los Angeles, California, makes a brazen threat towards ICE agents. What does he have to say?
Don't forget where you're standing. This is South Central Los Angeles. They are not the only ones with guns in this city. They're not the only ones, and don't forget that. And I don't say that because we're calling for violence. I'm saying that because the people have every right to defend themselves against masked, unidentified gunmen with AR-15s and other military rifles. The people have every right to defend themselves.
So he's calling for violence. He said, this is what he said. So I'm not calling for violence, but I'm calling for violence. He's a teacher. He's a teacher, a school teacher in Los Angeles. Tom Homan should investigate. Yep, ice, baby. Absolutely. Just how in the hell did our country get this way, man? Listen, we have had so many incompetent presidential administrations that have been turning a blind eye. The slow drip of illegal immigration into this country, drip, 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 for decades, for generations. And now there's so much water in the bucket after all these drip, 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 drop. I mean, during the Biden era, that was a flood. It was drip, 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 and then a flood for 4 years. But now there's so much water in the bucket. How in the hell do you get rid of the water, man? We have officially reached the 20-hour mark of Oregon Senator Jeff Merkley's filibuster. 20 hours. He has been up here doing everything he can to stop the vote to reopen the government. We were too tolerant, you know. I think in all cases, tolerance is not a virtue. Some people say tolerance is a virtue. Tolerance in the face of evil or wrongdoing is not a virtue. Tolerance is not unilaterally a positive virtue. Tolerance can be a bad thing. You ought not tolerate everything. And a lot of things that should not have been tolerated have been tolerated, regrettably, and that's why we find ourselves in the problem that we have found ourselves in. Now I take a look at this. We have a super chat from PDX67R. He says, "Here's a tip, lol, kidding. We appreciate Matt Morris." Hey, thank you, PDX67R. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. You must be from Portland. Hey, thank you very much. Portland, Oregon. I appreciate that. Thank you. Randy Holland says, "Acting like spoiled children, what a lost group of people, and I have two in my family, both college grads, one from Berkeley and one from Warrensburg, Missouri." Oh, that are kind of acting the same way? Yeah. Yeah. They exist. You know, there's one of these narratives over here on the right. There's this idea that all of these far left radicals are being paid for. They're all bought off. They're all like a lot blah, blah, blah. Like a lot of the protesters and rioters, that all of them are being paid for. Some of them are. I mean, no doubt, some of them are. The unfortunate reality is most of them are not. Most of these people, far left radicals that are marching through the streets, causing problems, attacking ICE officers, waving Mexican flags, waving foreign flags, they are actually not paid for. They're just authentically like this. They actually are like that. The far left problem in this country, it is a serious, legitimate, actual, authentic problem. Some of it is paid for. Some of it is pushed along by foreign money. But a lot of these people are real. They are just real. And that's actually a harder problem to combat. It's much easier to crack down on foreign funding and shut down paid protesters than it is to actually deal with legitimate, actual far left radicals. You know, Hardski says in the chat, wrong, they are paid. Some of them are paid. Here's what I'll tell you, man. For every one paid protester, there's 10 to 100 actual legitimate far left radicals. If the idea is that every single protester is paid, then you are still an ostrich with your head buried in the sand, refusing to acknowledge that this country has tens of millions of far left radicals. We do have tens of millions of far left radicals. They are American citizens. They are authentic. They are real. It is a problem. Not all of them. The vast majority of them are not paid. These are real people. They're useful idiots. Yeah, they are. They are useful idiots. They are. Some of them are paid. Most of them are not. And I think I think all of us as conservatives, we need to acknowledge like what the real problem is. The real problem is we actually have real far left radicals. It's not all fake. It's not all imaginary. It's not all of these people are being paid by George Soros. Some of them are. Most of them are not. And that is a big problem. That is a big problem. Now I'll take a look at this. This is Joe Stew with $20 super chat. Thank you very much, Joe. He says Chicago teacher Lucy Martinez, who mocked Charlie Kirk's assassination, still has not been fired. CPS says it, quote, won't comment on personnel matters, and no official disciplinary action has been confirmed. You know, I think I actually maybe had something on that. Can I pull that up? Do we have some news on that? You said, yeah, you know, this is that story right here. I've got some bonus information here. What do we have on this? Breaking. A leaked email from Nathan Hale Elementary School reveals the elementary school teacher. The school is backing Lucy Martinez, the Chicago No Kings protester who reenacted Charlie Kirk's death, and will not reactivate its phone lines or social media account until demands for her firing subside. So this is her. I remember seeing a footage of this from the other way. I don't have that footage ready, but what she's doing, this is her here, this big, beautiful woman. She's putting her hand on her neck and acting like she's been shot in the neck. She's gushing blood out of her neck. She's making fun of Charlie Kirk with her Mexican flag as this patriotic truck drives by. And she's an elementary school teacher that is doing this. I remember seeing footage of this from the opposite side of the road. There was a better view of this. Anyway, so the school is playing coverage for her. They are not firing her. They are in full solidarity and support with this individual. Ladies and gentlemen, we are over 20 hours into the filibuster, into Jeff Merkley's filibuster. And any minute now, it's going to come to an end. I'm thinking, how long can this guy keep going? Man, I'll tell you what, I really didn't know what I was getting myself into this morning when I did this broadcast. I said, when I went live this morning, I said, all right, he's already at 16 and a half hours. There's no way he's going to filibuster another couple hours. He's going to be wrapping this thing up any minute now. Well, here we are over 3 hours later, and the filibuster continues. He is over 20 hours into the filibuster, doing every single thing he can to prevent the vote from taking place today, which must take place. It's scheduled for today, during which, rumor has it, these senators are going to actually vote and reopen the government. He's got a notebook of questions. Oh, yeah, of course he does. Yeah, they do that every single time. They come prepared. They've got their talking points in their notebooks. They are prepared. That's right. This is all coordinated. Yes, it is. Now here, folks, I need to kind of clean up my my docket here. Just give me one moment here, ladies and gentlemen. We are over 20 hours. And so, like I said a moment ago, the word on the block is that, well, let me just start from the beginning. Today is day number 22 of the government shutdown. Today, the Senate is scheduled to vote for the 12th time whether or not to reopen the government. Rumor has it that this vote today, some type of negotiation has been struck, and that the government will be reopening today. That is the rumor. That's not a promise. It's not a guarantee, but that's what a lot of people are talking about, which is why Jeff Merkley, who is a radically progressive member of the Senate, is filibustering now for over 20 hours. He does not want the government to be reopened. He wants it shut down, so he is doing everything he can here to prolong that process.
It is profoundly disturbing, and I appreciate
Here he is.
The way you framed it. There's enough money for luxury glitz for a mega ballroom. I can't even imagine how anything could cost that much to build.
The money is private,
1/8 inch of gold on
privately
every surface
funded
or something. I don't know, but that doesn't serve the American people. That doesn't make one single person in America have better health care or better education or a decent home in a decent community or a better job. Doesn't give equality of opportunity. Doesn't tackle any of our environmental issues. It is simply a gross display by a president who has constructed his entire administration on the basis of a theory.
He's fallen asleep, man. He can barely keep his eyes open. Look at him. He can barely keep his eyes open at this point.
Lose their health care so there can be massive tax breaks for billionaires. They lose their Medicaid on top of their ACA health care in order to.
You know, I'll tell you what I hate. You know me, I hate to give a compliment to the opposition here. I will say, though, this guy is 68 years old. He's been standing up here for over 20 hours on his feet. For 20 hours, no bathroom breaks. You're not allowed to leave the chamber. You got to keep on talking. Over 20 hours, man. I guess in that regard, I guess you got to hand it to him. Obviously, this is a nonsensical, ridiculous, complete and total waste of time. We got to wrap it up. Listen, we've got people's lives are on the line here. Let's wrap it up. You think this is elderly abuse? Someone said this is elderly abuse. You think so? Well, let's see. Maybe he wraps it up here in a minute. Good grief. He's just babbling. He is. He's just babbling now.
Cost. And we don't have a new comprehensive analysis.
He is.
The pre-analysis, the projection, was that the average cost would go up not 5% or 10% or 15%, but about 68%. And that's because the premium goes up.
He's babbling.
The tax credits come down, and you massively more expensive. Now, maybe a lot more because the average across the country is that premiums payments will go up 114%, more than double.
Everything these people say is a lie. Now, there's something I want to show you folks here. We have a side report developing right this very moment. We have Border Commander Greg Bovino is accusing Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson of inviting violence against himself and ICE agents. Take a look at this new report.
Constitutional. How do you respond to the Chicago mayor?
Apologies here.
Mayor Johnson is so out of touch with his inner city. We talk with the inner city residents on a daily basis. They're glad we're there. And as far as terrorizing, if you're a criminal, illegal alien, or an illegal alien, then you're going to go to jail and be deported. You have the opportunity to use the CBP Home app, free plane ticket home and $1,000. That's not terrorizing. That's giving folks a chance to do the right thing. If they don't do the right thing, we'll arrest them. And if Mayor Johnson equates that to terrorizing, then that's his fault for, as you say, Sandra, amping up that rhetoric, which often leads to violence against law enforcement.
Well, that's the mayor equating to terrorism. The governor of the state of Illinois is comparing the Trump administration actions to the Holocaust. Listen here.
Oh, my good God. Enforcing federal immigration legislation, carrying out deportations after, by the way, needs to be said. Bovino said this here. Trump, for 9 months now, has had a program. It's called the CBP smartphone app. You download an app on your smartphone. If you're an illegal alien, you will get paid $1,000 and a free plane ticket home to whatever country you came from. Trump has, for 9 months, Trump has tried to do this the Mr. Nice Guy way. Trump has tried to pay these people to leave the country. Here's $1,000, get a little stipend and a free plane ticket, go back home. If you are still here after 9 months, listen, your ass is getting rounded up by ICE. You're getting deported the tough way. We tried to do this Mr. Nice Guy way. Now ICE is coming down. You're getting deported.
People have criticized me for talking about the Nazi regime. On the right, people have criticized me. It's the one I know most about because I helped to build a Holocaust museum. People's rights started getting taken away. People got accused of being immigrants. This is before the Holocaust really took place. What I'm saying is that this is how authoritarian regimes do it.
He's made this case before. He seems to be tripling down on that rhetoric. Your response?
I'm real quick. I need to say something very controversial. In fact, I might get a little bit in trouble here when I say this. I might get in trouble. I am sick and tired of hearing about things that happened in World War II. It is 2025. We have our own modern 2025 issues. I am sick of every single thing that happens in this country needing to be cast on the backdrop of, it's just like World War II. Here's why this is just like what happened in the Holocaust and Hitler. Why don't we actually wisen up a little bit? We are capable of talking about 2025 issues as they are without needing to make drawbacks to things that happened 90 years ago in Nazi Germany or where else. I'm sick of needing to compulsively compare everything everywhere at all times to World War II. Can we just talk about what's happening now, please? Please? Or no?
He uses the term immigrants. An immigrant is someone that comes into this country illegally, someone that we want to come into this country. We are a country of immigrants. What he's not saying, and one of the things he does that really appeals to the weaker-minded constituents in Chicago, is he equates illegal aliens and criminal illegal aliens with those immigrants.
You're a Nazi. You're a Holocaust. Oh my gosh, Trump is making a Holocaust. Shut up. Just shut up. I'm so over it. And by the way, thank God that all of this rhetoric, it doesn't have any impact anymore. Can we all listen? Maybe there should be some value and impact associated with calling somebody a Nazi or talking about the Holocaust. But now in 2025, that impact has been completely robbed. And the reason why is because these far-left radicals, they have been calling everyone a Nazi. They've been calling everybody a fascist. They've been calling everyone Hitler. They've been comparing everything to the Holocaust so flippantly and desperately so that now just like nobody cares. Now nobody cares. Maybe you could make an argument that people should care. Maybe people should care. But these terms have been used so flippantly for so long that people just have complete and total fatigue. Nobody gives a shit anymore. That's what's happened. Oh, we have another assistant who's coming in here helping with the filibuster.
And I want to thank you for doing what you are doing today, because you're going
We are over 20 hours in
to point out to people that, as your chart says, authoritarianism is here and it is here now. And we can ignore it or we can speak out, and you have spent all night long and all day standing on your feet at, I'm sure, great personal sacrifice to fight for everyone in this country and to sound the alarm, as you've been talking about. And so I just personally want to thank you, and I want to reiterate something that you have said for all of these hours.
He's fighting
and
for all
actually
of us.
many times to me over the past few months, that the fact that Trump is using his place in government to control every aspect of our life, whether it's what our schools are teaching or not teaching. It's whether or not he's prosecuting his enemies, which he is doing. It's cutting off projects and funding to punish the political opposition. And as you and I both...
These people on the far left, they act as if we all have short-term memory loss. Lady, it was like literally 12 months ago. 12 months ago, almost every public school classroom in the country had trans pride flags and Black Lives Matter stickers up on the whiteboard. And you're going to act like Donald Trump is controlling what's going on in the classrooms. There were trans pride flags and Black Lives Matter flags across the country in these public school classrooms literally 12 months ago. It hasn't even been a year yet.
Of this kind of power should be frightening to every single American. And we need to stand up and we need to call it out, which is what you are doing today. And even dictating what late night TV hosts is doing is part of this whole picture that you've been describing. But I came to the floor today as your partner on the Appropriations Committee. We serve on that together, and we all know in this body how important that committee is, because we decide where the funding is going to go in the country. Now, I've been out on this floor, I've been at home, I've been everywhere talking about the power of the purse, which sounds kind of like this quaint little phrase. But it is really important for anybody who has a family. You know.
I am so happy people like this image up on the screen. I am so happy this lost. America came together and overwhelmingly rejected this. Whatever you want to call this, we said, hell no. We are done with this. Whatever this is, no more. We do not want this. We want Trump. We want Donald Trump. We want Trump. We want to put America first. We want to make America great again. We do not want this. I don't even know. I'm not going to start throwing names out there. I'm not going to be rude here, but to this, America said no. Over 20 hours. We are over 20 hours into the great filibuster, which is prolonging the government shutdown right this very moment. Now I have a side report here coming out right now. Take a look at this. Construction is underway on the White House as we speak.
On her effort, and it was actually televised nationally. Listen to this number. It was watched by 80 million viewers at home, and Jackie Kennedy won an Emmy Award for it. So why do we get the feeling that maybe if a Democratic administration was adding a ballroom to the White House, John, to your point, so people don't have to be outside on grass, that we wouldn't hear one peep from Democrats right here, who, again, it just seems like every day there's something to get outraged about. Yeah. And at some point, it's the party that cried wolf. People are just going to stop listening, because how could you be outraged for so long about every little thing that this president does? And in this case, I think most Americans would support a ballroom in the White House, especially for those state dinners.
Now something that Byron York even pointed out here, and that's the fact that the White House said that the existing building wouldn't be touched. But now we learn that a good portion, if not all, of the East Wing, the lobby and the offices, is being demolished. Byron York thinks that the president needs to explain this. What do you think?
I'm sure. I mean, and the president certainly isn't shy about talking. So if he says, okay, and this is obviously a former real estate developer, so he knows a thing or two about additions and obviously building these things, just explain, okay, we cannot add this unless perhaps in this case, and I'm not a guy that really works on, structures too much, but maybe there are support beams that need to be replaced in order to add these things. Maybe it's a plumbing thing. It could be 100 things. But I think if the president did come forward, and I'm sure he probably will, maybe today, maybe.
Here's my curiosity. Let's go to Grok. Grok. How many times has the White House been modified by past presidential administrations? Concise bullet point answer. Just real quick, just out of personal curiosity here. Okay. Putting together a list. Okay, so in the 1800s, it happened a couple times back in the day. In 1902, Roosevelt, he built the West Wing. Coolidge rebuilt the roof and the third floor. Truman conducted a complete interior rebuild due to structural issues. Kennedy administration restored interiors and added historical decor. Minor updates. Most administrations made cosmetic or functional changes. Furniture, decor, technology. Well, here, I'm almost positive that, didn't Nixon add a bowling alley? I thought I heard that somewhere. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Was there a bowling alley that was added? Yes. Nixon added a bowling alley to the White House in 1973. Well, then why was that not included in the list here? See, this is the problem with artificial intelligence. And Barack Obama added a basketball court. Nixon added a bowling alley. We had a basketball court. This stuff wasn't included. Nixon had a single-lane bowling alley installed in the White House basement near the area where the two-lane alley had previously existed under Truman. So Truman originally added a two-lane bowling alley. It was removed, and then Nixon added a one-lane bowling alley in the basement. Well, this is the problem with artificial intelligence. They're not talking about that. There you have it. Nixon replaced the pool with the press room. There was a swimming pool at one point also. Yeah, real quick. Who added the swimming pool? And in what? I type in what year? Roosevelt added a swimming pool to the White House in 1993 for his personal physical therapy because he had polio. So there was a swimming pool, then they got rid of that. We had bowling alleys. They got rid of the bowling alleys. They brought back the bowling alley. Barack Obama added a basketball court. They added the West Wing. They added the East Wing. They renovated the third floor. Nothing that President Trump is doing is really abnormal. Doesn't seem to be the case. Barack Obama added a damn basketball court.
An authoritarian government and a democracy, then work with us to defend our Constitution. Defend that what we have done together cannot be undone by the executive. And so far, we have not received a yes, we will defend the Constitution.
Oh, good Lord. If you want to talk about incompetent Democrats, ladies and gentlemen, one of the most incompetent Democrats in the entire country chimes in, Hakeem Jeffries.
Donald Trump is once again preparing.
We have the worst audio ever for this clip. Stand by.
Donald Trump is once again preparing to fly out of the country. The East Wing of the White House is being demolished so that Donald Trump can construct a ballroom where he will be celebrated like a king.
Donald Trump is building a ballroom so that he can be celebrated like a king. These people live in an alternate reality.
And at the same time, Trump is trying to rob taxpayers of $230 million to continue to line his pockets.
By taxpayers, of course, he means health care for illegal aliens.
And yet Republicans have zero interest, none, in addressing the health care crisis that they've created, is devastating people all across the country. Donald
It really is just astounding how detached these people are from what is actually really going on in this country. These people are out of their damn, I mean, we know this, everybody. I'm just sitting here preaching to the choir right now, but these people are out of their damn minds. They are out of their freaking minds. Now I'm scanning around the web here looking for more updates for you folks. Gaslighting, typical progressive gaslighting. I mean, it's all they have. They don't have anything else. They can't do anything else. You know, to be fair, the Democrats have a lot of time on their hands right now. They can't really make any big moves. They don't have a majority in the House or the Senate. It's not really like they can pursue any different agendas or tactics here. All they can do is try to slow down Trump and undermine every single thing. Literally every single thing that President Trump does. And that's what they're doing. And that's exactly what they are doing. We, the American people, we have kicked the Democrats out of every single position of power they might have had. The House, the Senate, the Supreme Court is swatting down all of these radically progressive federal rulings left and right, time and time again. 27 of the 50 state governorships are controlled by the Republicans. And that's just the beginning. And really, that is just the beginning. Now, what do we have here? The filibuster continues here.
Well over 200 days into the Trump administration, costs for housing are up, food prices are up, energy costs have gone up, and we are about to see our health care costs skyrocket for millions of Americans, all while the president pushes this country to a literal brink of a constitutional crisis. So let's recap. The Department of Defense is trying to censor the press. This administration is offering deals to universities to teach Trump priorities, taking away independence and academic freedom. They tried to push dissenters off airwaves, but this is America. And Senator Merkley, you and I know here the people have the power, and the power of the people matters.
The power of the people was exercised on Election Day 2024, during which we voted for Trump to be the president. We voted for Republicans to have control of the House and the Senate. The power of the people was exercised. What you are witnessing now every day with President Trump's America First agenda, is literally the power of the people. We voted. We chose. This is from The View. The View's Sonny Hostin, who lives in an all-white neighborhood, says she had to show her son to police because black boys are not given the presumption of innocence. Huh?
As a mother of black children, I know that black boys are not given the presumption of innocence and the presumption of youth. She's calling the police and saying they're trying to steal her car, and they're 11 years old. They don't know how to drive. And so for me, what was interesting was I have had to be in the position where I have gone to my local police department because I know my son is going to be training for the Junior Olympics, running around the neighborhood in an all-white neighborhood. And I have brought him to the police and said, he belongs to me. This is my son. Do not harass him. Do not stop him. So she was doing what so many black mothers do, and she was killed for protecting her child. And
I am just so sick of the race baiting and the complaining and the whining and the self-victimizing. It's just so pathetic and tired, and nobody gives a shit. Get over it. Get over yourself. Nobody cares. Get over it. Unbelievable. You call BS. Probably BS. Probably complete and total BS. You know, I don't even know the story that she's really referencing. I don't know the origin story of that news. But I would suppose that whatever she is saying is probably a load of bullcrap. That's my sneaking suspicion. That's my sneaking suspicion, folks. We are 20.5 hours into Senator Jeff Merkley's filibuster. I'll be honest, when I went to bed last night, I had no idea that this filibuster had started. It had. By the time I went to bed last night, the filibuster was already probably 4 or 5 hours underway. I went to bed, I woke up, I said, all right, today's going to be a good day because it seems like the government shutdown is going to come to an end. Today, we have a lot of, whispers and chirping. A lot of people are talking about this. There was a deal. There's some type of deal. Some negotiation was made. The Democrats are going to vote to reopen the government, at least enough of them. I sat down at my desk to get to work and figure out what I was doing. I open up YouTube and I say, Merkley is doing a filibuster. Oh, he's been filibustering for 15 hours. What the hell's going on here? I saw that filibuster and I said, you know what? In my mind, that actually kind of confirms to me that a negotiation was had, that some Democrats are going to come on over and vote to reopen the government, because why else would he be filibustering today? Why else would he be? This is day number 22 of the government shutdown. We haven't had any filibusters in the last 22 days. This is the first filibuster of the shutdown. We are 20 hours into it right now. Why now? Why today? Well, this decision, Merkley's decision to filibuster like this, immediately follows this negotiation that allegedly took place last night between Schumer, Thune, and Trump, where there was some negotiation that was had. Okay, we're going to reopen the government. Merkley, presumably, it seems to be, he was not happy about that. Merkley does not want the government to reopen. He's not happy with whatever negotiation took place. He said, all right, time to filibuster. Okay, I'm going to filibuster now. And here he is, 20 hours in.
It rather answers itself after listening to all the points you were making, which are right on.
And it's just a total waste of time.
How can it possibly be the right priorities if you're spending your money on tax breaks for billionaires while cutting the tax credits that enable families to buy insurance at an affordable price? How can it possibly be the right thing to do that you're cutting child nutrition while you're spending a huge amount on a ballroom, undoubtedly Trumpian gold style ballroom? How much was it? 200 million or
it's privately funded.
Million, some crazy.
It is a privately funded ballroom. How in the world can you even complain about that?
On a room. And you mentioned this $20 billion.
He's getting tired. He's losing steam.
Bailout, $20 billion with a B, bailout for Argentina.
Well, real quick, this is another piece of the puzzle here, okay? The national record, that's a good question, Zezla. What is the longest filibuster we have ever had in the Senate? The answer is 25 hours and 5 minutes. That record, that's the national record, 25 hours. And that record was set just a couple months ago by Democratic Senator Cory Booker. Cory Booker set that record, 25 hours. Now, I'm starting to wonder, I can't help but think to myself, is Senator Jeff Merkley here looking to set a new record? He would have to go for another 4.5 hours. Is Senator Jeff Merkley going to try to filibuster for another 4.5 hours to set the record here and take that record from Cory Booker? I kind of think he won't. And the reason why, maybe this is going to sound weird, but think about this for a second. So prior to Cory Booker setting the record a couple months ago for the longest filibuster, prior to Cory Booker setting the 25-hour record, the previous record was held by a senator set in the 1960s. He was trying to filibuster to stop the passing of the Civil Rights Act, I believe. It was this old racist white guy. He didn't want the Civil Rights Act to be passed, and so he filibustered for like 22 or 23 hours. Cory Booker is a black man. Cory Booker, I think one of the reasons everybody was talking about this, one of the reasons why Cory Booker carried out this 25-hour-long filibuster a couple months ago was to take that record from this old racist white guy who was fighting against the Civil Rights Act. That was one of his motives. That was undeniably one of Cory Booker's motives, was to try to take that record from the old white guy. Okay, it was Strom Thurmond. Thank you for that. And so that was one of Cory Booker's motivating factors. Now, Cory Booker is a Democrat. Jeff Merkley is a Democrat. Is Jeff Merkley going to swoop up? Jeff Merkley is a white guy. Is Merkley going to swoop on in and try to steal the record from this black man that just got done taking the record from the old racist white guy? I would bet not. I would bet not. You know, it's kind of like friendly fire. It's kind of friendly fire, and you know that all those racial dynamics really matter to the Democrats. It's a symbol. It's a whole virtue thing for them, and so I would suspect that Merkley is not going to try to take the record from Booker just because of the racial implications, which I think a lot of us, it's like, okay, this is ridiculous. But you know the Democrats really care about. That's something they care about. So I would suspect not. But we have to see. I mean, really, I've been saying this for 3 hours. Literally any minute, Jeff Merkley could wrap this up. He could wrap this up any minute now. Merkley's personal previous record was 15 hours and 30 minutes. He set that personal record in 2017. And you know, he has set a new personal record. Can't deny that. He set a new PR by about 5 hours now. And you can tell he's gassing out. He looks like he's getting tired. He's having trouble keeping his eyes open. He's sounding a little bit exasperated.
A leader in democracy does.
Uh-huh.
So here we have this authoritarian president.
Oh, my good Lord.
Crushing our freedoms, trying to steal the power of the purse from Congress to concentrate it in the executive, proceeding to spend money wherever he wants. That $20 billion, I'd love to see, not be a court. I'd rather have all of the senators right here say, let's pass a bill right now, and say, hell no. You know, a lot of that $20 billion is going to the debt that's been built up in Argentina. And friends of President Trump have reportedly bought that debt at a huge discount. I didn't see how much of a discount. But what that means, if you buy $1 of debt.
Now, you know, I was saying this earlier a couple hours ago now at this point. If you want to have a conversation about whether or not we should be sending $20 billion to bail out Argentina from their financial collapse, we can have a conversation about that. You know, we can have a serious debate about whether or not we should bail them out or should not bail them out. In fact, maybe I could be convinced against bailing them out. You know, I think there's a legitimate conversation. However, I'm not really interested in having that conversation about whether or not we should bail out Argentina with someone like Merkley or Bernie Sanders, who's here taking a nap. I'm not looking to have that conversation with these people. when they are actively trying to extort $1.5 trillion out of federal taxpayers, shutting down the government to try to subsidize the existence of illegal aliens. So I'm supposed to be worried about $20 billion bailout for Argentina, which, maybe there's pros, maybe there's cons. What are the pros of giving $1.5 trillion to illegal aliens? Let's have that conversation first, because right now they have shut down the government to try to do that. I'm not going to listen. $20 billion. This is penny pinching compared to the $1.5 trillion that the Democrats want to subsidize illegal aliens. So I would be happy to have that conversation. I'd look into it, talk about it more about Argentina, but not with these people. Are you kidding me? They have shut down the government to try to extort $1.5 trillion. That's ridiculous. And they are just still going. Good Lord, they're yapping up a hell of a storm.
States, not just blue states. All Americans are going to be hurt. This is why you're ringing the alarm is so important. And I would ask a very simple question. Is there a connection between the healthcare crisis that we are in and an authoritarian regime?
Oh, there is absolutely such a powerful connection.
Oh, absolutely. Here's why President Trump is an evil Nazi fascist dictator KKK member. I've got a 90-minute long speech, actually, explaining why President Trump is secretly a member of the KKK. He's a neo-Nazi. Okay. You can tell, though, that slowly more people are coming into the room here. We had Bernie Sanders. He just showed up. We're having some more senators show up in the room. And I'll tell you what happens immediately after the filibuster is done. Immediately after the filibuster is done here, all the senators, Republican and Democrat alike, come back into the Senate chamber, and they actually have a vote on whether or not to reopen the government. That vote to reopen the government is coming up immediately after Merkley is done with the filibuster. That's why he's doing this, because he is trying to postpone, delay, postpone. He does not want that vote to happen today or soon. I mean, this is an exercise in futility, whether it's now or an hour from now or 3 hours from now or tomorrow. This vote is going to happen. This vote is happening. You can't filibuster forever, dude. The vote is going to happen. So really, this is just an attempt to waste everybody's time, waste more taxpayer money, and delay the inevitable is what this is. I have to say, the entire Senate filibuster dynamic is just so ridiculous. It's Chuck Schumer.
My colleague from Delaware for her great questions. And I want to, before I ask my question,
oh, Lord,
I just want to thank the great senator from Oregon for his strength, his fortitude, his integrity, and just shining a spotlight on this erosion of democracy under Trump in so many different ways. I've been to the floor earlier and we've talked about it. But now I'd like to ask a question about one of the most serious threats that our American people face, which is the healthcare crisis, a horrible crisis that is going to leave millions without any health care insurance at all. That's going to raise premiums for people from $500 to $1,000 a month, not a year. That will close rural hospitals. That will kick people out of nursing homes where they will have nowhere to go.
Illegal aliens.
And I'd remind my colleagues that this president, instead of negotiating a way out that addresses the crisis with Leader Jeffries and I, is going away for 6 days. It's outrageous for him to leave on a foreign trip while the American people are suffering.
This is day number 22 of the shutdown. What should he do? Should the president of the USA cancel all of his plans because Chuck Schumer is holding the government hostage? Is that what he should do?
At all, because I can't afford it. It's a horrible, horrible decision. And yet Leader Jeffries and I asked the president to meet with us before he left. He refused. The reporting is that Johnson and Thune and he were on the phone and agreed they wouldn't even talk to us. And instead he's going away while people are suffering. He ought not to do that. And what is he spending his time on instead? Eroding our democracy. Doing these faux ads. Screwing up, forcing networks and TV stations and media to bow to his whim, using the Justice Department as an attack dog against his enemies.
Thank you, Paulie.
Arresting people, as my good friend from Oregon has pointed out repeatedly, on the streets with people, the arresting people, whoever the hell they are, they have no identification, and the people are arrested without even being told why they're being arrested, and who knows what the heck is going on. He is spending all his time on eroding democracy, taking away our rights. The people expect him not to go on a foreign trip.
He is so
this
mad.
This president who fancies himself a king.
He is so mad.
But instead, to do the people's business and help us, sit down with us, negotiate a way out of this health care crisis. We all know, I think, and I'd ask my colleague, he knows, I believe, that before Donald Trump leaves the country, he should at the very least sit down and negotiate in a serious way and address the health care crisis that affects the American people. Shouldn't we be working to lower people's premiums, to keep rural hospitals open, to prevent people from being kicked out of nursing homes, to ensure that research that saves lives continues?
I need a coffee.
Shouldn't the president listen to the cares of the American people?
I need a coffee.
And their desperate need on health care rather than taking a foreign trip? Jeffries and I asked him yesterday. We demanded, really, he sit down and talk to us and negotiate, not just talk to us, negotiate a serious approach to avoid all the devastating things that will occur.
This is all performative.
And
totally.
He said 4 hours later, after conferring with Thune and Johnson, no, he wouldn't. Well, that is a disgrace. So I would ask my colleague, I would ask him, shouldn't the president be spending time addressing the health care crisis rather than spending all this time eroding our democracy? If he negotiated a fair treatment of people with their health care, he'd be doing something good, and when he erodes our democracy, he's doing something evil. So his priorities are wacky and misplaced and awful. And so detrimental to what the American people want.
Yeah.
So my question to my colleague is this, and one more thing. Doesn't my colleague, and there are a bunch of questions here, agree that Trump is the focal point?
That button right there is doing a lot of heavy lifting. That button right there deserves a Medal of Honor. Man.
Just goes along.
Thank you for your service.
This President Trump is the person who could get the Republicans to pass a decent proposal, a fair proposal, a proposal that helps the American people out of this crisis. And the president is the focal point because he can get Jeffries and Thune to act, and there's probably no one else. And yet, he's flying away, ignoring this issue facing the American people after he's eroded our democracy, as Senator from Oregon has pointed out. He's flying away and abandoning the American people. Isn't it correct? Does my friend from Oregon agree that the president's priorities are so detrimental to the American people, are really perverse, in that he seems to enjoy eroding democracy and doesn't even give a damn when the American people are suffering? So I'd ask my colleague to answer that series of questions.
My colleague from New York, the minority leader, is absolutely right.
There you go.
Priorities.
That's a question.
Are absolutely perverse. Well, here we are in a structure of the Senate. And what is the Senate about? Coming together and saying, here's where I want to go. Where do you want to go? How can we make those two things work together to make America better? We can't always find the answer, but I'll tell you, one thing's for damn sure, you can't find the answer if you can't sit down and have the conversation. And here we are with the House on vacation for over a month, and I guess they're getting paid. And here we are in the Senate without an agreement to just sit down and talk to each other about the framework, because it appears that the key, as you have suggested, the linchpin, is it will not sit down and offer ideas and work out a deal without Trump in the room or Trump guiding the outcomes. So he is the factor. So as he jets off, and in Oregon last week, people on a week ago Wednesday, they saw what their prices are going to be. The premiums are higher, the credits are lower. They got to fill in the gap in between. And are they going to be able to afford insurance? Are they going to be able to make that decision by January 1st? They are stressed about this. I had small business in yesterday, representatives from Oregon, and the vision there is Main Street is in Main Street because of the tariffs, and
Trump is going to South Korea, I believe, right? Yeah, it's the Southeast Asian Economic Summit. So it's not as if Trump is going on some vacation. Trump is going to go meet with Xi Jinping. I forgot about that. He's meeting with Xi Jinping, the CCP, to work out trade deals. He's not jetting off to go on some, epic vacation. He's taking care of some pretty serious business here, okay?
on the television says there's nothing to talk about. I think immediately there's 20 million reasons to talk about. Those 20 million are the 20 million Americans that are seeing these huge increases. Many of them will not be able to buy insurance at all. And let's add to that, since the bill also is just 15 months out now from slashing in a devastating fashion our Medicaid program.
So we're just going to mute this. He has been, this is Oregon State Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley. He has been filibustering now for just about 21 hours. Now, let me explain what just happened there with Chuck Schumer. I need to kind of explain how the rules of the filibuster works. You're not allowed to take a seat. You're not allowed to leave the chamber. You're not allowed to go to the bathroom. You have to stand up here and talk and yap. And as long as you do that, you can keep on going. That's the way the filibuster works in the Senate. Now, what you are allowed to do is have other senators in the Senate here. They can come up and ask you a question. So what you're seeing here is you're seeing other Democrat senators sympathetic to Jeff Merkley's cause here to try to delay the vote, like Chuck Schumer. And they're coming up and asking these questions in the form of a 10-minute long speech. So that's why Schumer tried so hard to make his monologue there seem like it was a question, but really it's more of a 10 or 15-minute long speech is what that was.
And negotiate a solution that addresses this horrible crisis, which my colleague from Oregon has addressed in so many ways, whether it's ACA premiums or Medicaid or nursing homes or community health centers or scientific research. All of those need to be addressed, and this president is flying away. Isn't that appalling?
That is horrific.
And there's your question.
He's flying away. He absolutely should be sitting down right now and holding a conversation.
So Schumer can say, don't you think that Trump is an evil, fascist, Nazi, skinhead, KKK member, dictator? That's terrible. Don't you agree? And as long as you have the question there, then it's all good. You're not breaking any rules of the Senate.
Colleague from Vermont on the floor. Take a question if he has one.
Will my colleague yield for a question?
I will yield for a question.
Yeah, we have Bernie Sanders.
Let me thank Senator Merkley for today pointing a finger at one of the great crises our country, one of the greatest crises our country has faced, I think, since the Civil War. And that is that every day we have a president who is moving this country into an authoritarian form of society. You know, as a nation, what we have always expected in our democracy is that if you disagree with me, we debate the issue. You don't think I'm a good senator? Run against me. You think I'm wrong on an issue? Write a letter to the editor. Do a podcast. Be critical of me in any way you want. But what very few people in America believe is that we should give more and more power to a megalomaniac who sits in the White House, who disrespects every day the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law.
Oh, thank you, Catherine.
And what saddens me very much is when we think back on the history of this country, going back to the extraordinarily brave men and women who put their lives on the line and sometimes died during the Revolutionary War. Tens of thousands of Americans took on the greatest military power on earth, led by the King of England, in order to say, we are tired of your rule.
Your ancestors died in the Revolutionary War so that this country could be flooded by 50 million illegal aliens and so that you could pay federal income tax to subsidize their entire existence. That is why your American ancestors died. That's why they gave their life. Shut the fuck up, Bernie Sanders. Shut up, dude. I'm sorry. I try not to swear. I'm sorry.
That will never give absolute power to any one person or one entity. So they created an executive branch, the president, legislative branch, Congress, House, and the Senate, and a judiciary whose function is to provide checks and balances on each other. Rather extraordinary document, 1789. And since then, we have had so many millions of men and women putting their lives on the line and sometimes dying in order to defend that Constitution. To understand that what freedom is about is the right to disagree. That we do not have to live under the control of one person. And in an unprecedented way, and I know my colleague from Oregon has been talking about this, every day there is another attack on basic American freedoms. The First Amendment, not the second, not the third, First Amendment to the Constitution is freedom of the press. And that was not an accident. They understood that in order to maintain a free society, you had to have the right of people to express their point of view, to write what they wanted to do, to rally people around their point of view. And yet we have, in an unprecedented way, a president who has sued one major media after another, ABC, CBS, Meta defunded PBS, defunded the NPR. This is a president who does not want to be criticized. Well, guess what, Mr. President? In a democracy, you will be criticized. I will be criticized. Senator from Oregon will be criticized. That is what a democracy is about. And if you don't like criticism, get out of the White House. Get out of politics. We're not going to sit back and allow one media after another, intimidated, frightened that if they stand up tomorrow and run a story critical of the President of the United States, oh my God, they may be sued. And you got an FCC chairman, I think, I say to my friend, during the Jimmy Kimmel episode, was now threatening to rescind licenses of networks if the White House did not like some of the content that was coming out. That's not
How old is
the
he?
America that we love.
Bernie Sanders'
Not
age.
the America that we are prepared to defend. But
84.
It's not just the media.
He's 84 years old.
President who was suing law firms. And what was the crime of these law firms? What did they do that was so terrible? Well, they had clients who went to court against the president. Gee, last that I heard, that's what happens in a country. You know?
Thank you, Greg.
People
Thank
go
you,
to
Greg.
court.
And thank you, Sherry.
And we don't then try to
Thank
blackmail and intimidate law firms by saying we're going to sue you.
And Brian.
You better not have clients who are going to attack me. We have a president now who's going to war against universities, trying to break freedom of speech, freedom of dissent on college campuses. You stand up, you protest, hey, we're going to take away money from you. We don't like the content of your courses. We don't like your teachers, your faculty, the president of university.
Real quick, I will say, it seems like the Democrats are bringing out the big guns. We had Chuck Schumer, we got Bernie Sanders. I think they are getting ready to wrap this thing up because they're bringing out the big names, the big guns. Bernie Sanders, he's maybe the biggest gun they have. They brought him out. We might be getting close to the end here, folks.
Sign that appropriations bill, that money goes out. You don't have the right to say, oh, California, New York, Vermont, you voted against me. You ain't going to get the money that was appropriated. That is not
Thank you, Rubber-Duck.
what this country is about, and it is not what the Constitution is about. A few minutes ago, Senator Blunt Rochester asked, I thought, a pretty profound question, and that is, what is the relationship between authoritarianism and the healthcare crisis that we're in right now?
Here we go.
And as the senator from Oregon has mentioned, when Trump was inaugurated, sitting right beside him, right behind him, were the three wealthiest people in the world. Remember
the oligarchs.
The senator from Oregon?
The oligarchs.
Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And right behind them was some 14 or 15 other billionaires. Oh, there's... All right, thank you, Senator.
How many of those billionaires funded the No Kings protests, huh? Because I know Zuckerberg did. Zuckerberg did. We know that. How many billionaires, Mr. Sanders, were funding No Kings? I'll tell you what, a whole hell of a lot. A lot of them.
And I was thinking, I was at the inauguration, kind of up front. And as I listened and I saw what was going on, heard Trump's speech, I was thinking about Abraham Lincoln in Gettysburg.
Oh, great. Okay.
One of the pivotal battles of the Civil War to end the abomination of slavery. And Lincoln gets up a few days, I think, after that terrible war, blood still on the ground. And he says to the American people, a few days after that battle, he said, these brave soldiers, in so many words, did not die in vain. Because they died in order to maintain a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, not as Trump would have us, a government of the billionaire class.
Did he forget that everybody voted for Trump like less than a year ago? It was 11 months ago that this entire nation came together and overwhelmingly voted for Trump. We, the people, wanted Trump. We want Trump. We want the America First agenda. We want mass deportations. We want a closed border. We want what Trump is doing. Did he forget that we, the people, we did speak? We voted for him.
Right behind Trump and his organization are now combined hundreds of billions of dollars richer. They donated to Trump's campaign. They've given him gifts since. They are doing phenomenally well, while at the same time, 60% of our people, working class people or income people, are struggling to put food on the table, pay for childcare, send their kids to college, pay for the basic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have a emergency breaking news update. I need to share this right now. I'm sorry. This is a big one. Earlier in today's broadcast, we talked about how the Department of Homeland Security and ICE, they apprehended and have detained and deported 9 different violent African illegal aliens on the streets of New York yesterday afternoon. We talked about that. The breaking news update is that DHS, this is the official DHS government page. DHS has now put these 9 violent African illegal aliens into magic Kyber crystals, and they will be deporting these African illegal aliens into deep space, is what looks like is going on here. I kid you not. This was just posted by the official DHS page. They have somehow used some type of magic to contain the illegal Africans in magic crystals, and they are deporting them into the outer rim of the galaxy. Is like, I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, this is the official Homeland Security page. And so yes, by the way, this is what I voted for. This is exactly what I voted for. Personally, that's why I voted for Trump. I was hoping he was going to do that. That's what I'm talking about.
To give $1 trillion in tax rates.
That's what I'm talking about.
To the richest people in America, and at the same time throw 15 million working class people off of their health care. And then, as the senator from Oregon indicated, right now in Vermont and all over this country, people are receiving notices from their insurance companies. In my state, a few days ago, southern part of the state, it wasn't a doubling of their premiums, it was a quadrupling of their premiums. So at a time when we are already paying the highest prices in the world for health care by far, people are going to look at these bills and say, it's insane. And
I wonder if he heard about Trump RX, about all these medications having their prices reduced. I wonder if he has comments on Trump RX and the first what's it called? Something favored nation status. I wonder if he heard about that. Now, we have a super chat from Crazy Chicken Lady. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon, really, at this point. Good Lord. The filibuster is ongoing 21 hours. Crazy Chicken Lady says, if they only put this much effort into doing something good for the country and not themselves, I wonder if their mouths hurt because they sure make my ears hurt. Yeah, you're right. If they were able to put together a plan and actually work on behalf of the American people instead of just yap and jib-jab like they've been doing now for 21 hours, maybe they wouldn't be in the downtrodden state that they are in. Thank you, Crazy Chicken Lady. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. We have one from Trojan here. He says, looks like the shutdown will continue. Greeting from small town Southern Nevada. Well, this is my inference here. It seems like this filibuster is slowly coming to an end. I think we are watching the grand finale. The grand finale is Bernie Sanders. I think that's what's going on right now. This might be the grand finale. And then the second they are done with this filibuster, they are voting. They will be voting on this today, unless they are able to filibuster for another 5 hours. They'd have to filibuster another 4 or 5 hours to push this thing into tomorrow. If they do vote, word on the block, rumor in town suggests that the government shutdown is going to come to an end today. That's the rumor that's going around. That's not a promise, but that's the rumor at least.
if you're worth a couple $100 billion, but you don't have a job and you're a working class person, how do you feed your family? How do you afford health care?
He's going crazy.
Think anybody in the White House is staying up nights worrying about you when you lose your job? I don't think so. So we are in an unprecedented and difficult moment in American history.
Total meltdown.
And I want to thank the 7 million people just this Saturday all over this country who came out and said loudly and clearly, no more kings. And we're going to keep that movement going. And I don't care if you are a conservative, a progressive, a socialist, a Democrat, whatever you may be. We understand that what makes our country great is, in fact, freedom, the right to dissent, the right to argue. And I don't care what your politics are. That's what we've got to maintain. And I want to conclude simply by expressing very great deal of disappointment at my Republican colleagues, with few exceptions. The vast majority of Republicans in the Senate and the House are not authoritarians. They believe in the Constitution. They believe in the rule of law. But they, at this moment at least, with very few exceptions, simply do not have the courage to stand up to this authoritarian president. How many times has the senator from Oregon and me heard that our Republican friends believe in small government, in federalism, the right of the local government? They don't want that big, bad federal government overruling the needs of cities and towns and states. And now you got a president of the United States sending federal troops into Portland, Oregon, and Chicago, Illinois.
Thank God.
Usurping the rights of Congress, threatening to impeach judges who rule against them.
Thank God.
So this is a very difficult, unprecedented moment in our history, but I have every confidence that when the American people stand together and they do not let Trump and his friends divide us up by the color of our skin or where we were born or our sexual orientation, when we stand together, defend the Constitution, defend American democracy, we will prevail and we will defeat authoritarianism and we will defeat oligarchy. And I would simply ask my friend from Oregon a profound question. Do you agree with me?
Thank you to
my
colleague
Lord.
from Vermont.
By the way, Bernie Sanders, I saw somebody ask, he has been in Congress for 34 years and 9 months. In January of 1991, Bernie Sanders entered Congress. I was born in 1993. Bernie Sanders has been in Congress accomplishing nothing for longer than I have been alive. Literally, he has been accomplishing nothing for 34 years now. Oh, Tim Kaine, look at that.
For a question, yes.
And Mr. President, I'm actually going to ask 2 questions.
Tim Kaine, I really believe this is an evil person. We are looking in the face of evil. You know, I don't agree with Bernie Sanders on much. I don't think Bernie Sanders is evil. I just think he's got bad politics. Tim Kaine, I think he is possessed by a demon. I think he's a demonic, satanic, evil person. I really do think that.
Story deals with a topic that may not seem that sexy or something, but that I think is pretty important: U.S. attorneys and the rule of law. Virginia has 2 United States attorneys, Western District of Virginia and the Eastern District of Virginia. And those 2 U.S. attorneys who were put in office by President Trump have both recently been forced out of office because they wouldn't engage in political persecution of Donald Trump's enemies. Let me describe the situation to my colleague from Oregon. When the Trump administration began, the 2 U.S. attorneys who had been recommended by President Biden and
You know, we just don't need to hear this. That's enough. They're just all repeating the same, totally incompetent. I cannot believe that this has happened. I can't believe this. Breaking news. The Department of Homeland Security is now making jokes about illegal aliens being placed inside of crystals, imprisoned, and then banished to another realm. I cannot. This is real. I cannot believe this is real. I cannot believe that this is real. This is just insane. What a great time to be alive. Man, what a great time to be alive. We are now putting African violent illegal aliens inside of magic crystals and deporting them into alternate dimensions. That's something else, man. Oh, Lord. Okay. You know, I'll tell you what, as insane as this might be, what's going on inside of the Senate right now, pretty much, I think the entire nation is doing what we're doing. Everybody in the country is doing exactly what we are doing, which is tuning into this Senate session to see if the government's going to reopen here. There's not a whole lot going on today, frankly. In the news, I'm looking around, I'm trying to pull stuff up here. I'm trying to take a look around. Oh no. Okay, folks, we have a multi-phase story that I want to play out for you folks. First off, 3 hours ago, we have a Democrat House rep who says that they are leveraging suffering Americans to keep the shutdown going. I'm going to play this clip first. This is step 1 of the story.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible. And of course, there will be, you know, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously. But it is one of the few leveraged times we have.
So this is a Democrat House rep saying that this is a point of leverage, the suffering that American families are experiencing because of the shutdown. Now, Carolyn Leavitt commented on this. She said, this is White House Press Secretary Leavitt. The Democrats are now admitting that they are intentionally causing American families to suffer with their reckless government shutdown. Now, this House rep, the same woman here that said that, she went on CNN just a moment ago and tried to lie about this. Take a look.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt just posted a clip of an interview that you did on Fox last week. You were answering a question from Fox's Chad Pergram about blame for the shutdown. I want to look at the post here.
I mean, shutdowns are terrible. And of course, there will be, families that are going to suffer. We take that responsibility very seriously. But it is one of the few leveraged times we have.
Leavitt is looking especially at that last bit you said there, saying that Democrats, quote, are now admitting that they are intentionally causing American families to suffer with their reckless government shutdown. What's your response to that?
Well, that is right out of her playbook of half-truths, taking things out of context, and not being straight with the American people. And she knows what I say.
We just watched you say it twice. We just watched the clip. She acts like this did not happen on video, like we did not all just watch her say that. Okay. Once again, Democrats lying. Once again, Mom, the Democrats are lying again. Yeah. Listen, I almost feel like I want to apologize to you guys. Seriously, I went live here with you folks 4 hours ago. Well, hold that thought. Okay, it's back to Jeff Merkley. I went live 4 hours ago. He had been filibustering for about 16 hours at that point. I went live. I said, man, this thing is going to wrap up any minute. In fact, I was in a hurry. I got to go live with the broadcast, thinking that this filibuster is going to wrap up any minute now. They're going to wrap it up. Nope. We are like 4 hours later. Yeah, 4 hours later now. The filibuster continues. I feel a little bit bad, but I'll tell you what, like the point stands. The second the filibuster is done, they are voting on this, and rumor on the block has it. Now, let's talk about worst case scenario. Let's say they wrap up the filibuster after like 22 hours. They vote, and then the government does not reopen. The government stays shut. Then that'll be just a complete and total waste of a day. But you know what? At least we had fun along the way. At least we all had fun along the way. But like I said, rumor on the block, the word is right now that the Republicans have gathered the votes, that they do have the votes to reopen the government here. That does seem to be the case, which is why the filibuster is happening in the first place.
Injustice.
And he's getting tired.
Because that's what we're seeing.
He's getting tired.
In the form of the enemies list that the president is going after. But we also see it, and more hidden normally, the firing of individuals, the tossing of individuals who aren't willing to take a loyalty test. Their loyalty is to the Constitution, not to the president.
Bill Morris, thank you.
I think it says a tremendous amount about how far we are into the authoritarian state. This is kind of standard operating procedure for an authoritarian. You mentioned kind of creeping authoritarianism. I would say we're on full stream authoritarianism because so much is happening in terms of the firing of employees who are failing the loyalty test, the decimating of programs at the whim of the president rather than by laws being passed here, the ignoring of laws that apply to the executive, like the fact that you can't fire inspector generals unless they for cause in 30 days, the attack on due process.
Come on, man. Wrap it up. Come on. I saw somebody that just tuned in the live chat. They said, when is the vote happening? Whenever the filibuster is done. So what we are watching right now, you're looking at him right now. This is Oregon State Senator Jeff Merkley. He has been filibustering, meaning he has been standing here and talking for 21 hours straight. The rules are, if he leaves the room, if he goes to the bathroom, if he takes a seat, if he stops talking, the filibuster's over, it's time to vote. So he is doing everything he can to kick the can down the road, so to speak, to delay this vote, push it off. The second he's done, he's been going for 21 hours. The second he's done, we're going to have this vote and maybe the government's going to reopen. That's the rumor. That's the word on the block right now. Now, we have breaking news here. What the hell? What in the hell are we looking at? White people, we are tired of you. You smell bad. Huh?
To white people in general, I'm tired of you motherfuckers. I'm tired of your incompetence. I'm tired of your laziness. I'm tired of you not washing your ass on a regular fucking basis, and then we have to be susceptible to that shit. I'm tired of you having babies on fucking leashes. I'm tired of seeing babies that's 13 years old in a fucking stroller because you just want to give them the fucking world. Or, oh, Billy doesn't want to walk, so we just gonna like have his feet dragging on the fucking ground.
These
I'm
big
tired
ass
of
babies.
Big ass babies.
Breastfeeding a baby that can chew steak.
Exactly. I'm tired of y'all raising and birthing and raising serial killers, pedophiles, mass shooters, and all this. And then you tell black people that we're violent. Everything about violence, we learned it from you. So.
Well, okay. I played this clip. I wasn't really expecting it to be that much. That was a little bit much. Well, man, what should I do? I'm a white man. What should I do? How do I stop being white? Oh my God, I'm a monster. I look in the mirror. I see my white face. I say, I'm a monster. What should I do? I can't help it. I was born this way. What should I do about this? This is a big problem. I don't know. I'm sorry. That popped up. I didn't know it was going to be that bad. Sorry, everybody. Sorry about that. I don't know. GTFO, go take a shower. I guess I need to go take a shower. I don't know. Oh, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We actually, I believe we just hear right now from Fetterman. We've got Fetterman here. Can I pull this up?
Hi.
I hate it when it's like this. Okay, play the video here.
Hi, here we are, and our government remains closed. And I think that's failure. And I'm the guy that's going to consistently vote for country over party. I'm always going to vote for paying our military over the party. I'm always going to vote for paying the Capitol Police over my party. And I'm going to continue to fight for the 2 million Pennsylvanians that depend on SNAP to feed themselves. And I'm also going to fight for the same 400,020 Pennsylvanians that depend on those tax credits to make health insurance more affordable. Two things are true, and now we can fight for all of them as long as our government is open. My vote is going to remain firmly on keeping our government open, and I'm going to continue to fight for all of those Pennsylvanians that I'm honored to represent here.
Good for him. Good for him. And you know what? I'll tell you what, the Democrats, they are seething. They are pissed off. They are pissed off at Fetterman for doing this. Fetterman has voted 11 times so far to reopen the government. In fact, the Democrat establishment, they are so upset at Fetterman right now that they are going to try to primary him. Whenever Fetterman is up for re-election, they're going to try to replace him. When is Fetterman up for re-election? But yeah, they are actively planning to kick him out. They want to replace him. 2028. Yeah, 2028 midterms. Okay. 2028 re-election. I remember he was running in Pennsylvania versus it was Dr. Oz. Yeah, it was Dr. Oz. That's right. And now Dr. Oz is obviously part of the Trump administration, and it seems like he's doing good work in the Trump admin. Good for him. I've never really paid attention that much to Dr. Oz. I never watched his TV show. I know he was on the Oprah show way back in the day. Just from seeing him, as a part of the Trump admin, I get a good vibe. I like Dr. Oz. It seems like a nice guy. He seems like an intelligent dude. I've got a pretty positive impression of Dr. Oz, I have to say. So far, at least. I never really saw him back in the day when he was doing his show. It is funny because a lot of the guys that were part of the Oprah Winfrey show, Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil, now they are both very conservative. They're conservatives now. Oh, you guys want to hear? I've got some bad news for you folks. I've been trying to show you guys some good news here, but take a look at the bad news. This is just a couple hours ago. Breaking news: in an infuriating development, Indiana's Senate does not have the votes to pass President Trump's endorsed GOP redistricting map. This is the map that was supposed to get rid of the racial gerrymandered voting districts. They failed to pass it. Senate President pro tempore Roderick Bray's office said the votes are not there. Absolutely unbelievable. This has to change, or that is two less GOP seats we have to cancel out. Gavin Newsom in California. So we did get some good news. I believe it was Virginia. Also earlier today in Virginia, some redistricting maneuvers were successful. The Republicans just this morning picked up one seat in Virginia, or well, we will have one more seat going into midterms in 2016. So Virginia, they redistricted this morning. It went through. We picked up one. We were set to pick up two here. It did not go through. Did not go through in Illinois, but we did get one in Virginia earlier today. So there's that.
And I would yield you a question if you would like to follow up.
I would love to ask a follow-up question
Tim Kaine,
if the senator would allow.
I will indeed. Question.
You know what a metaphor is.
Play for a second here.
A metaphor is something that not only stands for itself, but it stands for something else. As you look at that picture
Give this a
of
minute.
the White House being demolished today, at the very time as you were standing on this floor talking about authoritarianism hurting the institutions that were put in place 250 years ago, what is your feeling about the true significance of this demolition project going on at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue?
This will be good here.
You're asking such a cerebral and philosophical question here as I'm in the 20-whatever hour days. But here we have evidence of the president tearing down a symbol of our republic and building a symbol that is really a symbol about authoritarian power.
He's building a
about
ballroom
government that serves the rich. Just the fact that we're spending money on a $300 million ballroom.
It is
I can't even
privately
imagine
funded.
how it cost that much, when at the same time the president will not come as requested by the minority leader in the House and the minority leader in the Senate and sit down and work on, and I'm sure they were willing to go to him, and sit down and work on the fact that we are facing 20 million people who are going to have their health care costs doubled. But instead of addressing that, the president's tearing down part.
Good rule of thumb here. Anytime a Democrat says people or American citizens, what they really mean is illegal aliens. I think we all know that. When they say people or American citizens, really they're talking about illegal aliens.
Patriotism.
My stamina is getting a little shaky. Oh, and I see my colleague from California standing behind me, so I will get out of the way. And I would ask if you would care to ask a question.
Yes, would the senator yield for a question?
Oh, no.
I will yield for a question.
Oh,
Thank
no.
you.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for your extraordinary
It's him.
speech and all that you have elucidated today, and for your powerful advocacy on behalf of our democracy. I think there are any number of signs of when a democracy is in trouble, when a country is descending into a kind of dictatorship. And books have been written about this subject. No one account, I think, can comprise all of the elements of the deterioration of a democracy, but there are certain telltale signs that I think we are seeing all too clearly. And my question goes to some of the things that we are witnessing that I think are hallmarks of the decline of a democracy, and that ought to be sounding a three-alarm fire for the American people.
And let me begin with a few of them. First is the misuse of the military at home and abroad.
Okay. So anyway, nice weather we are having here. How's everybody doing today? How's the family doing? Man, did you guys catch the game the other day? I couldn't believe it. They really got a touchdown. I couldn't believe it. Nice weather, nice family. Great time of year. Wow. What a time. What a time to be alive. Did you guys hear about the Department of Homeland Security putting illegal aliens inside of magic crystals and deporting them into another dimension? That's good. So that's good. I didn't know that our government had that type of technology, that they had magic crystal dimensional deportation technology, but they do. That's impressive. I had no idea. The White House has just posted. You want to listen? Okay, I'll turn it up.
Deterioration of our democracy.
Okay.
When a president arrogates to himself the power to blow ships up in the Caribbean or now in the Pacific without any authority in violation of law and constitution, it is another sign of the president arrogating the military power to himself, to the person of himself, not to the Constitution, not to his core responsibilities, but to himself. Number two, among the dozen or so most virulent signs of the decline of our democracy, of the risk of an authoritarian regime taking hold in this country, are the attacks on our universities. We see this in Hungary and elsewhere when rulers start to attack the independence, the academic freedom.
Somebody just said that Adam Schiff's wife is trans. There's no way. Listen, one of you told me that Chuck Schumer's wife was trans yesterday. I didn't believe it. I pulled it up. I still don't know. I'm not sure exactly. Adam Schiff's wife is trans. You guys sometimes are just so ridiculous. Adam Schiff wife. Oh, you guys, listen. I think they are a beautiful couple. I think they are just the best. I think they're just the best. Maybe the most beautiful couple of all time. Okay, now this was just posted by the official White House page on X. Americans suffer, Democrats celebrate, and point fingers. The math ain't mapping. What is this here?
What we need to do now is get focused and stop pointing fingers. You're a problem. You're a real problem.
Uh-huh. Americans not wanting to pay for illegal criminals' health care. True. Americans do not want to pay for the health care of illegal aliens. That's true. Good point. That's a good point. Listen, not everybody is trans. However, listen, I will say this. If the Democrats had won the 2024 presidential election, you know how President Trump says transgender for everybody? They wanted transgender for everybody. Transgender for everybody. You know what? Probably every single person in the country would be trans by now. They probably would have forcibly made everybody trans. Every single American in the country would have been made trans by force. That was, you've heard of Project 2025? That was Project Kamala Harris. Project Kamala Harris was making every American person trans during her presidential term. That would have been bad. That would have been bad. All of them. Okay. Now, here's what I've noticed is that it seems like the Democrats are kind of bringing out the big guns. They had Bernie Sanders. They had Chuck Schumer. They had Tim Kaine. They had all the heavy hitters. They've got Adam Schiff, the heavy hitter, Adam Schiff. And so this is kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe I'm being a little bit optimistic. We saw Jeff Merkley. He just said a moment ago that his stamina is kind of going away here. He said that himself. I think that maybe this is going to be wrapping up here pretty soon, and then the senators here are going to vote. I think we might have a vote here pretty soon. I think it could be the case. I think this government shutdown might be over here soon-ish. Soon-ish? dare I say. But we need this filibuster. I gotta say, listen, do other countries around the world have a mechanism within their government, their parliament, their Congress, whatever they call it, whatever country they are? Do other countries have a filibuster mechanism like this? This, I have to say, is the most incompetent thing, that politicians, predominantly Democrats, are rewarded just for standing here and strategically wasting as much time as possible. You should not be rewarded for wasting literally the entire nation's time. There are 350 million people in this country, and the Democrats are wasting the time of everybody right now. This really is something else. The filibuster is just the most ridiculous concept ever. Schiff for brains. This guy's got Schiff for brains. True. Very true. UK has it? Okay. New Zealand has it? Okay. Somalia has it? Dude, I don't even think Somalia has a government. Who said Somalia has a filibuster? Their entire nation is one never-ending filibuster. No offense. No offense to Somalia, but Somalia sucks. Somalia sucks. So, I don't even think they have a government. Anyway, Adam Schiff is up here talking away. Now, folks, here's a good reminder. If you're new to the broadcast, make sure to like and to subscribe if you are enjoying the show. We're live right now on Rumble and on YouTube. Matt Morris TV. Of course, right now I'm always scanning around, taking a look for updates, but you know, I really think, listen, what we are watching right now, this is the big news of the day. This is the big news of the day here. Everybody's tuning into the Senate. Everybody's watching exactly this right now. We have Snidge, who donated $10 super chat. He says, if the U.S. was a democracy, we wouldn't need 60 votes to get a budget passed. You only need a majority. I think, you know, it depends on how you define democracy, I guess. You know, I'm not sure if democracy is exactly 50% plus one. In fact, here's a story. They say some of the Native American tribes had the purest form of democracy insofar as the tribes would not do anything unless they had 100% unanimous consent. The Native American tribes, they were so noble. They didn't only need 50% plus one to do something, to make a tribal decision. They needed 100% of the tribe to be on the same page. Well, is that a democracy? I guess it's a different type of democracy. Seems stupid to me. I think not all types of democracy are good. In fact, maybe needing 100% unanimous consent of the tribe to get anything done ever, maybe that's why they didn't really get a whole lot done. No offense, they really didn't get a whole lot done, those guys. So, you know, most certainly not every form of democracy is great. That's why we have a republic. Thank you, I appreciate that. This is TX Bully Mom from Texas. She says, I love being white, tired of others making it feel like it's unacceptable to say, yeah, they can F off. I take it a step further. Some people, they say it's okay to be white, and they act like that's super controversial. It's okay to be white. I say it's awesome. It's not okay. It's awesome to be white. I love being white. It's awesome. I'm proud of my white heritage and my white ancestors, my white family. White people around the world have done a lot of good. They've built civilization, Western culture, English common law. It's great. It's awesome. White people are awesome. I love white people. Not that I hate anybody else, but man, I love it. I love it. It's not okay. It's great. Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Tammy says, she says, when a Democrat speaks, always remember everything before the but is bullshit. Yeah, I think you're right. We know Americans will suffer and we take that very seriously. But yeah, I think you're onto something there. In fact, Tammy, you are going to like this. This right here is now right outside of House Speaker Mike Johnson's office. This is the office of House Speaker Mike Johnson. And now he has set up a TV in front of the door to his office where he is playing that clip of Representative Kathleen Clark talking about leveraging suffering Americans. He has this playing. It's a 15-second clip playing over and over and over and over and over again outside of the door to his office. So, you know, I think he agrees with you also. That's what I think. Whoa, we have somebody spamming the chat. Get out of here. You guys know me here in my broadcasts. I really don't care a whole lot what you guys say. I'm not really that heavy-handed with the moderation, but man, you can't be spamming. You can maybe post it one time. It's fine. Not that big of a deal. But if you're spamming it, I do not think so. You know, somebody the other day, I was doing a broadcast and I said that I was only ever interested in dating or marrying white women. I said that on my show the other day. Somebody said, Matt Morris is a racist. You're a racist. I'm really, insofar as dating or marrying or having kids goes, I'm really only interested in white women. What can I tell you? You call me whatever you want. That's how I feel. Somebody said, Matt Morris, how dare you? How dare you have a racial dating preference? How dare you? You're a racist. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. That's my personal preference. What can I tell you? That's just how I feel. It is what it is, I guess. Anyway. So anyway. Adam Schiff is up here right now, folks. This filibuster is ongoing for almost 22 hours. 22 hours. I kind of thought that this would be over by the 16 or 17 hour mark. I have been live here with my show. We went live today almost 5 hours ago. So you know, I thought this thing was going to be over with. They are filibustering the living hell out of this Senate. They do not want this vote. Now, as a reminder, why don't some of these Democrats want the vote today? This is the 12th time they're voting. Today, it's scheduled. They're doing a vote to open up the government. Now, why are they filibustering today, but not the previous 11 times? Why filibuster today, but not any of the other votes? This is day 22 of the shutdown. This will be the 12th vote. Why? What changed? Well, it seems like yesterday evening, Trump and Thune, Republican leader Thune of the Senate, they were able to get a couple Democrat votes to flip over to reopen the government. Okay, that's the rumor on the block. That's why we are tuned in today. It seems like the government shutdown. That's the rumor. It's not a promise. It's not a guarantee. That's the rumor that they got a couple flippers. They got the votes they needed to reopen the government. And some Democrats do not want that vote to happen. They know some people on their own side of the aisle flipped over to reopen this government. They don't. And so now they are filibustering. They're almost 22 hours in to try to stop that vote from happening. Okay. And so here we are. We are now almost 22 hours into the filibuster. The second Senator Jeff Merkley is done here, the second he yields, this vote is going to be happening pretty much immediately, and we're going to find out. We're going to find out whether or not these rumors are correct. But here we are today. Here we are. And I'll tell you what, man, 22 hours. I'll tell you, the Senate filibuster record is held by current Democrat Senator Cory Booker. He set that record about 5 months ago. The record, longest filibuster ever, is 25 hours and 5 minutes. And we're just about at 22 hours right now. They might be going for the record. I don't know why. I don't know what the point is. I don't know. They might try to go for the record. Jeff Merkley might try to set the national record, longest filibuster ever. We got to see, or they could end this thing any minute. Any minute now.
There's many differences, but one way to describe it, authoritarian government and democracy, is in a democracy, representatives of the people decide what the programs are, how they're funded, and how they'll be run. And in an authoritarian, all those powers of what are the programs, how much money will go into them, how they run, transitions to the executive, the all-powerful executive. So we can see every time we hear Trump or his cabinet members saying, I'm canceling that grant, I'm defunding that program, because it doesn't act consistent with the priorities of this administration. That's an authoritarian.
Matt, are you telling me that this doofus has been speaking for 22 hours straight? Yes, and it's even crazier. He has not even left the chamber one time to take a bathroom break. He has been standing, speaking, no bathroom break for almost 22 hours. And he might be wearing a diaper. I'm trying to think. He might be wearing an adult diaper. That might be what's going on. Because I'll tell you what, I can't. I'm a 31-year-old guy. I can barely go 5 hours. I need a bathroom break. He's 68. He's over 2 times as old as me. I can only imagine. Listen, I know the way it works. He's 68. Man, you got to go to the bathroom, dude. He's got to be wearing a diaper. Oh, folks, breaking news. Stand by. I'm getting breaking news here. We've got another guest speaker. No, stand by here, folks. Copy. You're kidding me. Ladies and gentlemen, a major immigration enforcement operation is headed to San Francisco with over 100 federal agents en route now, currently, per the San Francisco Chronicle. Here we go. President Trump said to expect a surge into San Francisco, clean it up, and deport all illegal aliens in the region. San Francisco is getting surged. Operation Patriot is a go. All troops mobilize. Okay, now there's something I want to show you folks here. Stand by. I need to find this for you. San Francisco is about to get liberated. Chicago, Portland, Atlanta, Memphis, all these cities, Los Angeles soon liberated. Now, I'm trying to pull this up. I think some of you have not seen this. What I'm about to show you is going to blow your mind. Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, this is called the San Francisco poop map. I kid you not. Every time somebody defecates on the sidewalk in downtown San Francisco, it is actually logged and categorized on this geospatial map. This is downtown San Francisco. Every single brown dot on the map is a case where a human has publicly defecated on the sidewalk. This is the San Francisco poop map. I kid you not. You can see some roads are worse than others. This one is bad. Jesse, you do not want to be on Jesse Street. This is all put into a database here. And you zoom in and you look around, it just gets bad. It just gets worse and worse. You can tell right here downtown, this is bad. It's all plugged into a database. Smelly. So anyway, San Francisco needs to be liberated. Do you mind if I take a moment? I want to try to find Jesse Street on Google Maps. Let's see what this looks like. Stand by. I'm going to pull up Google Maps here. What does it look like down there on the ground? Google Maps. Stand by here, folks. Need to locate this San Francisco. Yeah, there we go. San Francisco is not doing too hot these days. That's what I'm oh. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, this is Jesse Street right off of 6th. And I'm going in. Well, I mean, this is just a shithole. I'm not surprised. There's just garbage and gangsters and just filth everywhere. So this is where it, and you have demons spray painted on the wall. So yeah, not exact. Oh, okay. It kind of I guess we are right outside of the Salvation Army. So you've got homeless people coming in and out. Okay, makes sense, I suppose. Just filthy on the streets here, though. Ooh, good Lord. That's the San Francisco poop map. Not good. Nice diverse area. A nice diverse area. Can I tell you something? I might get in trouble here, okay? I recently moved up to North Idaho. North Idaho up here, it's like 98% white. There's not a lot of people that are not white living up here. Now, one of the arguments you hear coming from the left is that one of the benefits of immigration and diversity is all of the delicious food, all the burritos and the Indian food and the tacos and the chicken tikka masala and the Chinese food. The immigrants, they come in, they make the food better, they bring their ethnic cooking with them. And that's what we love about diversity, is all the ethnic food, all the diversity in food. Okay, I came up here, I'm living in Idaho now. It's 98% white. Yes, 98% white where I live up here. We still have Mexican restaurants. We still have Indian restaurants. I went into an Indian restaurant. It was a bunch of white guys. There were no Indians there. They had beef tikka masala. That's how you know it's white guys. They're serving beef. I'll tell you what, man, this Indian food was the best Indian food I've ever had in my entire life. I said, okay, what are the odds? I went to the Mexican restaurant downtown. I go in the Mexican restaurant. There's nothing but white guys. There's 5 white guys working back there in the kitchen, not a Mexican in sight. I said, I'll take the best burritos you have, sir. They brought up the burritos. This was the best Mexican food I've ever had in my entire life. It's cooked by a bunch of white guys. I said, what are the odds? I got to go to the Chinese place. I went downtown to the Chinese place. I said, okay, listen, is it going to be 3 for 3? I said, give me the... I looked in the kitchen. It's nothing but white guys, not an Asian person in sight in this damn restaurant. I said, okay, hey, bring me out the best Chinese food you've got. There's 5 white guys in the kitchen. They brought out the Chinese food. Lord have mercy. This was the best Chinese food I've ever had in my life. I couldn't believe it. It was cooked by just not, okay, it blew my mind. It blew my mind. I couldn't believe it. Now, what are we yapping about right here? Let's take a look.
Having a trade war with China. So China doesn't buy a single bean. You said not a single bushel, and I've heard, yep, nothing, nada. And so Senator Murray of Washington was down here saying, we've got all these beans that normally travel through Washington State to get exported. Where the hell are they going to be stored? I don't know. But what I do know is that a lot of folks aren't going to sell them.
So we are still, after 22 hours, just talking about things that are totally inconsequential. You can tell he's giving out. Look, he's leaning on the chair. He's leaning on the desk. He can barely hold himself up these days. Listen, Lord, I pray, Lord, that when I am 68, I'm 31 right now. I pray that when I am 68, I am not spending my life in as futile of ways as this. I hope when I'm 68, I am not filibustering on the Senate floor for 22 hours straight. Gosh, I hope I'm spending time with my grandkids. I want to be sitting on the front porch sipping a lemonade on a nice summer evening watching the grandkids play around on the front lawn. Okay, that's what I want to be doing. I don't want to be filibustering when I'm 68 for 22 hours. That's a man. No thank you. And he really is he's just yapping. He's yapping out. Okay. Now, I'll tell you what, though, man. It is almost 22 hours. We said a moment ago that the filibuster record is 25 hours and 5 minutes. 25 hours and 5 minutes. He might be going for the record. This might be a record attempt. He might be trying to set the record here, folks. If so, that means it's going to be another 3 hours. Or he might not, or he could end any time now. He could end any time now. He said a minute ago that his stamina is, abandoning him. And I'm not surprised. It's been a long day. Milton Smith says, great job on the coverage. Well done. No need to mention me. Well, my mistake. My bad. Well, hey, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. My bad. I apologize. I shouldn't have mentioned you. Thank you. Thank you, though. I will, no, he has been up here. Merkley has been standing on the Senate floor for 21 hours. 21 hours. Just talking. No bathroom breaks. He's not allowed to sit down. I'll tell you something here. I don't know. I must have done this probably 4 or 5 years ago. A lot of you know that I used to be a full-time Twitch streamer playing games on Twitch. Now, what I was kind of known for back in the day was I was playing the games, but I was also talking politics. So people that liked politics, in fact, I see a lot of you guys from the old days still, you're still tuning in these days. We were talking politics, but also we were playing games at the same time. We did that on Twitch for 7 years. Now I'm 31. And so there was one time where I said, man, I wonder how long I can sit here in my chair on Twitch doing my show. How long can I sit here and play games? I said, how far can I push myself? One time, yeah, World of Warcraft. If anybody here played World of Warcraft, I was a big World of Warcraft guy back in the day. Good Lord. One time, I kid you not, I got people to back it up. In fact, it was in front of a live audience. I played World of Warcraft for 38 hours in one sitting. Now, of course, I got up, I went to the bathroom, whatever. I'd just stand up and stretch my legs out, but no sleep. Sat here outside of going to the bathroom. I played World of Warcraft for 38. I must have been 25 years old. I must have been 25 a couple years ago. 38 hours straight. Is he done?
Oregon for his endurance and determination. Hang in there. You're bringing up a critical issue and subject for America at a critical moment. And I'd like to return to an issue we discussed this morning when I was visiting, and that's the issue of the militarization of our federal government and its impact on states like yours.
I don't think he's done.
And mine of Illinois. What I'm finding as I read the newspaper accounts is that the
I was looking at his body language. It kind of seemed like he was wrapping up, but no, we are ongoing. We are ongoing. You and Asmongold, I actually know Asmongold in real life. I've hung out with him numerous times. Maybe I can show you something here. This is going to blow your mind. Who here knows Asmongold? Asmongold, stay safe. Where did we go? It was In and Out. It was in and Out. I think there's look at this. Real quick, you guys listen, this video was uploaded 6 years ago. This is actually from 2018. He uploaded it about a year after. You want to see something crazy? This is Asmongold here, real quick. Who's that in the back right there? Who's that back there? You recognize that guy? This is S-Fand. That's Rich Campbell, and that is Asmongold. Long time. Oh, look at that guy. Look at that guy all the way there in the back. This is a long time ago. Now, I have hung out with Asmongold. Granted, it's been since 2019. I haven't seen him in real life since 2019. But in 2017, 2018, 2019, I used to hang out with Asmongold in real life, probably 5 or 6 or 7 different times. Long time ago. Long time ago. It was in a different life. We were getting in and out. They live down there in Austin, Texas, and I'm up here in the Pacific Northwest. But funny story, I've always had family down in Austin, so I've always been in and out of Austin, Texas my entire life, flying down, visiting family, coming back up and forth, and so it was just a coincidence that all those guys were down in Austin also. So I was going down, seeing my family, hang out with those guys, come back up. Spent a lot of time in Austin growing up also. I'm all over the place, I guess, these days. Well, I should say back in those days. These days, I'm not so much all over the place. I'm pretty stationary these days. But we are still 22 hours into the filibuster. And for those of you that are tuning in here, the second this filibuster is done, the second it is over, they are having to vote to reopen the government. And it seems as if the Republicans have got the votes to reopen the government here today. Whenever the filibuster's done, that's the word on the block. That's the rumor. So we are doing live coverage here. This government shutdown might come to an end today. He's going to pass out. Yeah, I mean, hey, he's got to be worried about his health, I guess. Matt, did you ever play WoW with Swifty? I don't think so. Of course, I know Swifty. I don't think I ever played WoW with Swifty. I know him. I think I actually met him one time. I went to the BlizzCon convention in 2018 and 2019, and I met a lot of people. All the WoW guys, most of them I have met, but it's been a long time. And now I'll tell you what, I think a lot of those WoW guys, a lot of the people over on Twitch, they are very progressive. A lot of the WoW guy, really the entire World of Warcraft community, they're really progressive. And I'll tell you what, I think a lot of those WoW guys, I think they probably don't like me so much, especially these days. I'm very outspoken about my political beliefs. You might have noticed that. And I think a lot of those WoW guys, they probably don't like me so much. Asmongold and I get along. We like each other. But I really don't like a whole. Oh, sorry, I don't talk to a bunch of those old guys anymore. You know, we're just on kind of different life paths. Our lives have gone in different directions. That's the way that it goes. Uh-huh. I'll tell you what, though, guys, in 13 seconds, in 10 seconds here, this filibuster is entering its 22nd hour. I can't believe that they have drugged this thing out as long as they have. 22 hours, there it is. Personally, I was not expecting them to push this thing out as far as they have, but Lord, they have. Lord, they have. Is he done? I don't think he's done.
Citizens, many of them that when we first started, I was first
ongoing,
aware of it, so long ago that they might have been little kids. Now they may be out of high school, out of college, fully employed in the community, and still we haven't resolved their status so they can be feel fully productive members of our community.
If the Senator would yield.
I will yield for a question.
Over the course of my service in the Senate.
He has yielded for a question. Matt, take a look at the rules. They're not allowed to lean on chairs. Okay, hold up. While a senator is filibustering, are they allowed to lean on chairs or to lean on something? During a filibuster in the U.S. Senate, senators must adhere to specific rules outlined in the Senate procedures. According to Senate rules, a senator engaged in a filibuster speaking at length to delay or prevent a vote must remain standing and speak continuously, except in cases where the Senate grants unanimous consent for breaks or other allowances. The rules do not explicitly permit leaning on chairs or other objects, but they also do not expressly prohibit it, meaning the senator remains standing and actively addressing the chamber, provided the senator remains standing and addressing the chamber. In practice, senators may rest their hands on a desk, a podium, or a chair for support during a filibuster as long as they maintain the posture of standing and continue speaking. So maybe it's fine. For example, during notable filibusters such as Strom Thurmond's 24-hour-plus filibuster in 1957, senators have been known to use minimal physical support, like resting hands on a desk, to help endure the physical strain. Though they must avoid sitting or leaving the floor, as this could end the filibuster unless the Senate agrees otherwise. So I think we're fine. As long as you're not sitting and you're like pretty much standing upright, I think there's not a problem. Seems to be the case. But also, I think it's kind of up to interpretation, you know. It's probably up to interpretation. Oh, we've got a little bit of an update here I want to show you folks. This is on the Russian front. This is Scott Bessent. I don't even know what this one is going to be about. Scott Bessent, what's happening?
As you know, and the world can see, President Trump is the president of peace. He's done peace deals, trade deals, tax deals, and part of the peace deal, the real remaining final conflict in the world, this would be the 9th one that he has found a solution to, would be between Russia and Ukraine. President Putin has not come to the table in an honest and forthright manner, as we'd hoped. There were talks in Alaska. President Trump walked away when he realized that things were not moving forward. There have been behind-the-scenes talk, but I believe that the president is disappointed at the where we are in these talks. So either this evening or first thing tomorrow morning, we are going to be announcing a substantial increase in Russia's sanctions. I'm not going to give you the exact sanctions, but I can tell you that this will be one of the largest sanctions that we have done against the Russian Federation.
Trump is not happy with Putin. Now, here's, of course, I'm on the outside. I'm not a man on the inside here. I am suspect of the degree to which sanctions can really even damage Russia at this point. Russia, even before the war broke out 3.5 years ago, most certainly after the war, Russia has, to their credit, I suppose, done a good job of insulating their economy and becoming increasingly self-sufficient, because they know if you're Russia, you know that other countries, America namely, will sanction you in an effort to get you to capitulate or do this or do that. Russia has spent a very long time insulating their country, becoming self-sufficient. So I'd be curious to know, I guess we're going to find out tomorrow. I'm curious to know what these sanctions will look like, really how damaging, how consequential will the sanctions be to Russia. Oops, I apologize. There we go. We're back. We got to find out. Yeah, a lot of times sanctions are more symbolic. It's a little, geopolitical slap on the wrist. So we will see how consequential this will be. Trump is smart. His economic team is smart. What they've done in the past is sanction and try to cripple other countries that are working with Russia. So they're saying, listen, we might not be able to really sanction Russia, but we're going to sanction other countries or tariff other countries that are still cooperating with Russia to try to isolate Russia on a global stage. We've seen negotiations like that with India and the European Union. You guys know this is the most insane fact that I think a lot of people don't know about this entire dynamic, is that for the last 3 years, prior to President Trump working out this new European Union trade deal a couple months ago, the European Union collectively was spending more money every year on Russian energy during the Ukraine war. This is during the Ukraine war. The European Union collectively was spending more money on Russian energy than they were on money they were giving to Ukraine to help support them during the war effort. So European Union is saying, oh my God, Russia's evil. They're trying to invade Ukraine. If we don't stop them now in Ukraine, Russia's going to invade all of Europe. They must be stopped now. We need to support Ukraine and support Zelensky. And so they're giving support to Ukraine, but then they're actually giving even more money than that to Russia in the form of energy payments. So the European Union was just completely incompetent the way that they were navigating this dynamic. President Trump got in the White House and he said, listen, you guys are out of your damn mind. Here's what we're going to do, okay? You guys need to bump up your NATO contributions. You're going to be buying weapons from the U.S. And also now you're going to stop buying energy from the U.S. And now you need to buy energy from America because we are opening up the American energy sector. Drill, baby, drill. You're going to start buying energy from the U.S. to further you guys from Russia and stop subsidizing the Russian side of the war effort. And they said, yeah, okay. So, just another reason, thank God President Trump is back in the White House. What I do want to say real quick is, hey, if anybody here is new to the show, make sure to like today's broadcast. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. We are live right now on Rumble and on YouTube. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. Good Lord, this is one hell of a long broadcast. I was not expecting this filibuster. I thought I might go live. We might talk about the filibuster. They're going to have the vote. This will be a 2-hour long, maybe 90-minute long broadcast. This filibuster is just going on and on and on. And by the way, the second the filibuster is over, they're having the vote immediately. The second here, this is Senator Jeff Merkley. The second he yields the floor, they're voting. They're voting on the government. on this continuing resolution on whether or not to open up or shut down the government here. The second he is done, this individual, you're looking at him right now, this is Oregon State Democrat Senator Jeff Merkley. He has been standing here talking in the Senate chamber for 22 hours nonstop in an explicit endeavor to delay the vote. He wants to delay the vote. And the reason why, speculatively, this is what everybody's talking about. The reason why Merkley and some of the Democrats want to engage in this 22-hour-long filibuster to delay the vote is because they know that once the vote happens, the Republicans have been able to get Democrat senators to hop over on the right side of the aisle and reopen the government. That's kind of the dynamic at play. That's what everybody's talking about. So you've got sort of this civil war inside of the Democrat Party. Some of the Democrats have flipped over. They've flipped. They're voting alongside the Republicans. Other Democrat senators, the more progressive ones, they do not want the government to reopen. They think that's a bad idea. They want to stick it to President Trump. And so you're having some cracks. You're having some cracks form on the Democrat side of the aisle here. Time will tell. Time will tell. We need this filibuster to come to an end. Come to an end.
From their parents? And he said, yes. And I said, where do you do that? He said, we bring the family in through that door. The door was maybe 25 feet away. And we say, children, come with me. Parents go with that person. And boom, separated. And they stay separated. And what happened as that unfolded is administration, this is under Trump 1, said they were keeping careful records of the children to be able to have a reunion.
He's just up here yapping.
With extraordinary efforts, including tons of volunteer lawyers and researchers.
He really is just up here yapping. He's got nothing of value to say. And so he's just doing everything he possibly can to keep his mouth moving. He's just keeping his mouth jib-jabbing. Everything he can. And another thing that Merkley here is allowed to do is call up other Democrat senators to ask him questions. Other people can come up and speak. Granted, they are asking him a question. They're not allowed to say anything else. They're not allowed to help him filibuster, but they can come up and ask a question. Well, little kind of a loophole here. But we've seen time and time again, we've seen this with at least 5 or 6 other Democrat senators. They come up here and they give what is effectively a 10, 15, 20-minute speech. And then at the very end of the speech, they ask a question. So they'll give their prepared monologue 20 minutes long. And then at the end, they'll say, and Senator Merkley, do you agree with that? And then Merkley responds. So they'll come up and give a speech. President Trump is an evil fascist, Nazi dictator, KKK member, blah, 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 authoritarian. For 20 minutes of that, Merkley, do you agree with that? And then they'll pass the microphone back to him. So they're kind of abusing this loophole. They're abusing this question dynamic. And they're doing that to try to help Merkley because they know Merkley's getting tired. He's a 68-year-old guy. He's been up here for 22 hours. He probably has to go pee. I have to go. I've only been sitting here for 5 hours. I have to go pee. Now we have Governor Pritzker. He chimes in here. I want to show this to you folks. Pritzker, what do you have to say? Totally unrelated note here, Pritzker.
We have to save this country from what Donald Trump is doing to it because, no, I do not want this country to become like other authoritarian regimes. People have criticized me for talking about the Nazi regime. On the right, people have criticized me. It's the one I know most about because I helped to build a Holocaust museum, and I can tell you, sitting next to Holocaust survivors, that what they will say in this moment is, this is what happened. This is what happened. People's rights started getting taken away. People got accused of being immigrants. This is before the Holocaust really took place. People were accused of being immigrants, and then laws were passed to limit immigrants, and then people who weren't actually immigrants were called immigrants, and then it was othering people, and that led to a lot.
I'm sick of hearing about World War II. I'm sick of hearing about the Nazis, and I'm sick of hearing about the Holocaust. I'm a 31-year-old guy. This happened 90 years ago. Why, in the political discussion in 2025, do we need to obsessively compare everything that's happening right now to things that happened on another continent 90 years ago. Frankly, can we please just talk about what's happening now? Do we need to draw some parallel example to something? Listen, I'm sick of hearing about it. I'm over it. I'm sick of hearing about it. Let's talk about what's going on now. We don't need to compare everything to the Holocaust and to the Nazis. I just don't really care a whole lot. It's almost 100 years later. Okay. Enough is enough. That's how I feel. Trump is a Nazi. Everybody that voted for Trump is a Nazi. Yeah. I've heard it. Anyway, I've heard about that. Anyway, moving on. Now, President Trump has something else here. Oh, that's totally unrelated. We're not going to touch base on that. Oh, we have another guest speaker here. We've got another one. The great, it's not a happening, it's a yappening. The great yappening continues. Now, what is going on over here on Truth Social? What is going on over here? I'm going to play this clip for y'all.
Saying to Ukraine, do what you...
I'm sorry, here we have a little bit. Okay, turn up the audio here for you guys.
Saying to Ukraine, do what you have to do. That basically now not holding the reins anymore on Ukraine using long-range missiles into Russia.
So we have a Truth Social post. What does this say? The Wall Street Journal story on the USA's approval of Ukraine being allowed to use long-range missiles into Russia is fake news. The U.S. has nothing to do with those missiles, wherever they may came from or what Ukraine does to them. So I guess Ukraine has been firing long-range missiles into Russia. The Wall Street Journal reported that Trump gave them permission, and Trump is saying, fake news.
Well, listen, we have a president who is the deal maker in chief, who is searching for peace, whether it's in Russia or whether it's in the Middle East, and he's been wildly successful. So I'm excited to see where this goes, but I trust in the president, and I think the American people trust the president to make the right decision here. And listen, what we want to see is this war in Ukraine and Russia to come to an end. We want the fighting to be over. We want the killing to be over, and I think that's where the president is taking
It's nice to see someone use leverage on the international stage,
Exactly
not the
right.
suffering of Americans as leverage during a government shutdown.
Right.
Congressman Brandon Gill, great to see.
You can see no doubt President Trump is growing increasingly frustrated with Russia. There's no doubt. If you look back over the last 9 months of President Trump's ongoing endeavor to shut down the Ukraine-Russia war, there are times where Trump seems more upset with Zelensky, and there are times where Trump seems more upset with Putin. We have had times where Trump has been upset at both of them. That seems clear to me. It's a difficult situation, and it seems like right now we are in one of these times where Trump is particularly upset with Putin. That seems to be the case. We just saw a report come out not too long ago. We just watched that video with Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, said that tomorrow morning, in fact, President Trump is going to be dropping a huge sweeping array of sanctions targeting Russia to try to bring about peace. Complex situation. Matt Morris, we need you to make a word salad tier list video. A word salad tier list. I'm not sure exactly what that means. I don't know. Maybe someday. It's a difficult situation. You know what, though? Hold up. Is something happening here?
More colleagues would like to ask a question. Senator,
No.
The senator from Michigan. So would the senator from Michigan like...
I cannot believe it. We are still going. The great yappening continues. Really just astounding. Now, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah, this is what I was going to say about the Russia-Ukraine situation. Keep in mind, Trump has really given it his all. He's made a concerted effort. He's not done yet either. He's still going. He's trying to negotiate peace here. He doesn't have to negotiate peace. If Trump just washed his hands of this situation and said, you know what? This is happening in Eastern Europe. We're over here in America. This is not our problem. I have done my due diligence. I have tried as the president of the United States of America to bring about peace. Frankly, This is not my problem. Good luck. Good luck. You guys figure it out. If Trump did that, he would be well within his right to do that. Trump does not need to solve this problem. It's not even his problem to solve. This is a problem that in a lot of ways was manufactured by Joe Biden and a lot of the NATO globalists. And so, Trump has really tried to solve this problem. If he just said, you know what? All right, I've had enough. Goodbye. Could you blame him? And he's very clearly he's not going to do that. But you couldn't blame him. And the reason I bring this up is because Trump is really just out of the goodness of his heart trying to bring about peace. Now, I want to highlight something here about this great filibuster. The national record, the longest filibuster ever, the record is actually held by Cory Booker. The record was set a couple months ago. And that record is 25 hours long, 25 hours and 5 minutes. That record is held by Cory Booker. A couple months ago, Cory Booker gave a very long filibuster here on the Senate floor. He did that in protest of President Trump's DOGE cuts, the Department of Government Efficiency. And so it is possible that Jeff Merkley is actually trying to set a new record. The current record is 25 hours, 5 minutes. Merkley could be going for 25 hours and 10 minutes or something. We got to see. Or, he could end it any minute now. We really just don't know. But the current record is 25 hours, 5 minutes. Now, here is, I need to do a little bit of research here, folks. Stand by. I'm going to look something up for you folks. What is the latest in the evening that the Senate has ever held a vote? Let's see if we have information on this. Now, what do we have here? Hold that thought real quick, ladies and gentlemen. Scanning. Okay, while that is processing, I'm going to take a look at this big super chat here from Scott. Mr. Rose, thank you, Scott Rose. Thank you, sir. He says, Trump is systematically confronting the institutional control network of British imperial control. Navarro tells CFR their era of policy control is over. Trump restructures Australia economic relationship. Yeah, that might be a part of what's going on here. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Scott Rose. Thank you very much. The institutional network of British imperial control. I am not exactly certain that it is the British imperial. I'm not sure if we are living in an era of British imperial control. I'm not sure if that is the secret cabal that is pulling the strings. I'm not sure about that. Could be the case, most certainly to some degree. I'm sure. Now, you know what? Okay, folks, I have my answer here. So the latest into the day or into the evening that the Senate has ever held a vote is 1:36 in the morning, 1:36 a.m. So I saw, the reason I'm looking for this information here is because I'm trying to look at the clock here. Okay, it is 4:41 on the East Coast. This filibuster could go on a couple more hours here. Let's say he's going for the record. Okay, so let's say this goes on another 3 hours. That would put us at 7. Let's say that puts us at 7:30 p.m. East Coast. Is that too late? Is 7:30 in the evening on the East Coast too late for the Senate to hold the vote to reopen the government? I don't think so. We've seen votes much later than that into the evening. Like I said, the record here is 1:36 a.m. record, or whatever you want to call that. And so even if we do go another 3 hours, I still think we will have the vote to reopen the government. I think they will do that tonight. I think this vote is happening today. Unless there's some act of God or something that intervenes here. I don't know. Something crazy could always happen. So we shall see. He might be going for the record, though, at this point. Might be going for the record. What a day. I was not expecting this. I'll tell you this was not part of the plan. I did not think that this filibuster was going to be lasting this long, but I said, listen, hey, we're going to be here all day, as long as it takes. As long as it takes, we will be here. I kind of thought his filibuster was going to wrap up maybe at the 17-hour mark. I don't know, 18 maybe, I don't know. Jeff Merkley's previous personal record was 15 and a half hours. I said, okay, well, he was 60 years old. He did 15 and a half hours. Now it's eight years later. Now he's 68 years old. He's a little bit older. Maybe he can't go much longer than that. Well, guess what? I was wrong. Guess what? He has gone 7 hours longer than that. So there you have it. There you go. A word salad tier list is in. Yeah, I know the tier list formation using public figures like Bernie, Kamala, comparing how nonsensical, absurd their speeches are. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just not something I'm going to do, though. Funny idea, though. That's just not something I'm going to do, though. Interesting idea, though. I mean, there's a lot of nonsensical things that Democrats say. In fact, they say so many nonsensical things that it might even be impossible to make a tier list of all the nonsensical things that they say. Toonmon says, Matt, you love to hear yourself talking, and this pure BS. You know, can I tell you something? I actually kind of don't like to hear myself talking. Every time I have to sit down and edit one of my YouTube videos, it always kind of bothers me because I have to sit there and edit all of my footage when I'm making a video. It's kind of one of those things. I think that most people don't like to hear themselves talking. Myself included, I don't like to hear myself talking. That's kind of human. I don't know. Maybe everybody feels that way. It's the way it is. You think he just took an Adderall? You know, I will tell you, it does feel like he got a little bit more energy. He's catching a little bit of a second wind here. I think he is. About an hour ago, he was looking a little bit sleepy, drowsy. Now he's got a little bit of a pep. I don't know what he's doing.
I just feel like we have to do everything we can, therefore, legislatively, to stop that. Our spending bills need to say that if we have a bipartisan spending bill, that decision to undo that program can only be done by a bipartisan bill in the future, which is the way we do rescissions now.
Here's the point I'm at. These progressives, these Democrats, they are so far gone. I really don't care about bipartisan solutions. I don't. These people are evil. Many of them are evil. They are looking actively to open up the border, allow God knows how many more illegal aliens, have all of us hardworking taxpaying Americans pay for it, subsidize their existence. These people are evil. They want us dead or replaced. We have seen them celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. We saw them celebrating the assassination attempts, plural, of President Trump. Every single time these people on the left, they celebrate it. They want it. And so I'm not looking to have a bipartisan agreement with evil. Does Christ come to a bipartisan solution with Satan? No, he doesn't. Satan must be defeated. Evil must be defeated. That's how I feel. And so, you know, I've said this before. This is what I would like the Senate Republicans to do. Go nuclear, activate the nuclear option, and save the country. Seriously, go nuclear, cut out the Democrats, drop down the vote threshold from 60 down to 50 plus one, and pass as many bills as you humanly can aimed at permanently saving the country. And that's what I would like to see. Let's just cut out this bipartisan notion. I don't want to be bipartisan with evil, with demonically possessed anti-American insurrectionists. Cut them out. Cut them out. Put them on the sidelines. And by the way, for anybody that wants to talk about the precedent of going nuclear, well, if we go nuclear, then we're setting the precedent. The Democrats will do the same thing. They have already said they're going to do the same thing. They have said, the Democrats have said time and time again explicitly, the second they get control of the levers of power in this government, the House, the Senate, the White House, they have said explicitly they will go nuclear and do exactly what we're talking about, but to further destroy the country rather than save the country, which is what we would be doing. They have given their word. They have promised they will do that. In fact, if you don't believe me, if you want a little bit of some historical precedent here, the Democrats were the first ones to go. In fact, the first 2 times the nuclear option was ever used in the Senate, it was the Democrats. They went nuclear the first 2 times, and they've promised they'll do it again. Well, we can't go nuclear because it's the precedent. They might do the same thing. They already have, and they promised they would again. Save the country. We have the option now. We have the House, we have the Senate, we have the White House. Go nuclear. Pass 7 small bills. Pass a series of America First bills, 1 a day, every single day, 7 days a week until midterms. Pray to God we lock down the country and then do it again if we do. Save the country. Bill after bill after bill. That's what I would do. At a minimum, that's what I would be threatening to do if they don't open back up the government. I would pull Chuck Schumer. I say, listen, Schumer, hey, Trump here. Listen, Schumer, open the government now, or we are going nuclear, and we're passing 7 bills a week. We're passing 100 bills a week, every single week until midterms. We're going to win midterms, and we're going to keep on doing it until the next presidential election. J.D. Vance is going to win, and then we're going to do it again. We're going to keep on doing it. We are going to say we are going to Democrat-proof this country. We're going to pass so many bills you won't even believe it. Do it. I think a lot of people listen. A lot of people over here on the right, we are very easy to like slip back into do nothing complacency. It's very easy to do nothing and be complacent. These Democrats, they want you either dead or replaced. They have made themselves over the last couple years abundantly clear with that, dead or replaced. And if you're not dead, then you will continue working and paying taxes, and you will subsidize the existence of the illegal aliens that they allow into the country that are meant to replace you. That's the objective, dead or you need to get that tattooed on your forehead, dead or replaced. That is what they want. That is the end game. That is the objective, dead or replaced. They have made themselves perfectly clear. I don't want to have a bipartisan solution with a bunch of people that want me and my children dead or replaced. As such, go nuclear, pass a bunch of bills, save the country. Save the country. We have the opportunity to do it now. If we don't do it now, it's over. But hey, that's just like my opinion. Dead or replaced. They're not even, bashful about this. They're totally brazen about this. They're not even trying to hide their motives or their intentions. It is literally dead or replaced. That's it. That is what it is. We've got a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we don't do it now, it's going to be too late. You think it's bad to try to carry out mass deportations when we have 50 million illegal aliens? Well, imagine we have another 4 years of a Kamala Harris in the White House, imagine we have 8 years of President Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in the White House. You think it's tough to carry out mass deportations with 50 million illegal aliens in the country? How about carrying out mass deportations with 100 or 150 million illegal aliens in the country? You think it's tough now? Imagine if we don't solve the problem now, we have 100 million illegal aliens or 150 million. The problem has to be solved now. He's giving final statement.
Of checks and balances.
Is that what this is?
Is being steadily destroyed by President Trump. In the book that I was using as kind of the framework for discussing these issues, it says most people, even today, think it's still
final statement
die with men wielding guns. And it is essential we understand that that is not the way most republics die today. Most republics die because someone is elected who starts working systematically to reduce those checks and balances. And then perhaps they're aided by a rubber stamp Congress, and perhaps they're aided by a Supreme Court that vests more power in the executive with key decisions. And of course, it takes that aggressive authoritarian personality. And we've got all three. We are fully in the authoritarian moment right now.
Dude, just because the American people voted to kick your ass out of the House and the Senate and the White House and the Supreme Court does not mean this is an authoritarian regime. It means that the American people got sick of your bullshit. The American people have said, we don't want anything to do with your radically progressive ideology. That does not mean that this is an authoritarian country. It means that your political ideology is so disgusting and repulsive to the American people that we have removed your hand, your grip, from every single lever of power in the nation. We don't want anything to do with your ideology, with your political agenda.
Is using research grants over their head. A president who wants to tell law firms who they can give pro bono help to, and has forced them to various firms to chuck up $1 billion to be done for pro bono work on the places, the organizations Trump wants them to spend it. A president who is using every tool available to try to get the court decisions that will allow him to use both the National Guard and the troops to be able to go where in the country he wants them domestically, even if there is no insurrection, no rebellion, and no invasion. A president who is weaponizing the judiciary to go after person after person after person, coming off his enemies list. And whoever it might be that's next.
I believe this is final speech here, folks. I think we're wrapping up.
One of our colleagues has certainly been publicized by Trump as being on Trump's enemies list. And this is just not to be allowed in government by and for the people. The crushing of due process, and I appreciate the comments of my colleague from Illinois about due process and all of the challenges regarding immigration.
Maybe he's wrapping up here.
Process. And let's find a way to finally pass an immigration bill after coming so close so many times. And
pass an immigration bill.
I know you.
Dude, we don't need a new immigration bill. We already have immigration legislation. We just have to enforce it. That's what Trump is doing. Pass an immigration bill, so what? We already have the legislation now. Thanks to the big, beautiful bill, we have the budget to over triple the number of ICE officers. We voted for that too, by the way. Thank God. Now, you know our immigration plan? Mass deportations. That is the immigration plan. Deport 50 million people. That is the plan, buddy.
We saw on day one of this administration.
These guys are so out of touch. It's insane.
In the rotunda with the billionaire standing behind him. And from that moment, it was apparent. That's what his government was about, by and for the wealthy and the powerful. And if we had any doubts, then it was resolved when he put forward his version of a bill, which he called the big, beautiful bill, and we often called, many of us, the big, ugly betrayal. Because only an authoritarian president who believes that the people answer to him rather than him being accountable to the people would come up with a strategy of decimating the health care through the ACA to fund tax breaks for billionaires. Only an authoritarian president would say, let's demolish Medicaid, and between Medicaid and ACA, have 15 million people lose their health care. 235,000 projected in my state.
So I had thought that this was going to be the final statement here. Maybe it is, but, you know, we're doing the whole... We are rambling. Can I show you one of my favorite Twitter pages I have found recently? There's a Twitter page. It's called MythoMaga. Shout out to MythoMaga. What this Twitter page does is post rare pictures of Donald Trump. And it's good. There's a lot of really cool pictures of Trump. Sorry, we're waiting for this filibuster to wrap up. It's just nonstop rare Trumps. This is his speech in Poland in 2017. It's a cool Twitter page. Anyway, listen, hey, there's Nixon. Can I tell you something? Listen, I feel like Nixon has a bad reputation. I think President Nixon was a great president, and President Nixon was set up. Watergate was baloney. President Nixon was well loved. The American people overwhelmingly voted for him 2 times. He was hell-bent on wrapping up the Vietnam War. He was actually an anti-war president. He wanted to bring the troops home and wrap up the war. Nixon was a good president. His approval rating was through the roof. Nixon was a great president, and he was set up. He was a good president, though. He has a bad reputation, but he was a good president. We love Nixon. I love Nixon. I think he was one of the good ones. You too. You like him too? Okay, there you go. At a minimum, he does not deserve the negative reputation he has, and he does have a negative reputation. I think he was a good president. It was a setup. And maybe we're going to have a wrap-up here any minute now.
Next election is absolutely critical if we're going to save our republic, because the strategy of an authoritarian is to rig the elections. And the more time they have, the more entrenched it becomes.
Really?
And already here is Trump trying to do a national voter registration file that can be more easily manipulated for the elections next year.
We are trying to kick illegal aliens off of the voter roll. To be clear, Trump is trying to kick illegal aliens off of the census so that they cannot vote illegally. Well, that's one part of it, but also so that they do not count towards the population count of each state, which arbitrarily, or not arbitrarily, but artificially increases the number of electoral college votes these states have.
Why? Because vote by mail has such integrity. It can't be manipulated on election day.
Vote by mail.
Precincts can. In precincts, you can move their location. You can put them where there's no parking. You can understaff them. The machines can break down. You can send intimidators. You can proceed to put out fake information about their location. You can put out information the election was last week when it's really this coming Tuesday. Can't do that with vote by mail.
Has anybody here ever had trouble voting? I have never in my life. I'm young. I've never had any trouble finding a place to vote. This whole narrative that it's just racism. It's coming from the Democrats. The entire notion is, well, brown people are just too stupid to figure out how to get an ID or how to figure out where to vote. So we can't have voter ID laws because brown people are too stupid to get an ID. That is literally their notion. That is the argument they have. Well, brown people can't figure out how to get an ID. So therefore, I think he's done. Is he done?
Mr. President.
Recognize the Democrat leader.
Mr. President, let me express the profound gratitude of all of us for his amazing tour de force over these many hours. Jeff Merkley has been the Paul Revere of 21st century America.
Oh, my God.
Literally, figuratively riding from one corner of this country to the other. Alerting people to the danger our democracy is in with the would-be king as president. No one has done it better. No one has done it with more persistence. No one has done it with more passion. No one has done it with more effectiveness than Jeff Merkley. Not only this Senate, but much more importantly, all of America owes you a tremendous, tremendous debt. Thank you.
All right, take a seat. Is it over? I think it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the filibuster is officially over. You can see senators have flooded back into the Senate chamber. We got people coming in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we have been voting for. Blah, blah, blah. My brain is mush listening to this guy yap for so long. My brain is fried.
I recognize the Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Here we go.
Can the Senate
one
order,
of our
please?
colleagues just spent over 22 hours.
Yep.
One of our colleagues just spent over 22 hours on this floor reading from a book, reciting poetry, one poem at least 4 times, and talking about renovations currently going on at the White House. It was 22 hours of what I can only describe as rubbish. I come to the floor today to ask a simple question. What did Democrats actually accomplish? The government's still closed. Capitol Police officers and Senate support staffers who were here for the entire 22 hours are still not getting paid.
Yep.
So let me read, Mr. President, from the record and into the record, an article published today in the Daily Caller written by Adam Pack. The headline is this. It's entitled, "Democrat Forces Unpaid Capitol Police to Stay Up All Night so he can rail against Republicans." Let me tell you the title again. Democrat forces unpaid Capitol Police to stay up all night so he can rail against Republicans.
Yep.
The article goes on. Democrats are refusing to pay support staff and Capitol Police during the government shutdown, but still force them to work overnight Wednesday so a lawmaker could rail against the Trump administration from an empty Senate chamber. Can we have order, Mr. President?
Can you please take your conversations outside the chamber? Please take your conversations outside the chamber.
Order in the chamber.
To repeat, Mr. President, I said Democrats are refusing to pay support staff and Capitol Police during the government shutdown, but still force them to work overnight Wednesday so a lawmaker could rail against the Trump administration from an empty Senate chamber. The article goes on. Democratic Oregon Senator Jeffrey Merkley took to the Senate floor for, as they wrote this, a 14-hour-long, now 22, and counting screed against President Donald Trump beginning early Tuesday morning. The article continues. His overnight talkathon, which was still ongoing at the time of publication, forced floor aides and Capitol Police to work throughout the night,
Leon,
despite staffers missing their first full paycheck due to the funding lapse on Monday. And
Ladies and gentlemen, permission to go pee real quick. Okay, granted. Okay, thank you.
Later this week, Merkley blasted Trump's decision to deploy National Guard to Portland, Oregon over the objections of state and local officials during his marathon speech. It goes on. He also denied that violence had occurred outside an Immigration and Customs Enforcement facility in Portland, despite at least 195 rioters being arrested outside the building since June. Portlanders have responded in a very interesting way, Merkley said in the opening hour of his speech. They are demonstrating with joy and whimsy. The article goes on. They want to make it clear to the world that what Trump is saying about there being violent protests or a rebellion in Portland, Merkley continued, it's just not true. Democrat New Jersey Senator Andy Kim also joined Merkley on the Senate floor in the 10 p.m. hour, praising the Oregon senator for shining a light on the Trump administration's alleged authoritarianism. It's important that we don't underestimate the fragility of our democracy, Kim said. Senate staffers missed their first full paychecks on Monday after Democrats consistently rejected House-passed bipartisan spending bills to fund the government. A wide swath of federal employees will not receive their salary on Friday if Democrats do not supply the votes to end the shutdown. The article goes on. Merkley and Kim have voted with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer on 11 separate occasions to keep the government shuttered during the 22-day-long funding lapse. Just 3 Democrat Senate caucus members have thus far crossed party lines to fund the government, leaving the spending measure short of the necessary 30-vote threshold to move most legislation in the Senate. Republicans blasted Merkley's overnight speech during the shutdown, arguing the move was unfair to floor aides and Capitol Police officers working unpaid because Democrats refuse to fund the government. The article goes on. The Democrats are going to make Capitol Police and Capitol staff, support staff,
What a day.
who they refuse to pay,
What a day.
work all night so they can give speeches patting themselves on the back for shutting down the government and hurting the American people, Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso wrote on X. How ridiculous is that? Senators whose pay is protected by the U.S. Constitution receive their salaries on Monday. The Senate is expected to vote on legislation this week sponsored by Republican Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson to pay military personnel and federal employees who are reporting to work during the shutdown. Democrats are expected to filibuster the bill. Several members of their caucus have argued that every federal worker should be paid during the shutdown, despite repeatedly voting against reopening the government. The article continues, Merkley's overnight remarks follow other Senate Democrats staging all-night speeches to protest the Trump administration this year. In April, the article concludes, New Jersey Senator Cory Booker delivered the longest Senate floor speech in history to attack the president and his policies. Mr. President, the facts speak for themselves. Americans deserve better than Democrats' rubbish. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
True. That is true.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Montana.
Mr. President, I'm going to make some comments about my friend Bill Mercer. It's one of the judges we'll be voting for here in a minute. But let me just set the record straight on something. I'm tired of the lies being spread around the country.
Real quick.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Thank you.
There's a lie being spread around the country now on social media and so forth about what's happening here in Washington. And the lie is this: the Republicans control the presidency, the House, and the Senate, so it's on the Republicans for shutting it down. That is a lie. It takes 60 votes to get something done here in the U.S. Senate. We're looking for 5 Democrats to join us. It's already bipartisan. 3 Democrats have joined us. If 5 more join the Republicans, we've done this 11 times in voting for this clean CR, which Democrats have done repeatedly under Joe Biden's watch. If 5 Democrats join us, we'll open the government back up. But just want to set that straight at home. Yes, Republicans have majority control of the Senate, but it takes 60 votes to get an outcome here in Washington. We have 53 Republicans, 5 Democrats join us, we'll get this done.
That's right.
But, Mr. President, I rise today to speak in support of my friend, Mr. Bill Mercer, and his nomination to serve as the next judge of the U.S. District Court for the District of Montana. President Trump made an excellent choice when he picked Bill. I was thrilled to see him quickly approved by the Senate Judiciary Committee, and now today the U.S. Senate will vote in the next hour or so on his final confirmation, and I urge my colleagues to join Senator Sheehy and I in supporting his nomination. Bill is a lifelong Montanan. He was born in Billings. We've known each other for a long time. In fact, we went to rival high schools, and we actually competed against each other in speech and debate. He was a Billings West Golden Bear, and I was a Bozeman Hawk. This is what makes America great. 2 kids from Montana dreamed big, they worked hard, and now have the opportunity to serve the state we love together. Bill received his undergraduate degree from the University of Montana. He later went on to receive a Master of Public Administration from Harvard and his law degree from George Mason University. Bill served his state and country in various roles over the past 3 decades. In Montana,
So that's all great. So that's great. Everybody's saying who cares. Yeah, everybody's saying who cares about that. Folks, any minute they are going to open up the voting. Now, of course, you know how the Senate works. It's never as simple as just having one vote. They will, I'm trying to remember the exact process. They will likely have a procedural vote, yes or no, a cloture vote to end debate about the continuing resolution, and then they will, if they end the cloture, or if they pass the cloture vote, then they will actually have the real vote, which is whether or not to pass the budget. So, but all of that is necessary. That's all part of the process of opening up the government. You have to go through all of that. Now, the continuing resolution that we're talking about today, which is the big topic of the day as it relates to reopening the government here, it's called House Resolution 5371. I have that number up there so everybody can see that's what it is. So the number we are looking for up here on the screen here today is HR 5371. That's what we want to see. Yeah, they're going to have a roll call vote likely before anything happens. Yes, that's right. That's right.
Respected.
It's very cumbersome.
A member of the Montana House has helped him understand the needs of our state, our families, and our communities. I believe his time serving in Helena has given him an important perspective on the law and the importance of judicial impartiality.
He's just, it's like he's reading a Wikipedia page right now. And he was born in 1972 in Missoula, Montana. And he went to so-and-so high school. And then he got this. He had a good GPA. He had a 3.9. Uh-huh. Okay. I'll tell you what, folks. I'm browsing Twitter over here as we're keeping tabs on this ongoing Senate situation. Trump is pissed off at Russia. Tomorrow morning, we are going to get some big news. In fact, we actually have big news right now. We have a moment here. He's done. I'll say this real quick. Looks like Trump is going to be issuing a series of big-time sanctions on major Russian oil companies. Trump is live at NATO. Is that right? Okay. This is Thune. 1 minute.
The Senate vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Lewis nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Lewis nomination,
I'll pull that up.
All post-cloture time be expired.
And our doubts and our
I will pull this up momentarily.
tremendous assets together. So we look forward to that. I think something will work out. We have a very good relationship, but that'll be a big one. We canceled the meeting with President Putin. It didn't feel right to me. It didn't feel like we were going to get to the place we have to get, so I canceled it. But we'll do it in the future. But next week we'll be with many of you in those locations that I told you. Then it's back to Washington. Yep. So thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you tell us a little bit about why you're elevating sanctions against Russia right now?
I just felt it was time. We've waited a long time. I thought that we'd go long before the Middle East. And Mark, as you know, we did the Middle East plus 7. So we did 7 different wars from
Trump is not happy.
Pakistan and India to so many.
Azerbaijan, Armenia,
which they said was impossible to do. All these wars I did, and the one that we have left, we have 1 left. It'll be 9. We have 1 left, and I think we'll get that done too. I think we're on our way to getting it done.
We have to.
Mr. President, do you have a timeline for when you think the story is going to be over because of your leadership?
No, I don't have a timeline. You can't have in war. It's hard to have a timeline. You know, so many things happen in war. Go ahead.
What about Tomahawk missiles? Putin is definitely
Well, the problem with the Tomahawk that a lot of people don't know, it'll take a minimum of 6 months, usually a year, to learn how to use them. They're highly complex. So the only way a Tomahawk is going to be shot is if we shot it, and we're not going to do that. But there is a tremendous learning curve with the Tomahawk. It's a very powerful weapon, very accurate weapon, and maybe that's what makes it so complex. But it will take a year. It takes a year of intense training to learn how to use it. And we know how to use it, and we're not going to be teaching other people. It's too far out into the future.
Yes, Mr. President. I saw, Mr. President, that you said as recently as yesterday that you still believe that Putin wants to end the war.
Yeah,
and today
I do.
You took this step to ratchet the sanctions and put more pressure on him. What else are you going to do to encourage him to get there, or can you explain why you do believe he wants peace?
Yeah, it's a good question. Today is a very big day in terms of what we're doing. And look, these are tremendous sanctions. These are very big. Those are against their 2 big oil companies. And we hope that they won't be on for long. We hope that the war will be settled. We just answered having to do with the various forms of missiles and everything else that we're looking at. But we don't think that's going to be necessary. We would like to see them just take the line that has been formed over quite a long period of time and go and let's go home. Last week they had almost 8,000 soldiers killed. Many Russians were killed last week. Many Ukrainians were killed last week. We think it's ridiculous and would like to have it end.
Why do you think you want peace, though? Why do you still believe that?
I think they want peace. I think they both want peace at this point. It's been, it's almost 4 years. You're going into 4 years.
They don't want to give up land, though.
And
that's the problem.
If I were president, it never would have started. But yeah, it's time.
Mr. President, on the shutdown, will you do plan to meet with Democrats before you head to Asia? And if not, why not meet with Democrats?
Well, I think it's a shame that it's shut down because we have the greatest economy, as you were saying before. We have the greatest economy in the world right now, by far, the United States. We have almost 18, now it was 17, now it's $18 trillion being poured into our country, and it's no time for shutdowns. I don't think it's affecting what we're doing, but it's too bad for a lot of people. We have a lot of good people that aren't working right now.
You're on standby for the vote,
Democrats
don't worry.
want to try and renegotiate a deal that they had negotiated. They want $1.5 trillion given to illegal immigrants who came into the country, and it's going to hurt the health care of citizens of our country that have been paying into it, that have been working hard for it, that really deserve it. So we're never going to do that. It's not going to happen. And I will tell you, there are a lot of good Democrats that really want to make a deal. And I think all we need is 5 Democrats, because we have great support on the Republican side. So I think we need 5 Democrats, and there are a lot of them that want to make a deal. So I think at some point, common sense
could
will
be today.
prevail.
It might be today. By the way, Senate is taking a 12-minute break before they vote to invoke cloture to move on to 8371, which is to reopen the government. They have a 12-minute break. We're not missing anything right now.
And the way I look at it, every time I look, because it is violent, and it is it's amazing that the weaponry, that everyone, you know, they have these boats that go 45, 50 miles an hour in the water. And when you look at the accuracy and the power, look, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world, and you see a little bit of it there. One shot, everyone dead center. And the only way you can't feel bad about it is you realize that you won't feel badly about it, is you realize that every time you see that happen, you're saving 25,000 American lives. Every one of those boats that gets knocked out is saving 25,000 American lives, not to mention the torn up families all over the country. And whenever I see that, I say to myself, I just saved 25,000 lives. I will say that there are very few boats traveling on the water right now. Actually, that includes fishing boats, that includes any other kind of boat. But there are very few boats traveling on the water. So now they'll come in by land to a lesser extent, and they will be hit on land also. Go ahead, in the back, please. Yes, we do. We have legal authority, right? We're allowed to do that. And if we do by land, we may go back to Congress. But we have, this is a national security problem. They killed 300,000 people last year, these drugs coming in. They killed 300,000 Americans last year, and that gives you legal authority. We have a national security, really, I will say this. When you look at the people we're dealing with, and we know them. We know the people coming in. We know the boats. We know everything else. We're allowed to do it. It's in international waters. If we don't do it, we're going to lose hundreds of thousands of people. Now, they'll be coming in by land a little bit more because they're not coming in by boat anymore. There are no boats in the water. There are no more boats. We know the boat almost immediately. You know, it's pretty unusual when you see somebody with a fishing rod and 5 engines on the back of the boat. You know, you don't need that to go fishing. Wait. And we will hit them very hard when they come in by land. And they haven't experienced that yet, but now we're totally prepared to do that. We'll probably go back to Congress and explain exactly what we're doing when we come to the land. We don't have to do that, but I think, Marco, I'd like to do that. You may respond to that if you want.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question is, bottom line, these are drug boats. If people want to stop seeing drug boats blow up, stop sending drugs to the United States.
But does it matter if it's in the United States?
Well, these are all in international waters. The boat.
Can you do a strike in the United States, or if we're
Well, that's a different matter. Now you're talking about a law enforcement matter. In this particular case, there are people traveling on international waters headed towards the United States with hostilities in mind, which includes flooding our country with dangerous, deadly drugs. And they're going to be stopped. And that's what's happening. And in the case last week, you saw there was a submarine. It was a submarine. It was a submersible. That's a drug boat all the way through. We know what these boats are. The president just said it. We track them from the very beginning. We know who's on them, who they are, where they're coming from, what they have on them. If you're running drug boats, you're in grave danger.
And drug usage is way down. And drug usage coming from the sea, they call it ocean drugs, a little term that they use, the ocean drugs, is very close to non-existent right now. I wouldn't want to be in one of those boats heading away. You know, they're driving happily to destroy the lives of people, and they end up, that's the end of them. So the ocean drugs and the sea drugs, drugs by sea they call it also, that's almost down to nothing, as you can imagine. So they continue to come in by land at a little bit less because they see something is going to happen. They don't like it. They see something, and they're right. Something very serious is going to happen. The equivalent of what's happening by sea. And we're going to Congress just to tell them what we're doing, just to keep them informed. We have to do it for national security. We have to do it to save lives.
Secretary Bessent said that Vladimir Putin had not been honest and forthright in his talks with you. Just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about your feelings about that, and also, if I may, to Mimir Rutte, just your thoughts on whether Ukraine should get tomahawks. Thank you.
Well, I think that in terms of honesty, the only thing I can say is every time I speak with Vladimir, I have good conversations, and then they don't go anywhere. They just don't go anywhere. So in that sense, but no, look, he's fighting a war. He's in a war. That's two very competent sides, and that's the way war is. You never know with war, but I would say that it's time to make a deal. A lot of people are dying. You know, they're not Americans, but they're people. Their souls, and they're dying by the thousands. Worst since World War II, and we really should stop it.
Yep. And to your other question,
yes. Please.
Sorry, to your other question, this has been consistent from this president when we first met again after your re-election in Mar-a-Lago in November. You said we have to stop the killing. This is close to your heart, and this is your vision. That's why this war needs to end. When it comes to tomahawks or whatever system, it's up to individual nations to decide whatever they want to supply to Ukraine. NATO doesn't take a position, but I can assure you this. When the president called me in July and said we want to again send weapons into Ukraine, paid for by our allies, the Canadians and the Europeans, that was an important moment. And that is now taking place, and the ambassador, myself, we're working hard at this. Already a couple of $1 billion of weaponry into Ukraine from the US, paid for by allies. So I'm not going to comment on the tomahawks, but when it comes to the US and all the support for Ukraine, it is there and it is close to the president's heart, and I know this.
I will say this, and Mark can say it better than anybody. The European nations and Canada have really pulled together, and it's beyond even that. I mean, it's really beyond that.
I was with the Australians, the New Zealanders, Japan. They all.
If you want to really add them up, we could really add them up. But NATO, basically, European and Canada, a lot of other nations, they've really band together. They are not happy about what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. They're not happy at all. Neither am I.
Mr. President.
Jeff?
Sir, just changing this topic slightly, I see you've got the
model of the White House and the ballroom. Many people were surprised the entire East Wing is being demolished, because you had said initially that the ballroom would just touch or would not.
Well,
touch
certain
it.
areas
What
certain areas are being left. We determined that after really a tremendous amount of study with some of the best architects in the world, we determined that really knocking it down, trying to use a little section. The East Wing was not much. There was not much left from the original. It was over the course of 100 years, it was changed. The columns were removed, and it was a much different building than
Okay, real quick, folks, in order to invoke cloture, we need 60 votes. Right now, we do need to see 60 votes in order to move on to the actual vote to reopen the government. This is where we need to see 60 yays. Yay. We need to see 60 of them. Otherwise, the government is staying shut down.
Beautiful building that, frankly, they've been after for years. You have that. I brought these along so people could see, but it's, there's a relative. Nobody's actually seen anything quite like it. I think it'll be one of the great ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's about $300 million. It's set to do many, many things, including meetings of foreign leaders, including the honoring of foreign leaders. You can see this. This is a plan. If it's got tables so that you honor a foreign leader, we have a proper space. Right now, we have a space that with tables holds about 79 people. And this is a proper kind of a thing. Now, what the White House was doing, as you know, is they were putting tents out on the lawn. This is an interior shot of the ballroom. I think there'll be nothing like it. And it's being paid for 100% by me and some friends of mine.
Real quick, also worth noting, the timer, 4 minutes and 15 seconds. This is not the end-all be-all timer. That timer is not really consequential. So we are not playing by that timer right now. So don't worry about that.
Absolutely beautiful.
They've got more time than that.
Interiors that we're talking about. That's an interior of the ballroom, and it's the highest level. And you see, it goes beautifully with the White House. I mean, the mix is beautiful. So over the years, many presidents have made changes. This obviously would be the biggest change, but this was something they've wanted for at least 150 years. Many of you have gone to the events where they had, as an example, President Xi, or they had, a leader of one of the countries, including the King and the Queen from your favorite country.
Absolutely.
Frankly. But where they'd be honored, and they'd be in a tent out on the lawn, and it would rain, and it was a disaster. Brian's shaking his head. You know what I'm talking about. And so I thought I'd bring this out because this is going to be probably the finest ballroom ever built, and we're doing it no cost to the country. It's being the money is being put in by me and donors, very great patriots actually, and the spirit on the building of it is amazing. We are using little sections of footings and various other things, but that's sort of irrelevant. In order to do it properly, we had to take down the existing structure. The way it was shown, it looked like we were touching the White House. We don't touch the White House. That's a bridge, a glass bridge, going from the White House to the ballroom. Then you get into the lobby of the ballroom, and then you go into the the main room. And it's something that has gotten incredible reviews.
And you're just quickly following up on that. I just want a quick follow up on that question. Your response to people who say that you haven't been transparent enough about this.
I haven't been transparent.
That's some of your critics feel it.
I've shown this to everybody that would listen. Third-rate reporters didn't see it because they didn't look. You're a third-rate reporter, always have been. So third-rate reporters didn't look, but anybody that asked, these pictures have been in newspapers. They've been all over the place, and we're very proud of it. It's gotten great reviews. It's gotten really great reviews. So I think we've been more transparent than anybody's ever been.
Some critics think, Mr. President, that the sanctions that you're announcing today will push Putin to the.
Well, I don't know that they will. I think that they'll certainly have an impact. They're massive sanctions. It's sanctions on oil. The two biggest oil companies, among the biggest in the world, but they're Russian. They do a lot of oil. And hopefully it'll push, hopefully he'll become reasonable, and hopefully Zelensky will be reasonable too. It takes two to tango, as they say. And we're going to find out. They hate each other. These two people hate each other. You know that better than anybody. And it makes it more difficult than it should be. This should be easier to do. But the level of hatred between Zelensky and Putin is very substantial.
Could I add one thing? What the president is doing today with these sanctions is putting more pressure, of course, on both parties, in this case on Russia. It's all about changing the calculus, making sure that Putin understands that the president's vision this weekend of having a ceasefire, stop where they are, as you literally said, and that this has to be step one now. And for him to really accept that vision and to come to the table. And then you have to put pressure, and this is exactly what he did today.
Along with Europe. I mean, Europe, look, they've actually become friends of mine. I think yes. All of them. Yeah. We have a very close relationship, and they want to see it end too. They really want to see it end. But I can say they're totally committed. If this went on for 10 more years, Europe is behind them. They just can't let that happen. You can't let what's been going on. Now, it should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. But it did happen. I inherited. This was Biden, a man who was, without question, you take a look at the new walkway, the Presidential Walk of Fame, we call it. Biden is the worst president we've ever had, if he was even a president. The people that surrounded that desk made those decisions. But this should have never happened. It wouldn't have happened. But it did happen. I inherited it. We're going to get it ended, hopefully soon. Yes, please.
You had a Truth Social post earlier this afternoon talking about a Wall Street Journal report as a fake story.
Yeah, fake. Sort of Wall Street Journal is fake. So less fake on financial than it is on gossip.
Can you just confirm that my understanding of what's happening is accurate? As I understand it, that story framed it like we had just lifted the U.S. a restriction on intelligence.
No, it said that I gave Ukraine permission to shoot missiles deep into Russia. I didn't do that. Second of all, they're not using our missiles. They're using, I think, European missiles or from someplace, but they're not using ours. And what they do, I don't control that. But I do control our missiles. They're not shooting our missiles in. It was a fake story. Wall Street Journal does a lot of fake stories.
Thank you so much. The president of Colombia in a recent interview said that if you won't
won't change, he thinks that people should get rid of you.
We're talking about now Columbia, the country, not the university.
Yes.
Go ahead. He said what?
He said that if you won't change, then perhaps you need to be gotten rid of. Do you view that as a threat?
Well, he's a thug and bad guy. He's a guy that is making a lot of drugs. We've just, as of today, stopped all payments going to Columbia, the country Columbia. Also, the school Columbia. No, we settled. We made a settlement with him. But no, he's a thug, and he's a bad guy, and he's hurt his country very badly. They're doing very poorly, Colombia. They make cocaine. They have cocaine factories. They grow all sorts of crap that's drugs, bad drugs coming into the United States, goes generally through Mexico. And he better watch it or we'll take very serious action against him and his country. His country is, what he has led his country into is a death trap. Please.
Has the Secretary General presented his Ukraine peace plan to you? Are you prepared to be chairman of the Board of Peace?
Oh, there is no Secretary General peace plan. But I'm here, I really want to correct it because I saw some of that in the media. Of course, many people are thinking how to bring this terrible war to an end and supporting the President in doing that. Why I'm here is to dialogue again with the President how I can be, how NATO, my colleagues and other colleagues in NATO can be of maximum support to get that done. But there is no peace plan on the table. If there is a peace plan, it is what the President said last Friday and Sunday, which is stop where you are. Stop the fighting.
This is about NATO. We're a very proud member of NATO. We have a great relationship with the countries of NATO. I think made much better by our visit a few months ago when they agreed to 5% instead of 2% of GDP. That was a big concession. I think that was a concession that 2 years ago nobody would have said, even a year ago.
Even 9 months ago, before you were elected.
Yeah, they would have said that's not possible.
Absolutely.
And the difference is they're paying 5% as opposed to not paying 2%. A lot of them weren't paying, with the exception of Spain. I think you're going to have to talk to Spain because they're not. Spain is not a team player. So other than Spain, everybody's 100%. And you could solve the Spain problem very easily, I think, if you want.
I want to say something real quick. Folks, the vote that we are looking at in the bottom left of the screen is very important. We need to see 60 yays, yay 60, in order to move on with the process of reopening the government. If we do not get 60 yays, then the government is staying closed. So we are keeping tabs on that right now.
Who have done a great job, have lost their shirts for many, many years. They've really been decimated. And I helped them a lot. I put tariffs on things coming in to the country, including beef. And that gave them a chance to finally have a decent industry. We are going to be talking to them. They're great people, but they've been hurt for 25, 30 years. They've been losing because other countries have taken advantage of them. And by putting tariffs on, they've been able to make a few dollars. They've been able to have an industry. But I also want to keep the beef prices low. So I'll be talking with the ranchers, and I'll be speaking with a lot of different people, including Scott and Howard, and we'll do something. Because prices are way down in our country. Energy is way down. I think you're going to see $2 gasoline very soon. I see that it's $2.50 in a lot of places, $2.50. We were heading to $5, $6, and $7. If Biden didn't go back to my policy toward the end, you would have seen. But he didn't go back to the full policy. And he missed the most important thing. So we were up to, we were way up. I think you're going to see $2 gasoline. We couldn't even break that number. That's a big difference. The only cost that's really up is beef. And the fake news only wants to talk about beef. And what I did is I made it possible for those people to survive. They're incredible people. But they were being decimated by other countries. And I didn't want that to happen. So prices are way down, groceries are down, everything's down, energy's way down. Even interest rates with a bad chairman of the Fed, he's terrible, he's a fool. But even interest rates are down. So our country has never done better. We're going to take in, I think, $21 trillion this year. No country has ever taken in more than $3 trillion. And we're going to take in $21 trillion of investments because of the tariffs. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be a mess. We would be a national security problem, and we've done a job. Yeah. So I'm very happy about that. We're going to do something very quickly and easily on beef to get it down. The ranchers understand that. They're so happy for what I've done. I saved them. I don't think you'd have any beef in this country if I didn't do that. So we're very proud of that. Yeah, Brian?
Yes, sir. Yesterday in Los Angeles, immigration officials were attacked by some protesters.
Yeah, sure.
In an attempt to arrest an illegal alien. Gavin Newsom, other Democrats have used very aggressive language in terms of how to address ICE cases out in the field. Is there any responsibility that we can place on Gavin Newsom and other elected officials for using such aggressive language?
Well, Gavin has to be careful.
There's
Remember
a lot going
that
on right now, folks.
When I first came in, they had a terrible riot in Los Angeles. They had the fires, which shouldn't have happened. They didn't have the water for the fires. They should have had the water coming in from the Pacific Northwest. They didn't have the waters. They didn't have water in the hydrants or the sprinklers. So they had the fires, and then they had the riot. And if we didn't go and take care of that riot, you would have lost Los Angeles. You would have canceled the Olympics, which is because of me in Los Angeles. And the police commissioner, the head of the police, said, if the president didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. We did not have the capability of taking care of it. And he said it very strongly. And we did a great job. And within a week, it was all done. Within one day, it was done. But within a week, it was all done. And then they go back to their normal practice of weakness, of not taking care of criminals, meaning taking care of putting them in jails where they should be. Washington, D.C., and you all are the best people for that, because Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities. It was one of the most dangerous cities in the country. Now Washington, D.C., believe it or not, I'm embarrassed to say it in front of you, but Washington, D.C. went from one of the worst, most dangerous cities to you can walk down the street, you can send your child to meet you at a location. Your child is going to be fine. We have a very, very safe city, one of the safest, and very proud of that. Memphis, by the way, is coming along fantastically. We're in Memphis right now. We had the FBI in Chicago. We're doing things. We haven't served Chicago yet. When we do, Chicago will be very quickly a very, very safe city. But if you look at what's happening in Memphis, it's great. But you got to look at Washington. People are coming up to me, people that work in the White House, they're saying, thank you, sir. And I immediately know what they're thanking me about. It's thanking, they can walk to work. They would never walk to work a year ago. They can walk into work and they feel safe and secure, and it's beautiful. And I'll tell you what, it's really an honor to add that great ballroom to the structures in Washington. It's going to be one of the great ballrooms of the world. And I think it's going to be something you're all going to be very proud of.
That's coming up with President Xi. What do you hope comes out of that meeting? What deliverables?
I think we'll make a deal. I think we're going to make a deal on the rare earth is the least of it. Look, the tariffs are much more powerful than the rare earth. The rare earth is a disturbance, but there's a lot of rare earth around. I'll tell you, I've had more calls on rare earth. We've got it. Everybody's. We'll make a deal on, I think, everything. I think we're going to make a deal on soybeans and the farmers. I think we're going to make a deal on maybe even nuclear. President Putin in his call mentioned to me about nuclear, where we do a de-escalation, and I'm fine with that. I think it's good. I think it's a very appropriate thing. We have the most nuclear weapons. Russia's second. China is actually third by a long way, but they'll be even within 4 or 5 years. Too many. And we are talking about de-escalation. That's already being talked about. And I think we'll probably add China into the mix.
We need some more yays here, folks.
To stop purchasing all of that Russian oil that's funding this war.
Need to see some yays
well,
coming in.
I think I'll be talking to him about it. I think it's a little bit of a different talk. India, as you know, has told me they are stop. It's a process. You can't just stop it. But by the end of the year, they'll be down to almost nothing. That's a big thing. That was almost 40% of the oil. India, they've been great. Spoke to Prime Minister Modi yesterday. They've been absolutely great. China's a little bit different. They're a little bit different relationship they have with Russia. It was never good, but because of Biden and Obama, they got forced together. They should never have been forced together, but they're a little bit forced. But they're by nature, they can't be friendly. They can't be friendly.
To be clear, real quick, unless we get 60 yeas right now to invoke cloture, we are not going to be able to move on to actually have the real vote on H.R. 5371. This vote must have 60 in order to move on to the real vote for H.R. 5371. This vote matters. We need 60 here, otherwise it's a no-go. We need 60 right now.
whether it's through oil or energy or anything else. And I think he's going to be very receptive. He would now like to. I'm not sure that he did at the beginning. He would now like to see that war end.
Do you think she plays an important role, Mr. President? Do you think she plays an important role in terms of inserting himself and convincing Putin, who he speaks to regularly, to stop the war?
Yeah, I do. I think he can have a big influence on Putin. I think he can have a big influence on a lot of people. Look, he's a respected man. He's a very strong leader of a very big country. Yeah, I think he can have a big influence, and we will certainly be talking about Russia, Ukraine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Liam Costco Fitzgerald. My question is actually for the Secretary General.
Yes.
Mr. Secretary, I don't know if you've seen this, but polling out of Ukraine shows a massive collapse in Ukrainian support for the war. A Gallup poll had it just 23%. That's less than a quarter. Zelensky came out today praising President Trump's proposal for freezing the front lines of battle as part of a ceasefire. He said that's a good compromise. So people view your coming here as, you're lobbying the U.S. government to continue its involvement in the war. You're obviously lobbying for more NATO weapons to be sent to Ukraine, but Ukrainians themselves don't want to fight the war. So how do you justify that morally?
Well, I'm lobbying only for one thing, and that is to make sure that we end this war. And I don't have to lobby the president because we totally agree on this. And this is what he has been doing from day one. Everything he could do to break the deadlock with Putin, get the dialogue going, dialoguing also with Zelensky, and getting this war done. It's crucial. And the fact that the US is now supplying weapons into Ukraine, paid for by allies, is extremely important. And that's now happening since 2-3 months. About $2 billion moving into Ukraine.
Having the tie match the color of the suit, it's kind of a weird look. Notice that.
I mean, there's more to be done. So what you need, what the president said this weekend,
looks
stop
kind of strange, huh?
where you are. So basically do a ceasefire and then have all your discussions about territory and whatever. But first stop the war. This is what you said on Friday and on Sunday.
It's a war. I mean, your question's really a fair one. It's a war that should have never started.
And
you know how I feel about it. But it's a war
ended.
that should have never started. And we're not selling any weapons to Ukraine. We're selling them to NATO, which is different from before. With Biden, he just gave $350 billion worth of weapons and cash right into Ukraine, and that was so foolish. But we sell them to NATO, and in theory, you can do what you want with them. It doesn't have to be Ukraine, but probably it is mostly.
No, what nations are doing now is buying from this program and making sure that the supplies in Ukraine, so Europeans and Canadians. And for example, these are interceptors for the Patriot systems, crucial to protect the cities. Today, again, a Russian attack has killed children, or at least seriously wounded children in kindergarten in Ukraine. So we need to make sure that the air defense systems are in place, and we need the US systems to do that, and the Europeans are paying for that. And this is exactly the type of actions we needed, and the president is doing
38.
that and trying everything to get this war to an end, starting with the ceasefire.
You still believe that Putin wants to take all of Ukraine?
I always felt that way. I always felt he wanted to. When I was in my first term, I was with, I was very close to him, relatively speaking. It was harder because of the Russia hoax. But I would talk to President Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye. I'd say it was the apple of his eye, but it would have never happened. He knew the consequences were too great. When we had a rigged election and all of a sudden I wasn't there, he said, wow, I think he looked at Afghanistan, how horribly that was handled, so stupidly. And I think that really gave him a little additional, incentive. I always felt he wanted the whole thing, not a piece of it. But I think now he's willing to negotiate a little bit further, and I think he's willing to make a deal. We'll see. We'll see. We don't want him. We don't want him to have the whole thing. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You have this big terrorist case before the Supreme Court. It's November the 5th.
Yeah.
You suggested you might actually show up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I'd like to. I think it's one of the most important decisions we'll ever have for the Supreme Court. With tariffs, we're a strong, sound country. We're a nationally secure and internationally secure country. We're a very rich country.
Okay.
Without tariffs, it's a slog for this country.
You cannot have any more nays.
I think it's one of the most important decisions in the history of the Supreme Court. And I might go there. I really believe I have an obligation to go there. We are doing so well as a country right now because of tariffs. And you have to understand, tariffs have been used against us for many years.
It's over. Nope. All right, it's over. The government is remaining shut down. There you have it, folks.
That's why we owe $37 trillion. We owe that because other countries have taken advantage of us over many, many decades, And now we're a rich country. We're taking in money like we've never done before. Without tariffs, that would not be happening. And also, I solved, as you know, 8 wars. Of the 8, 5 of them, maybe even 6 of them, are because of tariffs. The threat of tariffs on these nations, if you want to fight, that's okay. India and Pakistan. If you want to fight, that's okay. But you're going to pay tariffs, and they're going to be very substantial. And we're in the midst of a trade deal. And they said, we don't want to do that. 2 days later, they call up, and they're not going to fight anymore. They have peace. But I've done that out of 8, I would say 6 times, 5 times, 6 times. Tariffs are vital to this country, and tariffs have been used against us by China, by every other country, and all we're doing is using them to negotiate fair deals. And as you know, we made a fair deal with Japan, we made a fair deal with all of Europe, the European Union. We made a fair deal with South Korea. These are countries that were taking so much money away from us, not sustainable, and now we're taking in hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars. If this country is not allowed to have tariffs, if this country is not allowed to have the President of the United States negotiate on behalf of it with tariffs, we are put in a position where we're going to be a third world country. We can't let that happen. I think it's the most important case that we're going to have for many, many years to come. One of the most important cases we've ever had. With tariffs, we're a rich, secure country. Without tariffs, we're a laughingstock. We'll be a laughingstock. And I don't want to have anything to do with that. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's the wrap up. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump was obviously talking with Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, who I think is Danish or Dutch, one of the two. I always mix them up. Anyway, he's a European. And folks, the Senate, they have just voted. The government shut down. Whoa, hold up. Whoa. What's going on? Whoa, hold up. Whoa. What the hell is going on here? Hello? Hold up here. Technical difficulties. Okay, we're back. Okay, there we go. All right. Yeah, folks. So the Senate has just voted. The way that this works, there is a cloture vote that must be passed with 60 votes in order to end cloture. Cloture is this sort of like open floor debate period. You must move on from this. In the case with this House resolution, budget continuing resolution bill, you need 60 votes to move on, to invoke cloture. And then you move on, and then you actually have the real vote for 5371, for HR 5371, which is the budgetary continuing resolution. Now, if you are unable to invoke cloture, you cannot move on. You need to invoke cloture. You need 60 votes in order to move on to have the real vote on HR 5371, which is the budgetary vote. We were not able to invoke cloture. We need 60 votes, and there are 100 senators. Looks like it's going to be 55-45. It's not going to happen. So the government is going to remain shut down. This is the 12th time the Democrats have voted. Chuck Schumer, he's happy. You see him down there on the floor. He's walking around smiling like the little demonic cretin he is. Do we have audio of the floor here? No. There's John Thune. He's like, hey, this is day number 22. This is the 12th time. This is time number 12. The Democrats have voted to keep the government shut down. Chuck Schumer couldn't be happier. He's walking around. Now, I have to say, it really does make you wonder, why did we just have a 22-hour-long filibuster? What was the point of the 22-hour-long filibuster? Why did we do that? What was the point? Well, I guess there was just no point. There was no point at all. Now, I think the Senate is having another vote to reopen the government. 2 days from now, I believe on Friday, I think they're having another vote. So who knows? There's got to be some type of negotiation here that goes on. People were speculating that there was a breakthrough that happened last night. I guess not. I guess there was no breakthrough that happened last night. That was talk of the town. In fact, that's why we have been live all day covering this. Seems as if the breakthrough did not happen. A lot of you folks are saying that EBT is set to shut down here.
Mr. Warnock, no.
I'm just going to quickly take a look. One moment here. Stand by here, folks.
Not at this point, thanks. It's already done. We're going to be done in 2 seconds, so I'll just...
One moment here. The government is set to remain shut down here. I want to see if we can get a corroboration. Is anybody else reporting this? Maybe, you know what? We might be on the ball here. I'm not even seeing any other news outlets report this yet. It just happened 2 minutes ago. Maybe nobody else has reported this yet.
Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, aye.
Uh-huh. Yep. Government remains shut down. Day 22, stalemate. The vote is concluded. The vote has concluded. Well, if you want to quickly look at the numbers here. So, listen, do not spam the chat. I really don't care what you post, but just do not spam the chat. Thank you very much. So there are 52 Republican senators consistently voting yay. Let's put the numbers out here. There are 53 Republican senators in total. One of them is not voting to reopen the government. His name is Rand Paul, meaning that there are 52 Republican senators that have been consistently voting to open up the government. 52. You need 60 total, so you need 8 Democrats in total to come over. Granted, Rand Paul's not voting yes. You need 8 Democrats. For the last 12 votes, we have had 3 Democrats. One of them is Fetterman. There's 2 others. So that puts you at 52 Republicans plus 3 Democrats, 55 total. And that is pretty much what we see reflected here. We have had 55 votes for 22 days, effectively. So there's not really any breaking news here. Nobody new has flipped. Nobody flipped. There's nothing changed. Nothing changed. We have always had 55 votes. That's 52 plus 3. Nothing new happened here, really. I just think one person has not voted yet.
On this vote, the yeas are 54, the nays are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Madam President, I enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
And Madam President, I ask unanimous consent the remaining roll call votes in this series be 10 minutes in length.
Is there objection? Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Bill Lewis of Alabama to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Alabama, signed by 17 senators.
I might have something to tell you folks here. Now, there is something very funny and curious. Like I've said, the U.S. Senate is just kind of ridiculous sometimes. Check this out. The Budgetary Continuation Resolution, H.R. 5371, itself only needs 51 votes. However, in order to invoke cloture to unlock the ability to vote on H.R. 5371, you need 60 votes. How ridiculous is that? I mean, I can't really explain that any better. In order to unlock the ability to vote on the actual vote, you need 60. Once you get there, once you unlock that, you only need 51. And so right now, like I said, we need 60 in total. We don't have 60. We have 55 in order to reopen the government. Once you get that 60, once you invoke cloture, then all you need is 51. So that's just kind of funny how this works. So really the threshold remains you need 60. You need 60. And really that's what it is. I actually see Rand Paul walking around down there. There's Rand Paul right there down in the middle. You've got all the senators here, and now they're moving on to nominate Bill Lewis of Alabama to be the U.S. District Judge. So that's something else. Moving on. Once again, I don't know what's going on. We have some people that are just really desperate to be spamming the chat today. Do not do that. Just do not spam the chat. One very simple rule: do not spam the chat. Okay. Well, folks, there you have it. There was some pretty good reason to believe that after last night's negotiations, we had some Democrats flop over. That ended up not being the case. That has ended up not being the case. Now, what we were talking about earlier this morning before this vote began was that it seems like Trump and the Senate Republicans are beginning to threaten going nuclear. I do believe that if this shutdown continues on for too much longer, the Senate Republicans are going to go nuclear, and what that means is that it actually drops down the cloture vote threshold from 60 down to 50 plus 1. If they do that, then they're just full steam ahead. They might be doing that. It's been 22 days. Trump is not happy about this. However, curiously, what we have seen is that every single day that this shutdown goes on, the national approval rating of the Democrats drops and Trump's approval rating goes up. Trump actually, after 22 days of this shutdown, his national approval rating is at a minimum up +1 with a conservative poll. With a little bit, it depends on the poll. He's either up 1, 2, or 3% as a consequence of this 22-day long shutdown. So Trump actually is looking better. He's looking better because of the shutdown. Americans, rightfully so, justifiably so, are blaming this shutdown on the Democrats. So you know what? I don't know. We got to see. They might go nuclear. They might just continue. As they say, what does Sun Tzu say this in his book, The Art of War? He says, if your enemy is, failing, just let him fail. Or if your enemy is sabotaging himself, just don't even get involved. Whoever said that. I don't know who said that. Anyway, the question is, the point is, are the Democrats sabotaging? Are they self-sabotaging right now? Absolutely. This is terrible for the Democrats, this shutdown. It's actually totally incompetent that they are continuing to do this because the American people are overwhelmingly blaming the Democrats for this. Everybody knows this is a Democrat shutdown. This is a Chuck Schumer shutdown. So maybe Trump just lets them keep on shooting themselves in the foot. We got to see. Folks, I do want to say real quick, everybody, if you're tuning in right now on Rumble or on YouTube, if you could do me a big time favor. We have now been live today for almost 7 hours. This has eaten up the entire day pretty much. If you are new here, please make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost you a thing. Make sure to like today's broadcast on YouTube and Rumble. Follow, subscribe, like. This has been one hell of a broadcast today. We thought it might be happening. As it would turn out, this was not a happening. It was a yappening. It was a yappening. We had a filibuster go on for about 22 hours. Today was the great yappening, not the happening. I want to double back and take a look at some super chats here. I see one here from the Otit, $1 super chat. Thank you very much. I think I've done a good job of keeping on top of super chats here today. Everybody, thank you all very much for tuning in. I should probably wrap it up and try to get some other work taken care of. There's some other things I can get done today. Matt, why do you never pull up facts? What do you want me to read Wikipedia to you? What do you mean? What do you mean pull up facts? Do you want me to read you a book? Should I pull up Wikipedia? Should I read you a Wikipedia article? What are you talking about? Anyway, everybody, thank you very much for tuning in today. I really appreciate it. Everybody, thank you for being here. Make sure to like, subscribe, all of it. Real quick, I am going to plug my own Twitter page here. If you guys could all do me a favor and follow on Twitter. Make sure to follow on Twitter. That's where that is. And I'll see you folks tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you all for being here. Really, I really appreciate it. Today was kind of a weird day, honestly, so I really Appreciate everybody tuning in for so long. What a crazy day. Judith over on Rumble, thank you very much. I really appreciate that super chat. Thank you very much. That's going to be the last super chat of the day, Judith. Thank you very much. They're spoiled. The Democrats are spoiled. It's true. They're acting like a bunch of petulant kids. Okay, I'll see you folks tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Have a great night. God bless. Have a great morning. I'll see you folks tomorrow. And until then, everybody, as always, stay safe. Thank you all.